Well, I think both teams want to improve. Both teams will feel that they had really good parts of last game, and there's some things that didn't go as they had planned. Both teams will want to continue with the physicality. It was brutal out there. I mean, it wasn't finishing checks where you're trying to separate player from puck. It was trying to separate body from head. Like they were going at each other hard. I think the Oilers will have more things that they liked about their game than the Panthers will. But these are the two best teams in the NHL. Adjustments will be made. They will both come out with a new wrinkle that they have had before. And John, there were times in that game where you looked and watched, and the Florida Panthers like, okay, I can see why this team could win the Stanley Cup. And there was other times in that game where you're watching the Oilers control the play, and you're like, okay, now I know why the Oilers are going to win the Stanley Cup. And I think that's what we're going to see tonight and the remainder of this series.
I also think that, as we talk about the Stanley Cup playoffs as a whole, it started, dare I remind you, it started on April the 17th. Mm-hmm. That's a long time ago now. This truly is a war of attrition. And even though there were 6 days off between the conference finals and the Stanley Cup final, there are some bumps and bruises on both teams. And you do have to wonder how that affects both clubs. I wonder at what percentage Matthew Tkachuk is playing at, and how much of a factor Tkachuk can be in Game 2 and in the rest of the series. We know Connor Brown, who was a game-time decision in Game 1, is banged up. We know that Connor McDavid missed a practice or two or skated for 10 minutes and left the ice to get some more rehab and rest. So you do have to wonder how that plays a part in each of these games, particularly, Rob, the way you describe the headhunting that's gone on, because it is headhunting, and it's one of those things where both coaches are reminding both sets of players that, by the way, finish your check, because you know a physical game is going to have an impact, maybe not right away, maybe not in the next period, but maybe by the end of the game, and certainly by the next game.
And the one thing, just piggybacking on that too, with the physicality and how it'll affect teams going forward, for the fourth series in a row, the Oilers have used their bench more than the opposition. And over the course of a series, the wear and tear on your team is lesser than the wear and tear in the other. The Florida Panthers had three defensemen over 30 minutes last game.
Right.
They had three forwards with 9 minutes or less, where the Oilers was much more evenly distributed. And I think the longer a series goes, that just benefits the team that is running four lines. It's playing all six defensemen. And for the first time since I've been with this organization, I've been here, and this is my 19th year, the Oilers feel completely confident with all six defensemen being on against anybody. And they feel completely confident with all four lines running out there, whether it's a face-off in their own zone against the other team's best players or a penalty-killing situation. This is a team that is as deep as it probably has been since the last time they won a Stanley Cup. And that bodes well for the Oilers going forward.
Hey, John, I got to ask you, this is not an assessment. This is not my thinking on how I viewed things in the first game, but what do you think of the officiating in the first game? And do you think it'll be very similar tonight, or to the point where both teams will know pretty much what they can get away with?
I thought the officiating wasn't a factor. How about that?
I'm not looking to cause a controversy.
Yeah, no, I don't. I think that the referees that they've assigned to this final are the right guys.
Right.
And I think that they have, with Stephen Walkom's supervision and Don Van Massenhoven around, have dealt with some of the issues and what to look for. I think we're going to see closer to old school hockey like we saw in Game 1, that they do allow the hitting. We're still going to get the hooking in the glove area on the stick,
right?
Because it's easy to call. But it appears to me the level of officiating is such that they're allowing the players to decide. It's John Hebert and Chris Rooney tonight. So I don't think we'll notice much of a difference. The only thing we're going to notice is that if there's a goal call or a no-goal call, we're not going to get, Wes McCauley's great theatrics. That's all.
Yeah.
So here's a question for you, John. So after game one, do the referees sit down with the head dude and the next referees for the next game? Do they rewatch the game? Do they go through certain things that happened during the game? How do they assess what happened? Do they talk about what's going to happen in the next game? Or is it just simply like the hockey players, okay, we'll prepare when we get ready on game day? Or is there like a whole debrief for the referees?
I think what you found yesterday, Rob, on the off day was there would be, first of all, a discussion between the supervisor, who's Chris King, and both teams, Stan Bowman and Bill Zito, talking about what they thought the playing field was like, whether it was fair, whether it was not fair, what did you miss, how did what was the discussion point on the disallowed goal, all of that stuff. At which point, then Wacom, King, Van Massenhoven, and probably all the officials that are assigned, because most of them are here already.
Right. Yeah.
They would go through and have a discussion. They would have some level of discussion about what was it like, what was going on, and what they think they should watch for.
Gotcha. Hey, guys, let's take a time out. We'll come back with more. In fact, we're going to hear from Corey Perry as well on his expectations for tonight. We'll get to all that when we come back right here on the City Ford Face-Off Show on 880 CHED.
From game day to family day, life moves fast and your body feels it. When it's time to recharge the batteries, World of Spas are your recovery experts. Come in right now and save up to $10,000 on hot tubs, $25,000 on swim spas, and get 50% off massage chairs with 0% financing and payments from just $21 bi-weekly. World of Spas, your family's MVP in recuperation. 6120 99th Street.
If you're dealing with pelvic pain, discomfort, or incontinence, we truly understand how tough that can feel and how hard it is to reach out for help. At Leading Edge Physio, our pelvic health team offers seriously skilled and compassionate care in a discreet environment, because life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Work local and never miss a game with your friends again. Sherway Construction is hiring. They're currently hiring for heavy-duty mechanics, water and sewer personnel, and equipment operators. Sherway offers an extended work season, great advancement opportunities, competitive wages, and best of all, you'll be home every night. Submit your resume to careers@sherway.ca or visit sherway.ca to see all current opportunities. Work local. Work Sherway.
Ain't it beautiful? The Discover Days sales event is on right now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. Discover the best deals of the season on XC40, XC60, and deals on the XC90 with lease rates as low as 2.49%, OAC, $5,000 in savings. Discover these incredible deals and discover an outstanding experience at Canada's #1 volume Volvo dealership, Volvo Cars Edmonton. Volvo of Edmonton.
Get ready for a great barbecue season with Friesen Brothers. We believe that really great food matters, and we have everything you need for your perfect barbecue. From the best fresh Alberta meat cut by our in-store master butchers to traditionally baked sourdough, a great range of Alberta-grown vegetables, and all the tasty sides to complement your every meal. Get all fired up for this year's barbecue season at your local Friesen Brothers.
Hey Edmonton, Shaman here, and I'm CEO at Hope Street Property Management. If you've ever thought about renting out your house, give me a shout, because now is a great time. The market's hot, and we have hundreds of pre-qualified tenants looking for great rental homes just like yours. Check out hopestreet.ca to learn more or for your free online rental evaluation.
Hope Street, helping busy homeowners manage their rentals and become armchair landlords who sleep easy.
hopestreet.ca.
Hi, this is Shannon Conlon from Conlon Motorsports. Whether you're tearing up the trails, cruising through the city, or heading out on the water, we've got you covered. From motorcycles to marine, ATVs to RVs, our expert team is here to match you with a quality product from the best manufacturers in the business. Because life's too short to miss out on another summer of enjoying all that Alberta has to offer. Conlon Motorsports, everything you need here to get out there. Check us out at conlonmotorsports.ca. That's conlonmotorsports.ca.
Encore Trucking was in Commonwealth Stadium lifting glass up to the railings in the end zone. Metallica had played the week before, and during that thundering storm of sound, the glass shattered. Good on you, Metallica. Encore. We get all the fun jobs.
Do it, do it, do it. Love your vehicle? We know you do. When you're ready to treat your road hugger to a powerful clean, do it at Hughes Car Wash. With over 20 locations in Edmonton and surrounding areas, Hughes gives you unbeatable pressure with clean, fresh, hot water every time. Plus, tap options are available for quick and easy payments. Get your shine on and do it at Hughes Car Wash.
Find us at HughesCarWash.com.
This is Global News. It's 5:30. Iconic Canadian band Triumph played at Fan Park this afternoon, their first live concert in years, thanks to the current popularity of their 1979 song, Lay It on the Line. Triumph's Rick Emmett hopes it brings the team the win they want.
We expect them to win. They better win for us.
Puck drops in just over half an hour. Look up in the sky after the anthems. Royal Canadian Air Force helicopter from 450 Tactical Squadron will be doing a flyby. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre calls the Carney government's major projects bill introduced today a small step in the right direction. The legislation will let the government quickly push forward major projects deemed to be in the national interest. Man's been found guilty of stabbing another man at the Belvedere LRT station and transit centre in March of 2024. Benjamin Nipus will be sentenced at a later date. The victim did survive. Checking traffic from Global One, here's Jackson McNulty.
Thank you, and heads up if you're making your way into the city on the QE2. Of course, we do have those northbound delays due to construction between 41st Avenue Southwest and Airport Road. Heads up, we are getting reports of a collision now northbound just after Airport Road. So watch out for crews working in that lineup as you make your way through. Definitely plan for the extra delays as well. Within the city, you are going to find delays just due to afternoon volume, both on Cadbury Trail and Gateway Boulevard at 34th Avenue. And again, just take it easy downtown as we do have a whole lot of foot traffic moving around Ice District tonight. Buy 2 pairs of glasses from $149 at Specsavers, and choose sunglasses as your second pair to get polarized lenses for free. Conditions apply. See Specsavers.ca. From Global One, I'm Jackson McNulty.
880 Ched weather. We have already had some sprinkles, but still 30% chance of showers this evening. The low tonight 12. Mainly sunny, smoky, and windy as well tomorrow. The high 21, sunny and 25 Sunday. In Edmonton, it's 22. I'm Eileen Bell. Your next news coming up during first intermission on 880 Ched.
Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the City Ford Face-Off Show on the voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 880 Ched.
Hey, we're heading closer to Face-Off. We're coming to you live from Ford Hall, and it's just buzzing. People packed trying to get into the arena. You take a look around to see what it's like on 104th Avenue. Hey, Brownie, this is exactly what when they envisioned what it would be like here, building this downtown. This is fabulous.
It is. Well, it's so nice. I get here early on these games and take it all in. I go for a walk and see all the people. Everyone's happy, having a good time. The Edmonton Oilers group has done a fantastic job of turning this into what they envisioned it would be. And the best part of it is the Edmonton Oilers Hockey Club is good, and they get to use this a lot more here in these playoff runs. So, it's cool up where we're sitting here in Fort Hall, looking out over the street and watching all the people smiling with their Oilers jerseys. It's so funny. We talk about it all the time, but if you do not have an Oilers jersey on walking into the arena tonight, you look odd, because I think it's at a 99.9% sweater jersey on, as opposed to the one or two people wearing, I guess a normal outfit of a t-shirt or a golf shirt.
Not very often do you see a fan and a police officer doing a high five. I just saw one of those out there. Hey, just before we get back to John and to Rob, Corey Perry had some interesting comments today. One of the things he was talking about is his expectations for this matchup tonight.
We don't expect anything different. They came out. It's just two teams, good teams going at it, and it's so close, and so the mistakes are so minimal that you just keep playing hockey, you keep going, and the feeling here, it's loose, it's good. It was a good morning, and it was a good day yesterday, and now we're looking for a good night.
Everybody's happy. Hey, John, what do you figure tonight? We were talking about the teams with a little more to give in game number 2. For Florida, they played very well on the road. They're okay at home, but they're much better on the road. This is a big one for them tonight, I think. They just got to get something going here. Your thoughts?
Well, this is an experienced team. This is a team that has seen everything in the Paul Maurice era with the Panthers. Let's remember the second round of the playoffs, they lost the first 2 games in Toronto and won the series in 7.
Yeah.
So this isn't necessarily adversity for the Florida Panthers. This is just another darn challenge. And nobody can keep his team more focused, truly, than Paul Maurice. He doesn't go in there and yell or just talk to be heard. He goes in and says a few simple words just to remind the boys that they have to play the game, they have to keep it simple, but this is nothing they haven't seen before, and that truly is what makes the Panthers so much different than any other team.
Well, and not only were they down 2-0 in that series, I think they were down 4-1 in Game 3. Weren't they on home ice? They came back. That's when they were down. Late.
I think it was 3-1. Yeah, but they were down 2 goals in the second period of Game 3. You're correct. And that's, by the way, that's when Sergei Bobrovsky woke up.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So, and then that's the one thing about it. And that's why a lot of people here in Edmonton have a very positive outlook on the Oilers in this series, because this is an Oilers team now that has gone through just about everything. They went through the playoff run last year. They went to the finals. So both teams are experienced. Neither team is young. Both teams are very weathered when it comes to playoff games, playoff series. There's not a whole lot that you can throw at them that they haven't seen, whether being down in series, down in games, giving up bad goals, big goals. They were able to overcome it, and that's why you saw in Game 1 where the Oilers were down a couple goals, no panic, and that's why I believe tonight, as you just talked about, John, that the Florida Panthers are down 1 and they are in a hostile arena that's going to be crazy loud, and it won't really bother them. So there's a reason that they are the Stanley Cup champions, and there's a reason both these teams are in the finals this year, because they're able to overcome.
Guys, I got to ask you about special teams here. If it's this close, now we saw what the Oilers power play did when they absolutely had to, when the puck goes over the glass in overtime. I don't think there's too many people in this arena that did not think they were going to score on that power play, but I got to think at some point the PK and the power play for both these teams is going to have to play just a little more or a bigger factor if it's going to be that tight for one team to pull ahead.
But it's funny, you're saying that, and then that means if the one team's power play and penalty kill improves, that means the other team's power play and penalty kill go the opposite direction. Both teams have good power plays. The Florida Panthers, an excellent penalty killing unit. The Oilers have been in the past. They have struggled this year. But bottom line, at any point of the season, and more so here in the playoffs, if you win the special teams battles and you win the goaltending battle, usually at the end of the night, you win the hockey game.
Yeah, and I think Rob, part of that from an Oiler perspective is, and I still think there, and we talked about this before Game 1, there still has to be concern about the Oilers' penalty kill. There really does. So the one way to mitigate that is stay out of the penalty box.
Yes.
And when you think about it, the team on the ice really only took one penalty, because the other penalty was the one decision by the coach made when they challenged the goal. Right. So in many ways, that's, I think, the best way for the Oilers to win that special teams battle, because if both teams have 5 power plays, I'm still worried about the Oilers' penalty kill, and that to me would probably keep a few of those guys up at night trying to figure out what the heck is different this year than the penalty kill last year that only allowed 4 goals through 4 rounds of playoffs.
Yeah. You know what, John? The thing that I believe, since Chris Knobloch has taken over, that has been the biggest improvement And there's a lot of things that they've been good at. Their power play, penalty killing last year, their depth, all that. But to me, it's their discipline. This was a team, and we've seen in past playoff years, where if the Oilers would get frustrated, they would take silly penalties. We've seen, Leon at times get mad after whistles, slashing people. Darnay when he was here. Kane, all the players would take penalties. They were an emotional hockey club. And I think they've taken on the demeanor of Chris Knobloch, which is a very calm demeanor, and they don't get frustrated. They just stay calm, and they say, okay, you know what? We've got time. Things will start to work out. Just continue to work hard. This team is they don't take penalties. They don't take silly ones. And any penalty they do take is a well-earned one that is something that either stopped a goal or there was punishment handed out. So I think one of the biggest reasons the Oilers have had this vast improvement in our Stanley Cup contending team back-to-back years is they are incredibly disciplined that doesn't give the freebie power plays to the opposition.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point, because how many times, even in last year's playoffs, did we see Leon take that, second half slash, and the retaliatory play? It drove you nuts, because he's a good player. But to me, that speaks of that discussion Connor McDavid had at the end of the Dallas series, when he talked about in the press conference about we're just playing with much more control. And you control your emotions when you win, and you control your emotions when you get frustrated, and you don't retaliate, you get even. And that's exactly what the Oilers have been doing since Game 3 of the LA series. They've been getting even a heck of a lot more.
Rob, I want to start with you on this one, because there were a lot of icings in that third period, and the Florida Panthers actually held the edge when it came to face-offs. Does that concern you at all, or is that just it's game to game for both of these two teams?
Well, I think both face-offs are important, but how important are they?
Okay,
the Dallas Stars absolutely dominated.
Yeah.
They absolutely dominated the Edmonton Oilers in the last round. Dominated. It wasn't even close. The Dallas Stars were so much better on face-offs.
Right.
And the series lasted 5 games. So there will be times in a game that you wish that you could win a face-off on a penalty kill late in a period when you're down a goal and you pull your goaltender. But when it comes to the icings in the game, to me, it makes more sense to get the puck out. And you know what? We're in trouble right now. Get it as hard as you can out. Let's get it out of trouble right now.
Take our chances.
And if we have to ice it, well, now it's a 50-50 chance. And even when a team is better in the face-off circle, it's 55% to 45%. So it's not like you're giving the puck to the other team. So I think both coaches will be happy with their team icing the puck when in trouble. And then if you're tired, you'll get a little bit extra rest as well.
And I think, if you look at those numbers, deep into those face-off numbers, and you see that Leon Draisaitl was at 37%. He just won 10 of 27. That's not going to happen two consecutive nights. If anybody's going to be focused on winning a face-off with the pride that he has in what he does in the circle, it's going to be Leon Draisaitl. So you're right. The numbers do slant towards Florida, but at key times, if you told me you have Connor McDavid taking the face-off, Leon Draisaitl taking the face-off, or Adam Henrique taking the face-off, I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried.
Yeah. So, guys, what do you figure? We know the place is going to be a nut house tonight, this first 5 minutes or so. Is it similar to the way Game 1 went, or do you think the Oilers will be able to even build off the crowd a little bit more tonight? John, let's start with you on that one.
Well, I think, unlike Game 1, I think the team that's going to come out guns a-blazing is going to be the visitors. I think Florida has to go and set the tone tonight. The Oilers, with all the emotion, with the crowd, could set the tone at home for Game 1. Florida has to set the tone for this one because they want to get home ice advantage. They want to make sure that by the time they get to the Game 4, which is, it feels like it's about 3 weeks away, but Game 4 next week, that they have home ice advantage and that they can win the series in Sunrise as opposed to trying to struggle and win games in Edmonton. That's the big thing for me. So the expectation is the Florida Panthers are going to come out with all guns a-blazing for me.
Well, usually what you see it too, John, the team that is more desperate is the team that comes out with a little bit more juice. And in this game, the Florida Panthers would be a little bit more desperate. The Oilers already have one win under their belt here in the finals. So the Florida Panthers, they will feel calm if they go home down 0-2. but it would be much better, and there'd be more breathing sigh of relief if they get on an airplane if it's 1-1. So I do believe the Panthers will come out with a lot of juice, but again, this crowd in here is nuts, and I expect the Oilers to come out. I think both teams are going to have a good game, and it's one of those ones we saw last game. There will be ebbs and flows of the game. There will be times that the Florida Panthers are better. There will be times when the Edmonton Oilers are better. But when you have your moment, when your team is the better of the two teams, you have to reward yourself with offense. You have to score goals because you know it's going to come the other way at some point.
Guys, I got about 30 seconds here. John, would you be surprised if we went to overtime tonight?
No. We could see the whole series go to overtime.
It'd be fun. Rob, what about you?
I mean, nothing surprises me anymore.
These teams are close.
I want it. I want 7 overtime games. I honestly do. This is the two best teams playing hockey. The more they play, the better it is for us as fans watching. So I'm excited about it.
John, thanks for this. We'll talk to you on Monday, and Rob, we'll talk to you coming up on the first intermission. Thanks for joining us today from Ford Hall. It's been a total blast. Really have enjoyed it. The enthusiasm in the crowd is right over the top. So now let's get ready for some hockey. It's game 2 between the Panthers and the Oilers, with the Oilers leading the best-of-7 series 1-0. First team to 4. You know how it works. Stay tuned. Up next is your Ford dealers, Edmonton Oilers Radio Network. Jack, Bob with the call, and you've been listening to the City Ford Face-Off Show right here on...
Keep your team jersey and rally towel close by and help bring the championship home. For all your other treasures, store them with Sentinel Storage. Store Canadian. Try 4 weeks free at sentinelstorage.ca. Proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers.
Century Casino is bringing the heat with a brand new vibe, just in time for the playoffs. Welcome to Selly Sports Bar and Lounge in Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile. Come experience every hit, goal, and OT thriller. Selly's is the definition of big screen energy with game night specials and the loudest Selly's in town. Don't just watch the game, celebrate it at Selly Sports Bar and Lounge. Because every day is game day at Century Casino.
Oh no. I got a broken dream, my sewer line is done. I thought to myself, there goes my lawn.
Pro Drain Techs, professional drain technicians.
No worries, they said they had a plan. They fixed my pipe without digging up my land.
Pro Drain Techs, giving peace of mind.
Down the line.
Immunization services.
Where do I go for travel immunizations for all ages, including infants? Easy. Atlas Immunization Services.
Preparing you for a safe and healthy journey.
CHED Edmonton. Inside Sports with new host Brendan Escott. Now on the air 6 to 8 p.m. Get the inside scoop on Edmonton sports. The most fun and supersized to 2 hours. Only on 880 CHED.
A Chorus Entertainment radio station.
Breathe in the fresh air with Parks and Pathways steps from your front door at West Winds in Morinville. Ideally situated in the vibrant town of Morinville, West Winds homes feature everything you need, including easy highway access, a brand new school, green spaces, playgrounds, and so much more. Choose from a variety of floor plans highlighted by modern open concept designs and quality finishes. Build the home of your dreams and experience small town feel with big town features today by visiting westwindsliving.ca. A Landrex development.
SML Entertainment is your destination for comfort, connection, and now your new home for Bullfrog Spas in Edmonton. Stop in today and discover powerful hydrotherapy and sleek design with a Bullfrog Spa. Or take your wellness to the next level with a swim spa built for both fitness and fun. SML Entertainment, family-owned, Canadian proud, and fully fun approved. Visit 4142 99th Street or smlhottubs.com today. SML Entertainment, bringing friends and family together since 1956.
Hey Edmonton, Shaman here, and I'm CEO at Hope Street Property Management. If you've ever thought about renting out your house, give me a shout, because now is a great time. The market's hot, and we have hundreds of pre-qualified tenants looking for great rental homes just like yours. Check out hopestreet.ca to learn more or for your free online rental evaluation.
Hope Street, helping busy homeowners manage their rentals and become armchair landlords who sleep easy.
HopeStreet.ca.
This is Oil Country.
Here comes McDavid. This town explodes!
And this is Rogers Game Night. Portions of this exclusive NHL broadcast are brought to you by Ford, official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. Molson, official beer of the Edmonton Oilers. Whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. Must be legal drinking age. And Rogers, proud partner and fan of the Edmonton Oilers. Now your host for Rogers Game Night, Bob Stauffer, on the Oilers Radio Network.
We can't get along. It's time to get it on. Edmonton, Florida for the Stanley Cup. Basically 345 days after we last did this, we do it again. A rebound, score! Leon Draisaitl, 66 seconds. Arvidsson the other way, shoots and scores. And Edmonton gets a break. And the Oilers are within 3-2.
That was a massive goal from RV, timely. And we just hung in there, just knowing that we got to hold them at 3 and find a way to get one. And unfortunately, we did.
Shooting and scoring. Matthias Ekholm ties the game. 3-3. Brand new hockey game.
Nice play by Cappy there, back to Connor, and try to sneak down on the backside. I don't know if he sees me or not, but it's, great pass. He puts it on a platter for me. It's kind of one of those I have to score.
I gave it a shot, and that was wired wide as the horn goes, and we'll have to settle this one in extra time. 3-3 at the end of regulation. The Oilers at one point trailed by 2 goals. It back for Bouchard. Nugent Hopkins on the left half boards under pressure. Turns and gives it up. Beautiful pass. McDavid in front. One time and score! Leon Draisaitl! 4-3! Edmonton in overtime!
It's a special feeling. Grateful right now, but we got to look ahead and get ready for game 2.
And so we arrive. Game 2, Stanley Cup final. Rogers Place tonight. The Edmonton Oilers on a Leon Draisaitl GWG on the PP in OT lead the series 1-0 by virtue of a 4-3 victory. Same lineup for both teams. Stuart Skinner has been stellar over the course of his last 8 starts, a .942 save percentage. We will hear from Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch, Connor McDavid, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Stuart Skinner, Corey Perry, and more, all coming up on Rogers Game Night, along with our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown. There is a total of 27 minutes to face off. This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Over the last decade, the world of work has changed dramatically. It's a change that can cause a disconnect between a company and its employees. But a partnership with Aon can help by making decisions that create a more flexible, engaged, and resilient workforce. Aon's experience and expertise, global understanding, and advanced analytics ensure that every client is better informed and better advised so that they can make better decisions. Whatever the next decade brings, Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Hey, Edmonton. Ever think about who gets your hard-earned money when you buy groceries or gas? For all you know, it could be buying a second yacht or private jet. But at Co-op, they put it right back into the community. That's because they're owned by 120,000 everyday Edmontonians, not a corporation. Feel good about where your money goes when you shop Co-op. Visit in-store for details.
This is the Game File on the Oilers Radio Network.
Obviously, they're an older team. They've been through a lot. They've seen a lot of experiences, games, up and downs, and they are very level-headed. They don't get discouraged. They have a strong belief that no matter what happens, they can overcome it, whether it's a lead that's maybe slipping away or a lead that we have to overcome and really push. We change our game a little bit, little details. Maybe we become a little more assertive, a little more aggressive on trying to score a goal, whatever it is. But our base, our structure is all pretty similar, and we don't deviate from our plan very much. And I think that's really nice from a coach's standpoint to see the guys stick with it and feel that they can overcome anything.
That is Edmonton Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch with our game file. This is Rogers Game Night, brought to you by Rogers, proud partner and fan of the Edmonton Oilers. Jack Michaels will have the call of tonight's game. Cam Moon, Rob Brown, Brent Griffiths, Brendan Escott, myself, Bob Stauffer, all part of the Oilers Radio Network. We're in our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Legacy Heating and Cooling, home and no payments and no interest for 1 year. Our studio producers this year, Eamon Hashem at the helm tonight and Kellen Kennedy. And our engineer, as always, on the 8th floor at Rogers Place is Troy Bowler. So we heard from the coach. Stuart Skinner, the Oilers goaltender tonight, expects a pushback from Florida.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with their type of skill set, their maturity, how, they're a weathered team, right? So they know that this is a huge game for them. They know how they need to show up in order to give us a tough time. And we know that. We, nothing else that we expect but them to come out flying.
There you go. All right, let's go to the Oilers Injury Report. It's brought to you by MIC, proud partner, official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Zach Hyman, he had 70 combined goals last year between the regular season and the playoffs. He was leading this year's playoffs with 99 hits when he got knocked out of the lineup, dislocated wrist. He will not play. Does not look like A.J. Greer, the physical winger for the Florida Panthers, will play either. He's been nursing something of late. So those are the two significant injuries for the two teams. Let's go to the line combinations of the game, presented by PlayAlberta.ca, an official gambling partner of the Edmonton Oilers. So Connor McDavid up front with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Corey Perry. Leon Draisaitl with Evander Kane and Kasperi Kapanen. This was a heavy line for Edmonton in game number 1. Kane with 9 hits. Kapanen's been physical as well, and he spoke about the Oilers playing physical.
Yeah, just try to be smart. There's a lot of emotion out there at all times, but I think you got to keep it in check. And I think we've been doing a great job of that. I don't think we've been taking too many stupid penalties or unnecessary penalties. So we just got to keep doing that. We know that they got a good power play, so we just got to try to minimize our penalties, obviously.
Adam Enrique with Trent Frederick and Connor Brown. Matthias Janmark with Vasily Podkolzin and Victor Arvidsson. This was a good line for Edmonton in game number 1 against Florida in the 4-3 overtime victory. Matthias Ekholm and Evan Bouchard. Evan Bouchard played 31-51, game 1. It was the most amongst Oilers skaters. He leads NHL defensemen with 18 points in 17 playoff games this year. He's led NHL defensemen in D-scoring the last 2 years before this season. So he puts up points come crunch time in the playoffs. Darnell Nurse and Brett Kulak, Jake Wallman, and John Klingberg. That pairing was very good. Stuart Skinner starts a goal. I mentioned to you 942 in his last 8 starts. Overall 7-4 with a 2.49 goals against average and a 904 save percentage. And speaking of Evan Bouchard, here is the Oilers' Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
Yeah, Bushy, he's always been a guy that raises his game at this time of year. The way he can stay calm and cool and in the biggest possible situations is really impressive, especially for younger guys. So he always finds a way to raise his level, and we've come to expect that from him, and that's I think that's saying a lot from a guy that's especially I think defensemen usually have a harder time to get a grip in this league, and he's been able to do that seamlessly, and we have a lot of confidence in him back there, but he just finds a way to stay composed and rise to all situations.
And Bouchard has added penalty killing to his repertoire this season. He is now third amongst Oilers in time on ice on the PK. Roughly 20 minutes to face off. This is Rogers Game Night, Stanley Cup final action on the Oilers Radio Network.
The same AI-powered technology that helps Oilers fans move through security efficiently at Rogers Place is also available for Edmonton area schools, hospitals, and workplaces. Evolve Technology, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers and official security screening partner of Rogers Place, helps identify potential threats and create safe experiences at hockey games and wherever people gather. Visit Rogers Place to experience Evolve live or check out evolve.com for more information. That's EVOLV.com.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they are the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Rogers Game Night, the Oilers. This is Oil Country Playoffs 50-50, presented by Rogers, is now live. In addition to tonight's jackpot draw, you can win $10,000 cash and a trip to the F1 Grand Prix in Montreal, as well as a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport. The main jackpot is already over $5.4 million. The bonus jackpot is over $7 million. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com/5050 for more chances to win. Let's go to Legacy Heating and Cooling. Who's hot and who's not? Legacy Heating and Cooling. Home and no payments and no interest for 1 year. Leon Draisaitl is on a 7-game heater here in the playoffs. He's got 4 goals and 12 points during that stretch. Connor McDavid on a 6-game point streak, 3 goals and 11 points. The out-of-town scoreboard for Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. And the biggest news of the day, the Dallas Stars. A week ago, Edmonton was playing Dallas in Game 5 down in Texas. Today, they relieved Peter DeBoer of his duties. 3 years. Got him into the third round of the playoffs all 3 seasons, but did not advance to the Stanley Cup final. And a reminder to stay tuned following the game for the Alberta Blue Cross Travel Insurance goal of the game. Health, dental, travel, we got the coverage you need. Visit ab.bluecross.ca. So the Edmonton Oilers have an interesting situation because Connor McDavid centers Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Corey Perry. But the Oilers have a nuclear option where they can put Draisaitl up with McDavid and Perry and Ryan Nugent-Hopkins with Keane and Kapanen. And here is Corey Perry on the opportunity to play with McDavid and Draisaitl.
Get them the puck, get out of the way, go to the net. And retrieve pucks. It's pretty simple. But you always have to think how they think. They're always a step ahead and thinking a play ahead, and they see the ice so well. So you gotta be aware of where they're going and what they're trying to do.
And meanwhile, Connor McDavid had these thoughts on his left winger on that line, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
Yeah, he was one of the first people to ever reach out from the organization. I think it was only a couple days after the draft lottery. He sent me a text. I thought he was. We were taken. I thought he was pulling my leg or something, but I didn't believe it at first. So it definitely means a lot. Played 10 years together, been teammates for a long time and been through it all together. Great being his teammate.
Oilers up 1-0 in the series. 16 minutes to face off. This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
At Fountain Tire, we're all about one thing, taking care of your vehicle. Oh, and your wallet. I guess that's 2 things. Save up to 20% off select tires until June 14th. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Take in the ultimate game day experience at the all-new Selly Sports Bar and Lounge. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options and off-track betting. Feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Don't miss a second of the action at Century Casino.
At Fountain Tire, we're all about one thing, taking care of your vehicle. Oh, and your wallet. I guess that's 2 things. Save up to 20% off select tires until June 14th. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
You're listening to Rogers Game Night on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHAD, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
Game 2, Stanley Cup final. Connor McDavid had a little bit of fun today. Elliot Friedman asked him whether or not that pass was intended for Evander Kane or Matthias Ekholm. Connor did not answer. I'm going to ask our inside the game analyst, Rob Brown, who had a 49-goal, 114-point season in the NHL playing with Mario Lemieux. Would Mario have answered that the same way? Would he have not told you what it was?
Mario would have winked. He just would have looked at him and winked. The way the pass came out, the way he let it settle right around where Kane was skating in, to me it looked like he was passing it to Kane.
Yeah.
But the difference between Connor and everyone else in the world is Connor can see through people. He can see things that could happen or should happen. So anyone else in the National Hockey League, I would have said that was a pass 100% to Kane. With Connor McDavid, there is the air of uncertainty because he's one player that could see through that.
Oilers drew first blood.
Yep.
And I think they needed to. I think that's fair to say. You want to hold. I mean, it's this simple. If Edmonton wins every game at home in this series, they win the Stanley Cup. So let's get to a couple things here. Do you believe momentum carries from game to game?
No, I don't. I don't, because if it did, the Florida Panthers would have won the Stanley Cup in Game 4 last year.
Right.
And the Edmonton Oilers would have won the Stanley Cup in Game 7. So I don't believe that it carries game to game, but I can tell you this. There's one team that's going to be a little more desperate tonight, and that's the Florida Panthers, because they don't want to fall behind 0-2. There is a less stress on the Edmonton Oilers tonight because they're up 1-0 in the series. So I don't believe momentum carries forward. I think that throughout this game tonight there will be different things that happen, whether it's a big hit, a big goal, a bad penalty, big save. Something will happen that'll change the momentum or change the way a game goes at that point. I do believe the Edmonton Oilers are playing a little freer tonight because they've got Game 1 under their belt, and last year it took 4 games for them to get Game 1 victory.
Based on the warm-up, we assume Leon Draisaitl's back between Evander Kane and Kasperi Kapanen. That's what I would do too. In the 19 minutes that they played together in game number 1, 14 of which was in the third period and in overtime, the Oilers had 36 shot attempts and Florida had 13. Is that tilting the ice?
Well, and you know why Chris Knobloch does it at times. Is like things aren't going right. The second period was not good for the Oilers. They were the second best team. So in the third period, he said, okay, I'm going to put Connor and Leon together, and I'm going to dare you to try and stop them. And the Florida Panthers couldn't. They couldn't get out of their own zone. I know that Bryn talks up here about the Florida Panthers forecheck. Well, how do you break the Florida Panthers forecheck? Well, don't let them get into the offensive zone. Keep them hemmed up in their own zone. And that's what happened in the third period. I think you will see Leon with his own line until something goes wrong in this hockey game, and Chris Knobloch needs a spark, and he's got the biggest spark possible when he puts those two together.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Kane and Kapanen, but Colson, Frederick, completely different physical presence that Edmonton had last year in this series.
Well, it is. And, I mean, the Oilers still were physical last year, but this is a different level of physicality with those players. And Bob, when you teach kids to hit, and you teach them why you are physical, it's separating player from puck. Well, the hits that we saw in Game 1, they weren't to separate a player from a puck. They were just to send a message that every time you touch the puck, it's going to hurt. And what happens, and I believe 100%, the penalty that was that created the game-winning goal, the puck over the glass, was made by a player who didn't play a lot, that knew that everything was coming fast. He was going to get hit. There's going to be physicality, and got rid of the puck sooner than he needed to and threw it over the glass. That's what happens when you continually finish every check throughout the entire game. As the game goes on, you start moving the puck quicker than you want because you don't feel you have enough time and you don't want to get run over. And that usually leads to turnovers, and that's what both teams are trying to do. They are trying to create this moment for the opposition to make mistakes because they know they're going to get hit. And both teams were very good at that in Game 1.
All right, so Florida plays this high-pressure 2-1-2 forecheck. They play a 2-1-2 in the neutral zone where they try to create turnovers. And they play a fairly assertive man defense, although they do keep the 1D man sort of on the offside as a net front. If Edmonton could ever get the lead against a team that plays like that, I mean, we have all the healthy respect in the world for Florida. They ultimately won the Stanley Cup in 7 games last year. This is their third straight Stanley Cup final.
They're good.
But what happened when Edmonton got the lead at home in Game 4 here last year in Game 6.
Well, the Oilers ran away with it, and the Florida Panthers. Well, the Oilers. It's funny. People always think Edmonton, because of Connor and Leon, that they're a great offensive team, and they are. But they're a great defensive team. And when they get the lead, they shut it down better than anyone in the National Hockey League, and they force you to get outside your comfort zone. They force you to make plays that you don't want to make, and they eat you up because every time you try to force something and there's a turnover, now they're coming back at you in waves. So, yeah, it'd be very important for the Oilers to get a lead and be able to extend it to 2 in the game. That forces Florida to get completely out of their game. But I think both these teams have been through so much. I don't think anything that happens throughout this game, throughout this series, will surprise the opposition, will fluster the opposition. They're 2 teams that are very well weathered when it comes to NHL playoff games.
What did Paul Maurice say after the game? These are just 2 really good teams.
Yep.
There's no BS in anybody's game. They're both bringing it. There's not a lot of mistakes out there. It's tight.
It is tight, and the thing is, when a big mistake happens, you have to capitalize. The big mistake last night was the puck over glass, and when that happened, the Edmonton Oilers capitalized on it and won the hockey game. I expect more of the same, Bob. And both goaltenders were good in Game 1, but Bobrovsky made one mistake, the Arvidsson goal. And in a series that's going to be tight and what we expect to be close throughout the entire 4 to 7 games, if your goaltender flinches first, that could come back and haunt you. And in a 1-goal hockey game last game, the goal by Arvidsson, the one that should have been stopped by Bobrovsky,
was the difference.
Was the difference in the hockey game.
All right, I think that the Oilers had that challenge completely flipped the script in that game.
Yep.
Agreed?
I do, and it's one I like. Knobloch said I'd do it again. I have a hard time with challenges because I really don't know what is or what isn't.
I think that's a fair assessment.
And on that one, and give Florida credit. They got the call, and then they went out and took advantage of the bonus afterwards by getting the power play goal as well. So they took advantage of their opportunity. And again, on the other side, the Oilers didn't wilt. They found themselves behind 2 goals. They got better in the game when they got down by 2.
Rob, let's go to the Ford keys to the game. Ford is the official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud.
Well, we saw last game that the Oilers were disciplined, but when they took penalties, the Florida Panthers scored a power play goal. So tonight, be physical as much as you can, but do it between the whistles. Do not take the silly penalties. Silly penalties will haunt you in a series that's going to be very, very tight. And 2, play off these fans. And what the fans want, they want goals, but they want hits. Every time you hit someone in this game, this place is going to go nuts. And you're sitting on that Florida bench, every time you get hit, the place goes crazy. It just takes a little bit out of your soul. So Edmonton Oilers feed off the fans.
So I think this is the best defense since 1987. The Conn Smythe in 1987 was Ron Hextall, and nobody can make him go crazy the way Rob Brown did.
Yeah, he's anyone in the National Hockey League could have beat me in a race. The only one I could beat was the goaltender chasing me with his stick over his head. So he is the one race I won in my National Hockey League career.
All right, awesome stuff. That is our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown. We are going to take you rinkside here as we pump it up. We're approximately 7 minutes to puck drop, and now it's the crowd's turn. Dressing room momentarily will open up, and it will get absolutely crazy at Rogers Place. You can hear the fans. They are ready to go. The Oilers up 1-0, winning game number 1 on a Leon Draisaitl power play goal. It was Draisaitl and Keane in particular. They were banged up in last year's playoffs. Vander Keane could only play 2 games. Leon fought through 2 separate injuries, got into all 7 games, and he now leads the Edmonton Oilers in playoff goals with 9. He's got 60 on the season, which is obviously the most in the NHL. He's only 50 goals scored during the regular season. I'm telling you, you can feel the crescendo building up in this barn right now. Edmonton Oilers, Stuart Skinner about to lead the team on the ice. The door is open. And we will give you about a minute and a half here of just straight chaos and sound. Away from puck drop. Game 2, Stanley Cup final. Jack Michaels will have the call. The Oilers wanting to hold serve at home, coming off a 4-3 overtime victory. This is OILERS NHL Stanley Cup final action on the Oilers Radio Network.
Blue collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit HeavyMetalEquipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
RS Breakers and Controls, Canada's leader in new, used, tested, and obsolete circuit breakers, MCC buckets, bus plugs, and switches. They have everything you need to maintain your aging electrical infrastructure, ensuring it operates as good as new. Their 24/7 emergency response gets you back up and running quickly, saving valuable time and money. Minimal generators or modifications needed, and like-for-like replacements mean no special inspections. Don't replace, repair your legacy equipment with RS. Visit rsbreakers.com.
You can't win it all without a great team, and Portage College is ready to see you through your educational journey. With certificates, diplomas, apprenticeships, degree pathways, and micro-credentials, Portage College has options for everyone. Take advantage of their small class sizes and true community feel, and you'll have all the support you need to complete your education and take your next step on the way to greatness. Visit portagecollege.ca to learn more about Portage College's programs and services. Portage College, it's about you.
18,347 here for Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. Alongside Bob Stauffer, I'm Jack Michaels. Let's get a look at your Coventry starting lineup for the Edmonton Oilers. Stuart Skinner in the pipes once again. He's won 5 in a row, as have the Oilers. Darnell Nurse and Brett Kulak defensively. Opening line centered by Leon Draisaitl, who scored twice, including the overtime winner in Game 1 as the Oilers rallied past Florida 4-3. Kapanen and Kane are your wingers. Now Robert Clark with the anthems.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
tonight's exclusive NHL broadcast.
Shoots and scores! But now it's Draisaitl off to Connor McDavid. Centers Kane for the hat trick. He scores!
All the action called by the voices who know the game inside and out.
This crowd explodes!
Bob Stauffer and Jack Michaels on the Oilers Radio Network.
Well, the Game 1 winner Stanley Cup playoff history tells you that in the final, they're 65-20 when you get the Game 1 victory. The Oilers will tell you, forget about history. They've got 3 wins in front of them. The first opportunity is Game 2 against the Florida Panthers, and we've got it for you right now. Alongside Bob Stauffer, I'm Jack Michaels. We told you the Oilers' Coventry home starting lineup is brought to you by the official builder of the Oilers. Florida makes a change in its top 6. They'll flip Carter Verhaeghe up on the top line with Barkov and Reinhart trying to get those two going offensively. Forsling and Ekblad defensively. Bobrovsky and net, and we're underway as Barkov wins the faceoff against Leon Draisaitl. Edmonton scored 66 seconds into Game 1. Here's Florida the chance, and a wrist shot blistered wide. Reinhart, a sitting duck in the slot after a very quiet Game 1, but he missed the net. Draisaitl comes thundering back into the offensive zone. Big hits all over the place. Evander Kane in the mix on the forecheck. Here's Darnell Nurse, a wrist shot sent wide. Kane had 9 hits in the opener as the Oilers got a win, but now Kane, as he came into Verhaeghe, caught him with a high stick, and it's called. 37 seconds in.
Got to have your stick under control. They're checking for 4 here. They're going to be real lucky if this is only 2 on Evander.
Carter Verhaeghe, who had a pair of assists in the opener. Sam Bennett had 2 goals. It is indeed a 2-minute minor, but the Oilers will be short-handed. Florida 1 for 2 on the power play in the opener. Edmonton was 0 for 3 during the regulation and then won it on a power play goal by Leon Draisaitl with a half-minute to go in the first overtime session. The Oilers have been nicked for power play goals in each of the last 3 games they've played, but it hasn't mattered. They've won all 3. Barkov, a face-off against Adam Henrique, who won it, and it's powered down the right-hand side by Evan Bouchard. Your penalty kill brought to you by our friends at Napa Auto Parts. 65% in the postseason. The Panthers are 13 of 30 on the road in the power play department. That's 43%. Panthers skating right to left in the white uniforms with blue pants and red and gold trim. Reinhart gives it back to the point. Ekblad, a one-timer, and that went off the heel of Matthew Tkachuk's stick. He had an assist in Game 1, but otherwise not a meaningful impact. A shot by Ekblad, and that got through Skinner, but he forced it wide, deflected it with a left pad over to Bouchard, and a high toss swatted out of play by Seth Jones, who was on the ice and victimized for the aforementioned power play goal that put the Panthers away in Game 1 on Wednesday night. Jones is lobbying, but in talking with referees Jean Hebert and Chris Rooney, they're going to move this face-off out to the neutral zone. Linesman Devin Berg and Ryan Gibbons. Bob, Edmonton thrived when it needed to on the power play, and this penalty kill comes at a point in the game where players will tell you they don't love getting a power play this early.
Yeah, Bouchard first pairing now out there with Matthias Ekholm, and he's done a good job. He's got a strong stick. He's 3rd in time on ice and penalty kill in the playoffs. I don't think we saw that happening at the start of the playoffs.
Wristed down deep by Jones, Sam Reinhart. Well, when Edmonton struggled early in the playoffs against LA, they made that adjustment and got McDavid and Bouchard out there more frequently. A clear for the Oilers and Kasperi Kapanen, who may have been Edmonton's best player in Game 1, and he continues to work on the PK. Crowd's starting to really warm up to Kasperi Kapanen, and finally the Panthers are able to carve it out of there. Matthew Tkachuk wheels his way in, banded across, seamer pass, and a wrist shot that Rodriguez didn't get much on. It was partially tipped out to Verhaeghe, long shot deflected, open Nate Schmidt, quick dish, score! And Florida has taken a 1-0 lead. Sam Bennett, power play goal at 2:07. And a stick that was swatted out of Ekholm's hands.
It wasn't swatted out, it was thrown out. And when the fans see what happened, yeah, well, cagey veteran play on Florida's part, and the Panthers score early.
Schmidt and Rodriguez with the assists on Sam Bennett's 13th goal of the playoffs, and he has set a league record, Bob.
Yep.
That's his 12th away from home in the postseason. 12 of his 13 playoff goals are on the road.
How good has Nate Schmidt been?
Well, he has 3 assists in this series.
Yep. On that second unit power play.
So it's Florida on top 1-0. But again, the Oilers have won 5 in a row when their opposition scores first in the playoffs.
Florida is flopping all over the ice.
Nico Mikkola up the middle and spilled in by Luostarinen. Here's Ekholm up the left-hand side. Draisaitl kicks it free for Connor McDavid. Draisaitl, McDavid, and Perry getting a shift. McDavid backdoor, and Bouchard slammed it off the outside of the net. Rebound Perry, angled off the boards to Woolman. Now it's Draisaitl. Shot Bouchard, and that was deflected up on the plexi and sailed out of play. 2:48 having elapsed here in this first period. And Sam Bennett, who has been an absolute tour de force the last 3 years in the playoffs, has opened the scoring.
Oh, go play. And that's what Edmonton did on the very next shift. Just go play. And you said why. Because they have been able to win games when other teams score first.
Face off left side of Bobrovsky. Henrique out there with Frederick and Brown. A shot by Klingberg, and we got a penalty coming against Florida. I think Frederick drew a call in front of the net, and it's Aaron Ekblad who will trudge to the box for the Panthers.
That, to me, looked like a Mary Kay makeup call. Didn't do much there. He held a stick, but... Whoa.
I didn't see much there. Now, we only had the angle from the backside of the play, but, I mean, if he held the stick, it would have been called for holding the stick. If that's a holding call, I'm going to be curious to see what the standard looks like for the remainder of the game. In front, Perry denied by Bobrovsky off the draw. He was all alone in front of Bobrovsky, waited him out, and then tried to flip it over his prostrate form, glove side, and Bobrovsky got some leather on it. A length of the ice clear by the Panthers, and here come the Oilers. They're in the blue and orange, outlined in white. It's McDavid dashing in left to right. Hits the line between circles, gives it up for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Power play won it for the Oilers in the opener. It's Bouchard. Nugent-Hopkins loads and fires at a save. Bobrovsky rebound at Bobrovsky's feet, and then a takedown. Nugent-Hopkins tripped up Seth Jones, and will even it up here 38 seconds into the Oiler power play, presented by Atco Energy, your trusted Alberta retailer. 4-on-4 for the next minute 20. Not much.
These guys are having a rough start here. Florida, Jack, I said it. They're flopping every time they're touched. They're trying to draw some more penalties. Edmonton got 4 power plays in the last game. Florida had 2.
Well, on the second look, the stick does get a little bit above the skate blade and into an area where you could trip. And again,
but there's a situation where Edmonton didn't get the benefit of the call when they were on Ekholm.
But on the other hand, Florida, like you said, they kind of skated into the stick. It was, quite frankly, as you pointed out, gamesmanship. Yep. Tough to determine intent in the heat of the moment, Bob. You've got a loose stick on the ice and you skate into it. Sometimes you're going to get away with that. They didn't throw it. They skated into it. Bennett against Draisaitl. 4-on-4, remember. This is not a power play for the Panthers. Not just yet. They'll get an abbreviated 38-second power play eventually. Bennett has opened the scoring, and he wins the faceoff. Mikkola to Nate Schmidt, and he'll wind it around. And you've got Brad Marchand, who scored a power play goal for Florida in Game 1. Marchand, cross ice pass was deflected. Right now, Marchand and Perry share the active lead among players with 8 goals in the Stanley Cup Final. A drive by Mikkola, and that sailed high and wide of Stuart Skinner on the glove side. Florida, a 1-0 lead. Here's Brad Marchand through the neutral zone. A wrist shot right into the midsection, and then he puts some pressure on Skinner. Little ice shower, and takes some shots for his trouble, including one from Adam Henrique. We played 4 minutes, and it's 1-0 Florida. Sam Bennett from Nate Schmidt and Evan Rodriguez.
Florida's come nasty in this game to start. They're getting in the Oilers' grill in front of the net, and they are flopping when they're getting touched.
Oilers 50-50 jackpot approaching $6 million right now. Early bird prizing includes an opportunity to win $10,000 cash, a trip to the Formula One Grand Prix in Montreal, and a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport.
Is that all?
Great early bird prizing. Here's Bouchard up the right-hand side. Ekholm will drive it in deep. Back to collect is Kulikov, and he got mashed into the boards by Adam Henrique. Oilers tried to pry that loose. Arvidsson did so for Henrique. Checked by Kulikov. Knocked off Henrique's stick. He's able to recover and try to center, but that was deflected out of play by Forsling with 4 1/2 gone by here in the first period. And Florida having grabbed a 1-0 lead. The Panthers, this is their 4th appearance in the Stanley Cup Final for Edmonton. It's a non-Classic 6, if you will, record. A 9th appearance in the Stanley Cup Final, moving past Philadelphia, who has 8, Edmonton 9. But the Panthers have exactly 1 road win in their 4 Stanley Cup Final appearances, and it proved to be the difference in last year's series. It came right here in Game 3 in Edmonton. The Panthers win, Bob. They get on the plane tomorrow thinking they got what they came for.
Yep, 100%. And I think we're...
Just as Edmonton did in Dallas.
I think we're seeing a little bit of a different dialed-in performance from Florida tonight already.
Already?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, they're... Not that they weren't fighting for every inch, but they are using every bit of moxie and gamesmanship they have.
Oiler fans serenading 36-year-old goaltender Sergei Bobrovsky, who was gallant in defeat on Wednesday, 42 saves.
Made a great save off of Corey Perry.
But he allowed the goal that kind of changed the complexion of the game.
On Victor Arvidsson, yeah. But
he was good. Off the draw, Draisaitl and McDavid in this 4-on-4. Panthers bump it out of the neutrals, or out to the neutral zone. And eventually it's Sam Reinhart who will gain the line with a wrist shot that was fought off by Stuart Skinner. That one got on him quickly. Mikkola able to hold the zone. Now Barkov challenges Bouchard, forces a turnover. Mikkola to Reinhart. Mikkola's shot, and that went over the right shoulder of Skinner, but wide, held in by Reinhart. Off the one check, threw it down low for Barkov. Barkov quiet offensively, a solid defensive game, but Florida would like more from him offensively tonight. The Oilers send it back to center. Now the Panthers go on an abbreviated power play. Nugent-Hopkins still in the box for another 20 seconds. Sam Bennett fires a pass, mishandled by Seth Jones. He's able to keep it alive for Tkachuk down low behind Stuart Skinner. Tkachuk within the trapezoid. He'll feed Bennett, heading for the net. Shot save. Skinner backhander, and that was sifted wide by Ekblad. Rodriguez, quick one-touch back. And out of the box comes Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, and the Oilers are able to kill off that abbreviated chance for Florida. Bennett finishes his check on one-time teammate Brett Kulak. The two broke in Calgary, driving in left-hand side. Oh, big hit on Ekblad, and he tumbled to the ice surface. Janmark all over him, and Ekblad withstood it, got it to Bennett, and it was flipped off the glass for Tkachuk back to center. Klingberg, a sharp pass. Janmark will give it up. Rich shot save made on Frederick by Sergei Bobrovsky, and Frederick has been robbed a couple of times in this series already. Panthers shovel it down low. It's Reinhart. tracked by Lundell. Centering pass intercepted by Podkolzin. Luostarinen on the puck. Podkolzin, who forced the penalty that led to the game winner in game one, does a nice job of feeding it back to the Florida blue line. Forsling will smash it back in for the Florida Panthers. Draisaitl comes up with it on his backhand. Little spin move, steal, Marchand to the net. Luostarinen, a backhander denied by Skinner. What a setup for Brad Marchand. Held in by Dmitry Kulikov at age 37. Marchand can still play, partner. Kulikov, the dish, a centering pass, and another save by Skinner on Luostarinen, who was driving the net hard. Nate Schmidt kicks it back to the point. Reinhart, little give and go with Schmidt. Schmidt will keep it on his stick and then center that one off Nurse's skate and somehow stayed out. That looked like it might have pinballed in. Draisaitl came up with a ricochet and fires a dart to Kapanen. Back defensively is Nate Schmidt, and Kapanen will toss to the opposite corner for Evander Kane. Run off the puck by Reinhart, and Kulikov under control for Florida sends it over to Nate Schmidt. 12 and a half minutes to go in the first period. It's 1-0 Florida. Beautiful move, but then McDavid stripped again by Schmidt, and he got belted by Victor Arvidsson. Arvidsson ahead. Kane breaks loose to the net, shoots and scores.
This is no country for old men hockey right now. Victor Arvidsson got away, the borderline hit. Absolutely pounded Nate Schmidt, and then the puck ended up going to Evander Kane from distance, and he rips one past Sergei Bobrovsky, and we are tied.
They're going glove side of Bobrovsky. Arvidsson, a shattering check. Bouchard got it back to Arvidsson, who punched it in for Kane. And once again, Bobrovsky victimized on that glove side. Draisaitl beat him there for the game winner. We're tied at 1. This is game 2 of the final. Big hit on Tomas Nosek. And once again, Edmonton and its ability to match Florida physically pays off with the equalizer. McDavid will chip and charge his way in. Mikula to Seth Jones. Crowd serenading Sergei Bobrovsky. Jesper Boqvist hits the trailer. Shot Gadjevich and a save made by Stuart Skinner. Rebound Evander Kane. He'll launch it back to center. Settled by Jones. Gustav Forsling will pound it right back in for Florida. Carter Verhaeghe down low, shoveled in front, deflected. Couple of looks, and Skinner able to come up with it against Alexander Barkov. 11:31 to go in the first period. I almost think you have to be in the building, but I'm going to try to describe as well as I can. These two teams haven't even played 5 periods yet, but they're demonstrably better periods than we've seen all season. Pulsating hockey in the Stanley Cup Final. Of course, it would have to be. Edmonton, Florida, tied at 1. This is game 2 of the final. The Oilers Radio Network.
Our people, our team. It's what business owners almost always say is their most important resource. But strong businesses don't just find great people. They make sure their teams stay healthy, engaged, and performing at their best. A benefits plan from Alberta Blue Cross is more than just drug and dental. They support the whole person with flexible coverage levels that fit the size and circumstance of your business. Find a plan that gets results at ab.bluecross.ca.
Businesses deserve the best protection against cyber threats. Alltech offers state-of-the-art IT and cybersecurity solutions to safeguard digital assets. The team of experts at Alltech are dedicated to providing the highest level of security, ensuring that data remains safe and operations are seamless. With Alltech, businesses can focus on growth while the rest is handled. From advanced threat detection to comprehensive data security, Alltech has it covered. Choose Alltech for reliable and effective cybersecurity. Visit alt-tech.ca now to learn more.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oilers fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
1-1 Edmonton, Florida. Bob, I don't mean to disparage what we saw in the two conference final series, but for me, this Stanley Cup final level is 2 or 3 levels above what we've been all season long.
No question. Both teams have elevated. Both teams have elevated from game 1 to game 2, Jack. They are bringing it.
This is tremendous hockey being played in front of us, and hopefully you're able to appreciate. And thank you so much for joining us on the Oilers Radio Network. Off the draw, Mikkola with a centering pass that was deflected away. We'll have game 3 for you live on Monday night from sunrise, 6:20 Mountain Time. A drive by Jones and a save, right point by Skinner, and a couple more whacks, and Kulak's going to want to clear that out of there. But Stuart Skinner has held sway here, and now we've got a potential fight. Nurse engaged with Matthew Tkachuk. That looked like it might be about for a second.
Nurse is getting the extra minor here, Jack. And the crowd's
You think they're pulling one guy out of the pile here?
They're pulling Darnell out. I'm telling you right now, Nurse is going to be in the box.
There was an extra jab or two at Skinner's left skate, and when the Oilers took exception to it, you had Tkachuk ridden into the boards.
Maybe they're going to equalize it here. And now Mikkola's talking to Nurse.
Yeah, I don't think it's just one guy here. Tkachuk and Nurse will be headed off.
And Bennett's carrying a conversation on with Kane.
5 minor penalty, cross-checking. 4-19 minor penalty, slashing. We're playing 4-on-4.
4-on-4 hockey, Jean Hebert. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, 4-on-4, Panthers have given up a goal. Edmonton, for the first time all year long, gave up a goal 4-on-4, but they've also scored, and they were also very good in the regular season, 5-0, 4-on-4. So, at least on paper, one would suspect Edmonton would have the advantage here because McDavid and Draisaitl, who dominated Game 1, come over the boards. Bob, the 19 minutes they played together, well, read off the stats.
36-13 were the shot attempts for the Oilers.
9-3 scoring chances.
Yeah, 14 of the 19 minutes were in the third period overtime.
So Forsling off the draw, able to control for the Panthers, who do get the opening possession 4-on-4, and Forsling takes a shot that's deflected up and out of play. And I'm guessing that you would tell me 4-on-4 when you've got McDavid and Draisaitl on the ice, you got to get that face-off to maximize the advantage.
And Edmonton, you wouldn't have thought, based on how the playoffs have gone with these two teams, that Edmonton would only win 42% of their face-offs in the opening game, but they got absolutely schooled in the circle, and that's concerning because Edmonton's the home team.
Off the draw, you've got Bouchard off to McDavid. Draisaitl setting a screen for him with Forsling. In over the line, McDavid, drop pass, Bouchard, loading, firing, and that shot blocked. Got it back, score! 2-1 Edmonton.
What a shot by Evan Bouchard. I mean, that's an incredibly difficult save for Sergei Bobrovsky to make. McDavid gains his own entry on the picket fence set up from Draisaitl. Bouchard's first shot gets blocked, but then he's the only one that finds the rebound, and he can shoot the pelt, and he just did.
That's his 20th career playoff goal. And with a goal and an assist in this first period, he now passes Charlie Huddy and is behind only Paul Coffey in the history of the Edmonton Oilers for most points in the playoffs by a defenseman. That's 20 goals and 78 points. He buries it at 9:19, and the Oilers do take advantage of that 4-on-4, as we told you they might. And Sergei Bobrovsky is going to hear more from the crowd. Wallman all of a sudden breaks free. Slap shot, and that got through Bobrovsky, but he got it with the heel of his glove and sent it tumbling wide, and then Klingberg got knocked off the puck. Lundell trying to force the issue. So Edmonton has come back to lead 2-1. Verhaeghe, Seth Jones in front and just missed Anton Lundell. Mikula with a hard punch to keep it down low in the zone. Swept around by Jones. That's going to be picked up by Mikula, who fires wide. McDavid and Draisaitl with the assists on the Bouchard goal. But as Bob told you, the key was just Bouchard having the presence of mind to pick up that block shot and, just as importantly, release it before anyone in Florida, including Bobrovsky, could get set. Arvidsson dumps it in. You get a rebound off right away before anyone can find it, you're in big trouble.
Especially when you can shoot like Bouchard can.
Well, yes, that's a cure-all for anyone. Here's Sam Bennett in from the right-hand side. Tries a wrist shot. That was deflected into the corner. Ekblad will freeze it there. Nugent Hopkins able to take it away, and a quick centering pass brought the other way by Matthias Ekholm. He'll gain the line. Wide open dishes. One-timer to save Bobrovsky. Denying Victor Arvidsson for a while there, Bob. I thought Ekholm was going to pull the trigger because the seas parted. He set up his good buddy Arvidsson for a one-timer, and now some pushing and shoving as Brad Marchand lets Arvidsson know that he will be heard from. Fans love it. What they love even more is a 2-1 lead for the Edmonton Oilers in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final, with the Oil having revived itself and pulling out a Game 1 victory by a count of 4-3 in overtime. Looking to hold serve at home. We'll continue with our live coverage of Game 2 in just a moment. Ford Dealers NHL Hockey and the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
Proudly headquartered in oil country, Capital Power is delivering reliable and affordable power today while building clean power systems for tomorrow. Creating the balanced energy solutions communities across Alberta and North America can depend on. Visit capitalpower.com to learn how they are powering change by changing power. Be part of their energy and join Capital Power as we all cheer on our Edmonton Oilers on their quest to win it all.
Steelhaus Triton, two legendary oilfield services brands, one powerful partnership. Rooted in innovation, reliability, and a steadfast commitment to excellence, Steelhaus is proudly 100% Canadian-owned and locally manufactured. With over 15 field service locations across the prairies and up to the Rockies, they deliver world-class energy solutions with unmatched responsiveness, helping their customers thrive in the most demanding environments. Steelhaus Triton, engineered for performance, built in Canada. Visit steelhausinc.com for more information.
Real Canadian Superstore has more ways to save than any other major grocer. Check out their weekly flyer for PC Optimum offers, deals on club size, no name, and always low-priced everyday items. Visit in-store to find everything from fashion and home decor to toys and electronics. And don't forget their new Fresh Promise on produce. If your produce isn't fresh, they'll replace it and refund it. There are so many ways to save at Real Canadian Superstore. See their flyer for details.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Live from your Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth, I'm Jack Michaels alongside Bob Stauffer. The Oilers 2 and the Florida Panthers 1. Back-to-back goals from Evander Kane and Evan Bouchard. And Bob, 2 goals in 100 seconds. Both teams' quick striking capability. Here's Bouchard watching as Wallman finds Draisaitl off the draw. Back to Wallman, and then he drilled it right into the chest of Sergei Bobrovsky. Evan Bouchard has come out in this first period and handed off an assist to go along with his go-ahead goal. Evander Kane, his 6th of the postseason, Bouchard 7th. And there's more healing tactics off this last whistle. This time, Evander Kane involved.
Yeah, no question. Him and Mikula. Jack, it's got to be stated, after the 2-1 goal, the Oilers had 2 looks. Wallman was flying, and he almost beat Sergei Bobrovsky. But to Bobrovsky's credit, after, on a setup from Ekholm to Arvidsson, he made a terrific stop.
And again, to get over there, Bob, because I thought Ekholm might have had the better opportunity. And he, of course, scored the game-tying goal in the third period of Game 1. Off the draw, Kane had a shot deflected into the waiting arms of Bobrovsky. He'll put it on the deck for Luostarinen, who then overskated and allowed Kapanen to nudge it back into the offensive zone. Here come the Panthers, right to left. Marchand, Luostarinen. Sends it down low to the long-time Bruins stand-down and a captain the last 2 years. Draisaitl took it away from Marchand. Klingberg up to Kapanen. Did not get it out of the zone. Here's Nate Schmidt breaking free. Beautiful dish. Backdoor wrist shot. Score. Seth Jones beat Stuart Skinner on some kind of look. That was a breathtaking play. Luostarinen backdoor, and Jones makes no mistake to tie it. But once again, it's Nate Schmidt, the trigger man.
His lateral movement, like he could always skate, and he's been their best defenseman in this series. It's not even close. I mean, that is the Oilers, unfortunately, Kapanen, he's got to get that puck out of the zone. The Oilers had a chance to get it up the wall and out. He couldn't do so. And then Schmidt beats two players with one pass because of his lateral movement, opens the ice up, and then Luostarinen backdoor to an activating Seth Jones, and we're tied. What a hockey game so far. It was a great goal.
And just as importantly, Lundell able to seal off Klingberg so he can't handle the backdoor cutting Seth Jones. Off the draw, here's the dish, but Colson, a shot by Kulak, drops at the feet of Janmark, and he can't tuck it home. Instead, punched forward by Carter Verhaeghe. And you said it, Bob. What a first 12 minutes here in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. For that matter, we have had two fabulous games. Big hit, put Colson on Reinhardt. But the Panthers will attack 2-on-2. Barkov, a backhand and a save. Skinner on Carter Verhaeghe. And just as Edmonton threatened to extend its lead, Florida, fresh off the game-tying goal, almost regains the lead on the next shift.
Yeah, no question. I mean, this has had a lot going on here, to say the least.
Tremendous game. And two teams playing at a high caliber. Wow. Yes, there's always mistakes, Bob, but these teams are also making some plays.
Right now, Edmonton's having problems off the Florida cycle defensively, and Florida's having problems off the Edmonton forecheck.
2-2, 7:56 to go in the first. Off the draw. You've got to feed Ekblad. A one-timer ripped by Rodriguez, and once again, Bennett topples into Skinner, and now Skinner's hurt. Did Skinner hit the back of his head on the ice? Right now, the way Skinner is writhing on the ice, we may see Calvin Pickard in this game. We are 8 floors above the ice surface, so I'm not going to suggest anything definitive.
He does it every series.
But Calvin Pickard better start warming up, is all I'm going to say, Bob. I would not be surprised if we see a change here.
Bennett's getting a penalty.
And meanwhile, Fredericks going after Matthew Tkachuk. Bennett fell into Stuart Skinner again. And then Frederick went after Matthew Tkachuk. Florida perhaps trying to bait Edmonton into a retaliatory penalty. Skinner being attended to on the ice by head athletic trainer T.D. Force. Calvin Pickard is limbering up in the tunnel and getting ready.
Minor penalty, goaltender interference.
There's the goaltender interference whistled against Sam Bennett.
Right.
So this is going to be an Oiler power play.
It is not an upper body issue for Skinner. It looks like it's a right leg. He's testing out his flexibility.
Yeah, the right knee.
10-21, Florida 19, 2 minutes each for roughing.
So they're going to take Frederick and Tkachuk off, and Skinner is going to lobby to stay in this game. Now, the reason Bob points out it's a lower body issue is if it was upper body, he might be removed by the concussion spotter, but Skinner's going to stay in it. Bennett fell on him, and Edmonton will go to the power play. Now, the Panthers had some real momentum there, Bob, and now Edmonton's power play has a chance to restore the lead and restore the flow of the game in one fell swoop. So as effective as Bennett has been, We'll see whether he pays for that one. Off the draw, one by Draisaitl. McDavid slides it back to Bouchard. Nugent-Hopkins to Bouchard. McDavid, Nugent-Hopkins, Bouchard, high slot. McDavid rolls up top, right at the circle. Draisaitl. Corey Perry, the net front presence. McDavid beats one man, but not the second. Puck slashed away. Draisaitl will hold it in. Meanwhile, a new stick for Nugent-Hopkins. McDavid, drag move. What-timer score! Leon Draisaitl! A remarkable deke by McDavid. The table set, and Draisaitl finishes.
This first period is insane.
3-2 Edmonton.
Wow. I mean, that is just incredible.
Draisaitl scored his 50th career Stanley Cup playoff goal on the overtime winner. Won't get an easier one off a beautiful toe drag from McDavid and the ensuing setup. He danced around Barkov, and then he completely faked Aaron Ekblad out of his protective equipment. Draisaitl finishes his 10th of the playoffs, 3-2 Oilers. And I don't think you'll see a better period anywhere, any level of hockey. Here's Nosek, drilled by Henrique.
That's because we're watching the top level of hockey. This is as good as it gets.
Kulikov to Schmidt, a wrist shot wide. Well, you've got athletes in every city, but the collection of talent on the ice, it's not just talent. That's what's amazing about this series is you've got mid-level players that look like they are absolutely playing the best hockey of their careers, and the reason is they are. Florida's able to loft it back down inside the Edmonton blue line. Kulak to Nurse, sent back to center. Bouchard already has 3 points, and now an offside will be whistled against the Florida Panthers. And Sam Bennett maybe flirting with that edge. One time too many. His club had a lot of momentum, having just tied the game and threatened to regain the lead. He falls on Skinner, who stays in the game, and then McDavid right around Barkov, toe drag on Ekblad, and Draisaitl a finish past a spread-eagled Sergei Bobrovsky. 3-2 Oilers.
So both teams 1 for 2 on the power play. The Oilers with one more even strength goal. Bouchard, how's that for a first period?
That means both teams at even strength are a combined plus 35. It's Edmonton plus 18 and Florida plus 17 for the playoffs. Panthers walk it back in right to left. Sam Reinhart choked off the puck. Kapanen with a clear inside the Florida blue line. Seth Jones.
Got a glove pass here. Mikola's going to the box here.
Mikola going to the box. And once again, it's going to be a penalty to just Florida here.
Florida 77, minor penalty, roughing.
A roughing call on the backside. Now we saw Mikola go after Nurse on the prior shift. This time he charged into Kasperi Kapanen, his countryman, and caught him up high.
Jack, get the puck to Bouchard right now. Punched him right in the head. That's even that.
I don't know, Bob.
That's got the left paw up there.
Off the draw, Bouchard dishing. Nugent-Hopkins, McDavid, a shot on the feet of Sergei Bobrovsky. A smart play, but Bobrovsky, to his credit, able to come up with a save after giving up 3 goals on the first 11 shots he's faced.
He almost squeaked that past him.
I have to say, I mean, we've seen 5 power plays in this game. We could have easily seen 3.
Yeah.
I think if that went the other way, Bob, you would not have been happy.
And the Bennett penalty was the penalty, and unfortunately, the Kane penalty was the penalty. That's a high stick.
Barkov off the draw, won by Draisaitl. Here's Bouchard sliding it over Nugent-Hopkins. McDavid to the net, right around Forsling, centering pass, swept out, but Held in the zone by Bouchard. Nugent-Hopkins back to Bouchard. Edmonton looking to build on a 3-2 lead. And we've still got more than 5 minutes to play in this first period. Draisaitl off balance, a tough pass that McDavid's unable to handle. And Sam Reinhart wisely will take a skate in his own zone, give it up to Forsling. Perry had not cleared, and the Panthers finally released the puck back into the Edmonton zone. Atco power play brought to you by Alberta's trusted retailer, Atco Energy. It's Bouchard, a back pass to McDavid. He dashes in left to right and got clattered into by Luostarinen and Nosek. Jones did not get it out. Draisaitl with a big paddle knocked it down. Fed it back to McDavid, now back on his feet and sending it out for Evan Bouchard. Saucer to McDavid off his right skate. Kicked it to Bouchard. Now Draisaitl, top of the right circle, takes a quick peek. McDavid right through Jones, tried to center. That was deflected. Draisaitl opens up. Bouchard, a one-timer blocked. Rebound. A shot fought off by Bobrovsky against Nugent-Hopkins, who tried to bank it in off the goaltender. Perry taken down. Penalty coming. Seth Jones will be whistled for a hold, and it's going to be 5-on-3 for 33 seconds.
Got a score here for Edmonton. They've had a couple 5-on-3s in the playoffs that they haven't scored on, Jack.
Well, they get one here for a full half minute.
Because you just have a feeling there's going to be more penalties called tonight.
You think so? We've had 6 power plays, and we've played barely 15 minutes.
I mean, you got to capitalize, because you know there's going to be...
Jones absolutely took down Perry, no question. Grabbed him around the waist and threw him down. He looked like his dad Popeye wrestling Charles Barkley for a rebound underneath. Actually, we saw Barkley take down Shaq in a memorable fight about 25 years ago. That was exactly the maneuver that Seth Jones just utilized on Corey Perry, but it's a 5-on-3 for Edmonton.
I've seen that every Friday and Saturday night at downtown establishments in Edmonton for 25, 30 years, Jack.
How many have you been involved in?
I'm over
Draisaitl against Barkov. Won the face-off quickly, whipped down the ice by Ekblad, and that took a strange hop that, as Bob will tell you, Stuart Skinner was able to handle. Bouchard, the drop to McDavid. 2-man advantage for the Oilers, down to 20 seconds. Draisaitl will step up, top of the right circle, keep it on his stick. Feed Bouchard, 15 seconds on the 5-on-3. McDavid peering inside. Quick pass back to him from Nugent-Hopkins. Fires high and wide. Over the right shoulder of Bobrovsky. Bouchard took it off the plexi. McDavid looks for a lane. A one-timer blocked by Forsling against Draisaitl. And the return pass broken up, and Mikkola will dash out of the box, and Florida will change it up. Down to a conventional 5-on-4 power play, brought to you by our friends at Atco Energy for the next minute 15. Jones the takedown on Perry. Here's Adam Henrique. He'll hit the Florida line. Arvidsson. Henrique was popped hard by Kulikov. Brad Marchand did not get it out initially. Got some help from Lundell, and still the Panthers failed to get it out, but Nate Schmidt, who already has a pair of assists in this game, bails his forwards out. A clear back to Adam Henrique, who stood up by Mikkola. Arvidsson with a second unit on for Edmonton. Evander Kane gives way to Klingberg. Now Henrique wide open, high slot, Wallman. Klingberg. Wallman between circles, fires, and that was redirected wide. Rebound, Evander Kane. Able to pick it up eventually. Fed along. Wallman, a one-timer to save made by Bobrovsky on a 90-mile-an-hour heater from Jake Wallman, who can really fire it. Wallman knocked down a clearing attempt. Came in, right circle, poke checked off his stick. A little give and go with Klingberg, who then walloped one rink wide. Taken by Luostarinen short-handed. He'll hit center ice and give it up. And a chance for Lundell. Tried to drag his way around McDavid, who made the steal. The lead pass intended for Kane, broken up by Ekblad. Frederick, wide open, wrist shot, save on Darnell Nurse by Bobrovsky. At the left point, just as Florida comes back to full strength. What an electric first period we've seen tonight. 2.5 to go in the opening frame. Edmonton 3, Florida 2. The level of play is off the charts thus far in this series. Frederick will send it into the corner. I don't think we've seen a dull minute of play yet.
Got to watch your sticks if you're Edmonton.
Here's Nate Schmidt. A turnover. Janmark fires just wide. Bob doesn't even have time to finish his point. More chances out on the ice. Kulak to Nurse. Back door, and it was there, but Janmark couldn't handle the pass, and it escapes the zone. Frederick to settle it down with 2 minutes to go. The Oilers already having fired 16 shots on net in this first period. They lead at 3-2. Connor Brown, a little give and go. It seems like Brown has hardly played. Nate Schmidt takes over for Florida. The outlet, Jesper Boqvist. A little bit of a drive-by. Janmark back on it, and now battling for control is Boqvist against Bouchard, who guides it back to Matthias Ekholm. On to Arvidsson. He got popped at center ice, and it came free for Dmitry Kulikov. 90 seconds to go, first period. Florida trailing 3-2. Boqvist funnels it down low for Thomas Nosek. He tried to center. Gadjevich, a shot denied by Skinner. Big save coming, and we got a penalty against Edmonton.
It's going to be Bouchard for the cross-check.
Time 18:41, and Florida awarded its third power play of this first period. Well, if you're just tuning in, I'm sorry. Bob and I cannot tell you haven't missed a thing, because you've missed a lot. 7 power plays, 5 goals. Terrific hockey across the board by both teams. And Florida will try to send us into the dressing room, deadlocked at 3. When we come back, the Oilers by a goal at Rogers Place, but shorthanded with 4 dealers. NHL hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey Edmonton, big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
Bloom Benefits offers amazing coverage that even the toughest hockey players can get behind. With excellent coverage, they offer things like massage. You want to go? Counseling services. Let's go! Dental coverage. That was not offside. And eye exams. With custom health coverage for any group of any size, Bloom Benefits make every team better, stronger, and healthier. Plans start from just $54 a month. Rethink your benefits today at bloombenefits.ca.
At Northern Lakes College, students work, raise their family, and complete their certificate, diploma, or partnership degree. With NLC's supported distance learning model, you can do it all in a flexible online classroom. Explore a variety of programs from academic upgrading to university studies, including a wide range of courses available through continuing education. Skate into your new career in a learning environment that works for you. NorthernLakesCollege.ca. The education you want, the flexibility you deserve.
Hey Edmonton, big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
Edmonton 3, Florida 2. Well, Hagler Hearns gave you 3 great minutes and an epic 3-round fight. This one feels a lot like Ward Gaddy. It's been terrific for almost a full 20. Panthers on the power play. Oilers on an Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. 3-2 hockey game. Edmonton on top.
Wallman, no stick.
No stick. 5-on-3.5. Reinhart to Seth Jones, top of the right circle, defended by Ekholm. Nugent Hopkins and Henrique up top, trying to force a turnover. Tkachuk from beneath the goal line. Barkov surveys. Slide step to his right. Angles it off the boards to Seth Jones. He'll walk the line. A shot. And that was deflected wide. Ekblad. 40 seconds to go in the period. Florida in search of the equalizer. Cross-ice pass tipped. One-timer Jones and a save. Stuart Skinner. Rebound eludes Ekblad and crawls outside. Ekblad will leave it at center. Matthew Tkachuk. Oh, the Oilers got caught in a change. But they're able to recover as Tkachuk conservatively to the left half boards for Barkov. From behind the net, Tkachuk. He waits, he dishes. Ekblad steps in. One-timer Barkov and a save, Skinner. Came back to Barkov, 11 seconds. Ekblad slides over, puts it in deep for Tkachuk. Inside to Jones, tapped away by Brown. Jones tried to center off the side of the net, and at the horn, Kulak with a clear. And now more pushing and shoving in front of the Edmonton net as Wallman goes after Tkachuk. It'll be Edmonton 3, Florida 2 as we head to the second period, and the Panthers will have an abbreviated power play to start the second. 41 seconds of power play time in an attempt to tie the game. But the Oilers who trailed early. A power play goal by Sam Bennett. Edmonton came right back with 2 goals in 100 seconds after Seth Jones tied it on a beautiful feed from Eetu Luostarinen. Draisaitl took advantage of Bennett's penalty for goaltender interference against Stuart Skinner and buried a sublime feed from Connor McDavid, who absolutely undressed 2 of Florida's best players, Barkov and Ekblad, on his way to the net. So 3-2 Edmonton. That's the best I can summarize it, Bob. Now let's go ringside. Brendan's with Kasperi Kapanen.
Yeah, you said it well, Jack. A lot going on in that opening frame, Kasperi. What did you like most about the way your team was able to ride the waves?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of penalties at that period, so we just try to stay calm, and they're trying to bait us in the penalties. So the power play obviously is playing good right now. I think we just get back to 5-on-5 and keep pressuring their D, and it'll be successful for us.
What are the keys to keeping composure in a game like this against a rival now that you've played, quite a bit in the last couple of years?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, there's always a lot of emotion out there, especially in the Stanley Cup Finals. So just got to keep it in check and not take stupid penalties like they've been doing. And I think that'll work out for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you,
Jack.
Thank you, Brendan. And Bob, I mean, normally in a penalty-filled period, you and I start to get irritated because there's no ebb and flow. There's no flow period to the game. This was a period where it had 7 power plays, and yet it felt like continuous action and no whistles. And just, I think that speaks to the tremendous quality that we're seeing from both clubs, whether it's 5-on-5 or on special teams.
First thing I just want to say, Kasperi Kapanen's a good interview. Like, he gave real qualitative answers.
He's a Pennsylvania kid. We're very well spoken.
Kasperi Kapanen.
Yeah, he grew up in Philadelphia.
There you go. Yeah, 100%. Sure.
It's not your typical, just like Barkov. He's not your typical Finn. Barkov has the Russian parents. Kapanen grew up basically an American kid. Finishes his second language, believe it or not.
Yeah, well, that's 2 more than I can speak. But I sit here watching this. I mean, this is it's funny. We have a mutual friend in Boston by the name of Pete Blackburn.
And the What Chaos podcast,
right?
Which you were on today. Are you trying to get a little cross-promotion?
No. And he does the podcast with DJ Bean. And I remember Pete referring to the Edmonton-Calgary series a few years ago as the quote-unquote cocaine circus series. Well, this first period was a little bit of that. And think of a couple of the usual suspects out there. Darnell Nurse and Matthew Tkachuk. And look, Florida's come here with a mean on. They are, they're trying to get in front of Stuart Skinner. Evan Bouchard. The only thing I'd say to Edmonton is he's got a goal and 2 assists, and you get a power play. Get him the puck. Let him rip it. He's got the hot stick going. The Oilers have a PK here that they got to kill about 40 seconds of boost in the box. This is frenetic energy at just an absolutely elite level tempo, and it has been awesome to watch a highly entertaining hockey game to this point.
Yeah, and again, Bob, we don't often say it because usually it's a grind to get to this point, but to see the elevation from the conference finals to the final on both teams' part, because quite frankly, at times in the conference final, Edmonton did it to Dallas, Florida did it to Carolina. You had one team making the other look ordinary, and you and I aren't used to seeing that in the Final Four, but now we're at the Final Two, and it's just a hellacious matchup of 2 teams playing exceptionally well.
I got to ask you a question, though, and I mean this with all sincerity here. In game number 1 of this series, why did Nate Schmidt only play 17-18? Because
he's been fabulous.
They had 3 defensemen over 30 minutes.
He is a third pairing guy, but you're right. It was an overtime game, so you had an 80-minute game, and he only played 17.
Because he's been
terrific.
I mean, he's involved in every goal they score.
Well, that's what I mean. You got mid-level guys who have found next level, and you and I have seen that with guys like Matthias Janmark. The playoffs come, for that matter, Kasperi Kapanen, who might have been Edmonton's best skater the other night. I know Draisaitl scored twice, including the winner, but
anyways, it's game on tonight. We got a lot.
It's fabulous hockey.
A lot of runway left. That was an awesome first period.
And Bob and I won't be surprised if we have another 79-minute type of game tonight. Edmonton, Florida, Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers took Game 1 4-3 in overtime, and they lead Game 2 3-2. Straight ahead, Bryn and Rob. We're live from the 8th floor of Rogers Place in our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. It's the Stanley Cup Final at Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
RS Breakers and Controls, Canada's leader in new, used, tested, and obsolete circuit breakers, MCC buckets, bus plugs, and switches. They have everything you need to maintain your aging electrical infrastructure, ensuring it operates as good as new. Their 24/7 emergency response gets you back up and running quickly, saving valuable time and money. Minimal generators or modifications needed, and like-for-like replacements mean no special inspections. Don't replace. Repair your legacy equipment with RS. Visit rsbreakers.com.
Stay connected with your community and enjoy the latest updates and exclusive access to concerts and events by becoming an 880 CHED Insider. Don't miss out on a single moment. Sign up now at 880ched.com and click on CHED Insider Newsletter to become a vital part of Edmonton's premier news and talk community. 880 CHED, Edmonton's news, today's talk, where Edmonton stays informed and entertained today and every day. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
McDavid rolls up top, right at the circle, Draisaitl. Corey Perry, the net front presence. McDavid beats one man, but not the second. Puck slashed away, Draisaitl will hold it in. Meanwhile, a new stick for Nugent Hopkins. McDavid drag move, one-timer score! Leon Draisaitl! A remarkable deke by McDavid. The table set. And Draisaitl finishes.
This first period is insane.
3-2 Edmonton.
And that's our Highlight Zone, brought to you by Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, and right next door to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Welcome to the first intermission. After 20 minutes of play, I'll let Rob extrapolate on this, but let me sum it up. Wow, what a period.
Entertaining. High event. It's funny. We talked before the game about the discipline and how neither team can take silly penalties. And in that period, there was a lack of discipline and a lot of silly penalties. And we saw an incredible amount of skill. We saw absolutely brutal hits. We saw some big saves at certain moments. That was as high an energy 20 minutes of hockey that I think I've seen in years. I remember at one point I'm sitting in the press room, my brother's here, he's with Canadian Press, and I'm sitting with my brother and I'm like, I look up the scoreboard and it's 15:30 left. And I said, we haven't even played 5 minutes.
I know.
And I've seen more entertainment in this first 5 minutes than we have in entire games. These are 2 very, very good hockey clubs that are playing at a level that no other teams in the National Hockey League can play at, and that's why they're still here. That was a month's worth of entertainment packed into 20 minutes, and the thing that gets me excited, that's only period 1. We got 2 more at least this game, and 2 to 5 more games after this.
Not looking for negatives here, but the Oilers had a 5-on-3 there. They capitalize on that, take a 4-2 lead.
Oh, 100%.
Who knows what's going to happen from that point forward? But, hey, the way this game's going, you never know.
Well, it would have been huge. I mean, extending a lead. When the other team takes silly penalties. Now, the first one, I questioned the Mikkola penalty. I thought that was everything that they let go in this game. That was a weak call. The call on Jones in front of the net, that was a tackle. That was something out of WWF. Like, he picked Perry up and threw him down. At that point, Jones is like, this is the only way I'm going to stop the puck from going in the net. Yeah. So that was a penalty. So, yes, the Oilers had a chance to extend the lead there. They had some good looks. Bobrovsky, who was torched for 3 in the first 20 minutes, did make some big saves there.
Especially after the Draisaitl goal, right?
Yeah, so it was... You want to extend, and when you've got the talent that you have on a 5-on-3, I mean, you think, okay, we're going to get a goal. It's when. Can we get it early enough so that we can still have time in our second power play? But the way that both teams are offensively tonight, I'm not sure extending the lead by 1 is going to be enough. Both teams, I listened to Bob and Jack talk about it, and then we came in. I don't know if there's enough words to explain how entertaining that was and how good these 2 teams are and how excited I am to get to watch at least 40 more minutes tonight.
Okay, so coming up in period 2, Are we going to continue to see those kind of penalties being handed out?
I think both teams'
Or are they
coaches
gonna calm down here?
Well, both teams' coaches are going to be talking in the dressing rooms. Okay, enough with the penalties.
Yeah.
The Florida Panthers have a good power play. They've already scored one goal tonight and had a couple good looks on their other. The Edmonton Oilers have got one power play goal and probably could have 2 or 3. You can't take dumb penalties against good power plays. You just can't. And I would think both coaches are going to have conversations with their teams. We need discipline. There's a lot of players that haven't played a lot in this game because they played 5-on-4 both ways most of that period. I would expect it to be a much calmer game, penalty-wise the rest of the way, but entertainment-wise, wow.
I don't know.
I mean,
it's going to be tough to top.
You have the best in the world dancing. I mean, Connor McDavid, the only thing faster than Connor McDavid's feet are his hands. And on that play there, I mean, he stick-handled in about an 8-inch spot and turned inside out. 2 fantastic hockey players. And then the pass he had about an inch and a half that he had to hit to make sure it went through the sticks of the Florida Panther. I think it was Forsling coming back, and he does. And then Leon does what Leon does. You give him a puck in that area, he's not missing.
I got to point out that Ekblad had 12 shots on goal in that period.
12 shots on goal?
So that shift. Sorry, pardon me. Sorry. You know what?
What are you talking?
Normally I'd apologize. I'm not apologizing for that because it seemed like he had 12 shots on goal.
What did I miss?
And who knows what we're going to see coming up in the second period, but I know one thing. It's coming up fast. We're going to take a break. Oilers with a 3-2 lead on the Panthers. Are you okay over there? Got your heart going a little bit?
Well, I'm like, I thought it was.
I know. It just seemed like hey, what can I tell you? 3-2 Oilers leading the Panthers after 20 minutes of play. Coming back with period number 2 shortly. Whew. At the intermission is brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Fort Dealers NHL Hockey and the Oilers Radio Network.
Fridays just got fired up. Prime rib for $20.99. Coors tankards for $9.99. And White Claw and Olay deals after 4 p.m. Only at the Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
Rogers is Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. We're made for Oilers fans. You can stream Leon's scoring in Leduc. Watch Tide tie things up in Tofield. Unbelievable! Or check out Connor doing Connor things in Kalmar. And even watch Stewart steal the show while you're in Sedalia. Try saying that 3 times fast. Rogers, proud partner and fan of your Edmonton Oilers.
Do you have tickets to an upcoming event at Rogers Place that you can't attend? Donate your tickets to the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation Seats for Kids program, presented by Eagle Builders. Seats for Kids provides unused game tickets for charities, allowing children and families to enjoy hockey at Rogers Place. And for many, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To be a part of the Seats for Kids program presented by Eagle Builders, please email edmonton@kidsupfront.com. That's edmonton@kidsupfront.com.
Catch every goal, every hit, every moment of the playoffs. Live at the Canadian Brew House. Big screens, cold beers, and all the action. The Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. The defense lawyer for David Michael Moss says his client should be in a psychiatric hospital, not prison, with Moss now appealing his life sentence for second-degree murder in the brutal stabbing death of a 7-year-old girl 5 years ago. Moss admitted to killing Bella Rose DeRosier, but during his original trial argued he was not criminally responsible, with his lawyer saying the trial judge did not properly consider what led to the attack, arguing the judge erred when considering expert evidence on his client's psychosis. The city says the intersection of Stony Plain Road and 124th Street is slated to open earlier than planned on Monday as Marigold continues its accelerated Valley Line West LRT construction. And Constable Daniel Woodall was honored today in a ceremony at the school bearing his name 10 years after he was killed on the job by a shooter in West Edmonton. The school presented its inaugural Legacy Award to a grade 6 student who exemplifies Woodall's core values of safety, diversity, community, and belonging. News on demand at 880ched.com.
Tired of skyrocketing energy bills? Switch to clean, affordable power with Horizon Solar. Whether you want to cut costs, go green, or increase your home's value, Horizon Solar has you covered with tailored solar energy solutions. With current government incentives, there's never been a better time to make the switch. Own your power, control your bills, live sustainably. For your free assessment, call Horizon Solar today or visit horizonsolar.com to get started. Horizon Solar, where going green makes sense.
The Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation 50-50, presented by Rogers, is back and bigger than ever. The largest 50-50 in sports offers early bird draws, bonus raffles, and a main jackpot, which is growing by the second. With over $100 million invested across oil country, your support directly helps kids, families, and communities in need. Maybe you'll be our next winner. Get your tickets right now at EdmontonOilers.com and help make oil country a better place.
AGLC license number 696879.
Do your tires feel like hockey pucks on the road? Perhaps it's time for a new set of Atturo tires. No matter what you drive, Atturo has the right fit for you, including the all-new Trailblade HT and AZ810, premium all-weather tires for your pickup, car, SUV, or crossover. You can rest assured that Atturo tires will get you through all 4 seasons. Available at Action Car and Truck, Point S, and tire shops everywhere. Find a dealer near you at atturo.com.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Hey, quickly to take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. One game in the CFL tonight. They're playing in the third quarter, and Montreal's all over Toronto, 22-3. Get ready. Period 2 on the way. At the intermission is brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Four Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
All right, give me something big.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on.
Bigger.
Get a big truck and an even bigger deal.
Love it. Now the details.
Right now, lease a 2025 F-150 STX with the black appearance package from $220 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 24 months with $43.75 down. That's like $110 weekly.
Now bring it home.
Plus, there's a $750 bonus for eligible Ford owners. Hurry into your Alberta Ford store or visit Ford.ca today.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Got the flavors to play, yeah. Cooking on ice. Hunger happens, gotta score a slice. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the street. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers. 737373, Pizza 73. Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Well, if you didn't like that period, you don't like the game. Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. Just a sensational opening 20 minutes. Florida will be on the power play for 41 seconds, trying to tie it up as Edmonton has scratched out a 3-2 lead behind a goal and 2 assists from Evan Bouchard. Leon Draisaitl with a goal and an assist. Connor McDavid with 2 helpers, and Evander Kane has scored his 6th of the postseason. Bennett and Jones for Florida. Face-off win for Connor Brown. And the Oilers will start this shorthanded situation with a Jake Wallman blasted into the Florida zone. The other Napa Auto Parts penalty killers, Brown, Wallman, Ekholm, and on the far side and controlling in the corner with some good work is Matthias Janmark. It's Brown shoveling it up the left-hand side, did not get it out. Janmark crowding Seth Jones, and now Barkov. Slippery down the right-hand side. Barkov will twist it behind the net. Kachuk checked against the corner board, so it's Barkov. Give and go with Seth Jones. Down low, Tkachuk. Cross ice, Ekblad, and a poor pass that goes right to Evan Bouchard. 2-on-1. Fresh out of the box. Bouchard shoots at a save made. Sergei Bobrovsky. And then he got hit late by Connor Brown, and the Panthers take exception to that. Earlier in the game, it was Stuart Skinner receiving an extra jab or two. And Edmonton answers even that as Brown willing to dig in and test Bobrovsky a little bit. That was some save he made on Evan Bouchard.
And Edmonton maybe a little lucky here that Brown's not in the box. But they're kind of letting that go a little. And Bouchard with a good shot. Went glove side again, Jack. Now, Ekblad went at him pretty aggressively. So...
no harm, no foul. 50 seconds gone by, second period. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer, Brent Griffiths, and Rob Brown will be back on the air for Game 3 from Sunrise. That'll be Monday night, 6:20 Mountain Puck Drop. As the series shifts to Florida for Games 3 and 4, the Oilers looking to hold serve at home. Off the draw, Bennett to Mikkola, sent up ice, but too far, and that's an icing call whistled against the Panthers. Opening minute gone by, second period. Edmonton 3, Florida 2. We told you, the Oilers 24-3 when they get a win in Game 1 of any playoff series, and 4-0 in the Stanley Cup Final. Panthers lost the first 2 games against Toronto in the second round, got up off the deck for the first time in their franchise history, and ended up beating the Maple Leafs in 7.
Well, they got a chin. They're the champs.
Face-off win for Evan Rodriguez. Defending as Corey Perry knocked it down for Connor McDavid. As he tried to roll to the net, Mikkola, who played a great Game 1, was able to thwart him. But the Panthers don't get it out, and it's Perry out to Matthias Ekholm. He waits. Perry, right-hand side, belted by Kula. And thrown around the boards. That'll be ushered by Rodriguez back to center. McDavid to Draisaitl. Corey Perry tried to center, deflected to Evan Bouchard. He'll shovel it down low. Kulikov, briefly an Oiler. Played a handful of games for Edmonton. And swings it out for Sam Bennett. Maybe a late developing 3-on-2. Wrist shot. And that kicked off the blocker of Stuart Skinner against Carter Verhaeghe. And Evander Kane up ice. He's got McDavid. McDavid centering pass. One-timer. Sprawling save. And Bouchard denied by Bobrovsky again. That's a tremendous stop by Bobrovsky. Bouchard went to that glove hand again. And Bobrovsky equal to the task. What a setup. Kane to McDavid to Bouchard for the finish. And as Kane tosses it inadvertently to the mesh, we'll have an O-zone face-off for Edmonton. But Sergei Bobrovsky, 2 terrific stops on Evan Bouchard to begin this second period, or Edmonton would be well out in front.
Yeah, he's showing his medal here. The 2-time Conn Smythe Trophy winner. Exploded. Rapier-like.
Face-off to Bobrovsky's right-hand side.
Did I say Norris or Vezina?
You said Smythe.
Oh, well.
Here's Kulak.
Don't even listen to myself anymore.
Redirected off the right pad of Bobrovsky. That's okay. I meant what you knew. Chipped up the right-hand side and held in by Darnell Nurse. Left out boards Brown. Henrique to Kulak. Stop making me laugh. Off the half wall, Lundell. Seth Jones to Marchand. Lundell will funnel it back behind the Oiler net. Skinner tried to put it up the right-hand side. Luostarinen stopped that advance. Mikkola over to Kulikov, and his shot heading wide, but was speared by Skinner anyway, with 3 minutes having elapsed in this second period, and the Oilers on home ice with a 3-2 lead here in Game 2, looking to go 8-1 at home in this Stanley Cup playoff run.
Well, the way Evan Bouchard played in that first period, you want the puck on his stick both times, and he had it.
It's the right play.
Both times.
Yep. And normally you and I would be hesitant to say that with McDavid, but that was still the right play.
100%.
Sergei Bobrovsky had to make a better save on Bouchard than he would have had to against McDavid. Off the draw. Long toss, Wallman back in the Oilers zone. He finds Kasperi Kapanen left wing. Puts the brakes on. A hard pass to Draisaitl, who fires and denied. Bobrovsky centering pass, and a wrister unable to be unloaded, and then Kane had it blocked. First Klingberg couldn't get through, and then Kane, a big hit. He flattened Kulikov, but here come the Panthers. Nosek forced out wide by Klingberg. A wrist shot grazes the side of the net, and Klingberg took a wallop to get it up to Kapanen right-hand side. Klingberg only now regains his feet. Aaron Ekblad. Pressure from Kane up ice to Sam Reinhart. He's had a quiet series. Barkov driving toward the net. Had his pocket picked by Victor Arvidsson, who's been engaged. Klingberg and Wallman trying to bust up the cycle. It's worked around Aaron Ekblad. First overall pick in 2014. The top 4 from that draft are all in this game. Ekblad will shovel it down low. Off the plexi, you've got Barkov. Moves it Reinhart. A one-timer ripped from distance, but wide from Gustav Forsling. And it's tossed, but not out. Again, Reinhart able to knock it down. Got the puck back a second time, but when he tried to center Klingberg, turned it over. Verhaeghe. Reinhart a shot. Save Skinner. Then another kick save on the rebound. Before finally it's taken by Janmark. Janmark stripped. Skinner turning in as good a second period as he did the other night, when he had to be brilliant as Florida dominated the second period of Game 1. Tkachuk keeps it rolling for Florida. Ekblad to Forsling. A shot. Save Skinner. Oilers on their heels. They need a whistle right now. Verhaeghe, and it's mishandled by Forsling. That's a missed opportunity, and then Forsling compounds the mistake by firing it into Verhaeghe, and thus offside whistled against Florida in the neutral zone draw upcoming. What a tip. Forsling got a friendly tip in front, and Stuart Skinner stretched out the right pad to make a terrific save and keep it 3-2 Edmonton.
In the category of one man's junk is another man's treasure is Dmitry Kulikov. He couldn't even dress for the Edmonton Oilers in games that mattered for Dave Tippett during the 2021 playoff. Went played for Billy Guerin, got reestablished in Minnesota.
And that was an Oiler team that shortened the bench down to 4 anyway in a triple overtime game. Kulikov, 16-year pro, originally drafted by Florida, middle of the first round in 2009. He's back with a second stint with the Panthers. He's played for 8 teams, 13 games played with the Oilers, and he's never registered more than 24 points in any one season. One of those guys. Here is Seth Jones sending it in deep from the right-hand side. Tkachuk lost his stick. The Oilers able to regain the puck in their own zone. McDavid to Bouchard. A high lob through the neutral zone, swatted away from Nugent-Hopkins. Tkachuk on to Sam Bennett. Bouchard defending. Bennett twice stymied by Bouchard. A third time he challenges him, and it's worked free. Corey Perry off to Mattias Ekholm. He tried to drive it in. The players are challenging everything. You can't even get a dump in. Lead pass off the boards for Sam Bennett, and he is pumped into the end boards by Evan Bouchard, and Bennett feels like there should have been a call. Kulikov steps up and shot, and it's held by Skinner. A little chop from Tkachuk draws the ire of Evan Bouchard, and more holding and healing tactics in front of the Edmonton net. As many as 3 different pairings. Bennett takes an extra shot from Ekholm and takes exception to it. 14:28 to go in the second period. 3-2 Edmonton. It has been a magnificent Stanley Cup final, and we're not even halfway through Game 2. Oilers took the opener 4-3 in overtime, trailed 3-1 early in the second period. Ekholm tied in the third. Draisaitl second of the game, won in an OT.
The 2-time Vezina Trophy winner, Sergei Bobrovsky, with a couple great saves early in this period. Stuart Skinner with a couple really good saves here as Edmonton's been under duress the last couple of minutes.
Trying to box the Panthers out. They've limited Florida did just 2 official shots on net.
I'm not buying that.
Henrique against Lundell. Well, we've seen plenty already in this game as Luostarinen got it back to Lundell for a wrist shot from the right circle that Skinner handles for his 3rd save of the period and his 12th of the game. Oilers turn it over, wide open in front, and Lundell stopped by Skinner. Off a turnover, Lundell found himself uncontested with a puck in front of Stuart Skinner. May have been too close. Kulikov shoots it in. Around the boards, held in by Nate Schmidt, who's assisted on both Florida goals tonight. Luostarinen against Brett Kulak, who crowds him in the corner. Marchand joins the fray, banked it off the back of the net. Stepping up is Kulikov. Edmonton 3, Florida 2 here in Game 2. Luostarinen to the net, Lundell. Cross ice to Nate Schmidt, who's been terrific thus far in the final. Luostarinen, soft nudge that Darnell Nurse is going to intercept and send over to Kulak. And the Oilers bust out right to left. On the move is Connor Brown. He'll slither one down low in the corners. Florida's 4th line comes out. Gadjevich off to Aaron Ekblad. He'll escape traffic with a workmanlike pass up the right-hand side to Nosek. He was popped by Wallman. Evander Kane threw it across to John Klingberg. Back to Wallman. He's got 2 with him. Sends it across for Leon Draisaitl. Kapanen calling for the puck. Draisaitl double team back behind. Couldn't get it to him. Janmark a shattering check on Nosek, but the Panthers are able to muscle it back to the Oiler blue line. Klingberg a dart to Kane, and from center ice he'll dump it in. Draisaitl in against Ekblad. Ekblad went 1, Reinhart 2, Draisaitl 3, Bennett 4 to open the 2014 draft. Kapanen was at 22. Oilers off a Florida chip back to center will dump it back in. Ekholm to the corner. Forsling for Florida shovels it up to Verhaeghe. He coughed it up. Barkov couldn't get there. Quick snapshot sent wide. Somehow the ageless one, 40-year-old Corey Perry, came up with that loose puck. But it was turned over, and Verhaeghe's away with Barkov. He tried to center, and Barkov tapped it away. Verhaeghe tried to center again. Reinhart looking for a lane and firing wide from the right circle. Sam Reinhart, 96 goals the last 2 years for the Florida Panthers. Has had a quiet postseason. Seth Jones along the end boards, runs into trouble, double teamed, and the relentless Nugent Hopkins forces Jones back to center, where it's hammered in by Mikkola. Verhaeghe will drop it off. Wrist shot coming, save Skinner. Rebound back to the point. Seth Jones, right circle Verhaeghe. Out to the high slot. Kulikov shoots and scores. Dmitry Kulikov. That's just his 3rd career Stanley Cup playoff goal. A guy who scored 1 goal all year long. Never known as an offensive presence. But he comes up with the equalizer at 8:23 of this second period.
Well, there's been ebbs and flows in this game, Jack, to say the least. And that time the Oilers got caught in the spin cycle, and it had been coming for 2 or 3 shifts. Matthew Tkachuk right in front of the net. The Oilers tried to box him out.
Went off Bouchard.
And into the net. And Bouchard with 2 great chances to give the Oilers a 2-goal lead.
Edmonton is considering a challenge.
I would not challenge this.
Kulikov. In the regular season,
they're not
had 4 goals. That's his 2nd of the postseason. Well, they took a long look at it, Bob. They took as much time as they could.
It's been all Florida. And what they're doing is they're hard-rimming pucks, and they're beating Edmonton to where it's wrapping around the boards.
So Kulikov ties the game, and it's 3-3 in Game 2 of this Stanley Cup final. Oilers looking to hold serve at home and take a 2-0 series lead.
Another hard rim there, Jack.
Here's Lundell. Down low right side for Brad Marchand. Florida crowding the offensive zone. Marchand will swing it back to Kulikov. Marchand in the corner. Trying to break free is Lundell. But Janmark won't let him escape. Arvidsson, after the cycle disrupted, to put Coles in a second effort, and he's able to get it to Matthias Janmark. Janmark was stripped by Nate Schmidt, and it's one touch back for Jonah Gadjevich, who wires it in deep. And Skinner's saying that puck went out of play, and I think he's right. It'll be whistled down with 10:47 to play in the second period. And Florida having forged a 3-3 tie on Dmitry Kulikov's goal through the high slot that ricocheted, I believe, off Evan Bouchard. Verhaeghe and Jones with the assists on the equalizer. We got a brand new game in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final, which continues in just a moment. 3-3, 10:47 to play. Period 2, Game 2 for Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
Did you hear what happened to Rick while he was building his fence?
Yeah, he hit a natural gas line. They had to evacuate his entire neighborhood at dinner time, too. I bet he didn't make any new friends that day.
It cost him a ton to get the line repaired. I wonder why he didn't get his underground utilities marked.
Don't be that person. If you're digging on your property, request a locate for natural gas lines. It's free and can prevent serious injury or financial loss. And you won't upset the neighbors. Visit clickbeforeyoudig.com. A safety message brought to you by ATCO.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
3-3 hockey game, midway point, Game 2. Oilers took Game 1 in overtime, 4-3. And it will be at least 4-3 by the time this game is complete. A huge hit on Kapanen. Kapanen absolutely erased Niko Mikkola. But the Panthers worked the perimeter in the offensive zone. Jones, a shot that hit his own man, Barkov, and that fluttered into about the 6th row near side here at Rogers Place, site of tonight's Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final, which is tied at 3.
Jack, right now Florida's winning all the little puck battles. They're hard ribbon pucks, usually down the left side, and it wraps around back behind the goal. And the Oilers are having problems picking that up. And then that time, Skinner turned the puck over on a stationary breakout attempt.
Luo Sturinen will exit Evan Rodriguez to take the draw here with Tkachuk and Bennett as line mates. Rodriguez played Game 1 principally with Barkov and Reinhart. That was the one change Paul Maurice made to his lineup. A.J. Greer, he said, may be ready to go in time for Monday's Game 3. Hard, grinding fourth-line winger. Henrique up the right-hand side. Boqvist playing in his place tonight. Klingberg to Wallman for Edmonton. That was batted down by Tkachuk. And he tried to turnstile it back into the Edmonton zone. Couldn't do it. Wallman got through Tkachuk and now will challenge Forsland. Waves it behind the net. Tried to nudge it in front, did Edmonton. But Tkachuk with a steal and a clear ahead for Rodriguez. And he'll wrist it down deep from center. That's going to be taken by Klingberg. Thundered into by Bennett, who has another goal tonight and 3 in the series. Oilers come away with a puck. Bennett and Draisaitl each with 3 goals already in the Stanley Cup Final. And of course, what's notable about that is Draisaitl did not score at all in last year's 7-game series won by the Panthers. Seth Jones off a dump in. Ahead for Niko Mikkola. Centering pass out of the reach of Luo Sturinen. Taken by Brad Marchand. Crowd trying to get back into it. Jones had it blocked by Nugent Hopkins. Florida, the only goal this second period is Nugent Hopkins pumps it in and pursues in the corner for Perry. McDavid dancing behind the net, shovels it out to Ekholm. Dishes off. Bouchard a blast and a save made by Bobrovsky. Rebound Perry. Can't come up with it cleanly. McDavid drilled by Luostarina. We got a penalty coming against the Florida Panthers. Another power play for Edmonton. It's 5th of the game. Time 11:06. The Oilers have scored once in their prior 4 opportunities, and here's Jean Hebert. It's a hook. Sorry, that was Chris Rooney who actually stepped up and made that call. And it's a hooking call against Nico Mikkola, the Florida Panthers, who will be shorthanded when we come back. Edmonton looks to regain the lead in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
At Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, they recommend pairing locally distilled spirits and their ice-cold beer selection with... And Oilers win! Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, proud partners and fans of the Edmonton Oilers. Please enjoy responsibly.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
Hockey season is back. And so are the deals at Boston Pizza. Cheer on your team while ordering off their game day menu, or come in and see what great promotions they have going on. At Boston Pizza, they always have something craveable for you to enjoy. Boston Pizza, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Cheers to a great hockey season.
At Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, they recommend pairing locally distilled spirits and their ice-cold beer selection with... And Oilers win! Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, proud partners and fans of the Edmonton Oilers. Please enjoy responsibly.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Game 2 tied at 3. The Oilers will be looking to undo that on their power play. Brought to you by Alberta's trusted retailer. That's Atco Energy. Oilers 1 of 4 on the power play tonight. Draisaitl with McDavid and Perry in the slot. Nugent Hopkins outside the left circle. Bouchard station left point. Face off to the right of Bobrovsky. Won cleanly by Draisaitl. Bouchard steps in. Slap shot. And he didn't stick. Exploded. Rebound thrown in front. And Bobrovsky crashed into. No penalty was called as Florida drills it down the left-hand side. Bouchard got in tight, just beneath the circles, in fact. And then his stick exploded. Draisaitl stumbles across the line. Florida got a friendly hop off a broken stick on a clear. Nosek conservatively turns it back. Now he'll head for the net. Luostarinen shorthanded. And then Nosek toe-picked and fell down. Forsling still able to reel it in. A hard rim up the boards. Nugent Hopkins knocked it down. It still works out for Florida as Luostarinen got it first to Forsling and then on to Nosek, who by then had recovered from the embarrassment. Tried to nudge it in front for Brad Marchand. Picked off and brought the other way by Draisaitl. Edmonton has not had a chance to get set up here. Nugent Hopkins won't be able to do it. And now it's a shorthanded breakaway. Brad Marchand scores. 4-3 Florida. Marchand, who scored on the power play in Game 1, scores shorthanded here in Game 2, and the Panthers have regained the lead.
Well, he was speculating in the last game a couple times on the Oilers' power play. What finish from Brad Marchand. Connor McDavid tried to reel him in, but Marchand just got the shot off. And Florida takes the lead, and they've had a great second period.
For the second game in a row.
Yep.
And the feed, was that Lundell that got it to him? Perfectly placed to Brad Marchand, who skated into it and made no mistake beating Skinner 5-hole. And Florida back on top. Lundell, indeed, will be the primary help.
Good pick up by you. See how Edmonton responds here.
Now they've still got a minute to go on the power play. Remember, Mikola's in the box here. Off the draw, though, the Panthers pumped it right back into the Oilers' zone. Wristed down deep. Edmonton comes crashing in on the forecheck. Ekholm challenged by Barkov and came free. Forsling spun it away from Adam Henrique. This is the second unit on for Edmonton, and Reinhart clears it past Evander Kane. Wallman and Ekholm on the points on this second power play unit. Henrique, Arvidsson, and Kane up front. Wallman will snap it around the boards. In the corner, Luo Sturinen freed it up. Then a deflected clear went right to Nosek, and he backhands it inside the Oiler blue line, and that'll be all for the Oiler power play. So not only do they not regain the lead, they cough one up shorthanded. Nosek walks in right-hand side, shovels it down low. The Oilers did not give up a ton of shorties this year. I think something like 4. But they give up one here, and Edmonton trails 4-3. First time Florida has led since Kane tied it 7.5 minutes into the first period. Ekholm will shovel it in. Crowd trying to revive Edmonton as the Florida Panthers, with their second lead of the night. Tkachuk will bump it back in. Remember, in Game 1, Florida lost for the first time under Paul Maurice when leading after the first or the second periods. They had won the prior 30. Here's a steal by Tkachuk. Jumps into Darnell Nurse, forces it loose for Ekblad. Pinching down the right half boards, and Florida trying to do work in the offensive zone here with 6 minutes to go in the second period of Game 2. Panthers trying to earn a split and regain home ice advantage in this Stanley Cup final. Rodriguez walks in left to right, shoots, and that was blocked. Rebound cleared by Nurse, and the Oilers look to catch the Panthers in transition. Janmark to Brown, cross ice to the activating Nurse, but that play derailed, and Florida's got some numbers coming the other way. Mikola to Marchand, he shoots and a save. Skinner, rebound available. The Panthers can't bury it. Kapanen kept it out. Another chance. Seth Jones fires into a crowd, and that stayed out. Mikola launches a block shot. This one by Klingberg. And finally, the Oilers get the puck out of the zone. Marchand, with the Oilers having turned it back over, receives a pass from Lundell and wires one high and wide. Florida narrowly missing an opportunity. Lundell shooting. Save Skinner. Rebound Boqvist. Oilers hanging on here. Trailing 4-3. Florida pressing for more. Lundell. Kulikov a drive. And a right pad save made by the stretched out Stuart Skinner. Lundell will keep the pressure on, winding it along to Kulikov. I don't know how that last sequence the puck stayed out, but it did. And Edmonton still within just a goal. 4.5 to play as the Oilers finally manage a length of the ice clear. Schmidt catches up to it, Kulikov. And now jumping up from the right-hand side is Carter Verhaeghe. He'll take a pass from Barkov. Tried to get it to Reinhart. That was disrupted by Draisaitl. Intercepted on the half wall. It's Verhaeghe to Reinhart. Shot Ekblad, missed the net. Rebound Forsling. Hit the net. Save Skinner. 4:13 to go in the second period, and Edmonton awfully fortunate to be down just one after a 2 to 3 minute flurry from the Florida Panthers. Boqvist, I don't know how he scored, and then a huge hit on Marchand by Darnell Nurse cleared out the last remaining obstacle. Skinner made a sprawling save on Kulikov, and out of the fray, the Florida Panthers have to settle for a 4-3 lead. 24 minutes plus left. We're late second period in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers down 1 on the Oilers Radio Network.
Looking for custom flags, banners, or canopy tents? Aurora Flags and Banners has a dedicated team to provide you with custom solutions and quality products. Aurora Flags has proudly serviced Canadian businesses and organizations for more than 30 years. Get a quote today at auroraflags.com.
When was the last time your electricity and natural gas provider made you feel like this? Low rates, no strings attached, year-round perks, and local energy experts who always have your back with Encore by Epcor. Find that carefree energy feeling at encore.epcor.com/carefree.
Customers are free to purchase natural gas or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822 toll-free.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Got the flavors to play, yeah. Cooking on ice. Hunger happens, gotta score a slice. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the stream. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers!
737373, Pizza 73.
Looking for custom flags, banners, or canopy tents? Aurora Flags and Banners has a dedicated team to provide you with custom solutions and quality products. Aurora Flags has proudly serviced Canadian businesses and organizations for more than 30 years. Get a quote today at auroraflags.com.
All games, all season.
You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
4-3 Florida, 4:13 to go in the second period. And off the draw, Kulak lays it up the right-hand side. Florida puts it back into the Edmonton zone. And a giveaway. Barkov a shot. Blocker save and a big one made by goaltender Stuart Skinner. Nugent Hopkins out there with Kane and Brown as McDavid and Draisaitl will be reunited with the Oilers once again trailing. They were dominant in Game 1 when they were put together in the third period with Edmonton trailing in that game. The Oilers rallied, outshot the Florida Panthers 24-9 in the third period in overtime. Seth Jones from the right circle to Forsling, a wrist shot blocked, and the rebound launched down the left-hand side. Too much on it. This is going to be an icing call whistled against the Oilers and Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. 3:23 to go in the second period. Florida has battled back from a 3-2 deficit to take a 4-3 lead.
Jack, this has been total domination. After the two great opportunities for Bouchard, one coming out of the box and then the 3-on-1. Since then, it's been all Florida.
Shots on goal in this period, 12-5. In the 2 second periods, the Panthers have outshot the Oilers 28-13. We saw the same thing on Wednesday.
And I think that the long change in this period combined with their ability to hard rim pucks has given Edmonton some problems.
Off the draw, Nurse tried to hard rim. It was held in by Aaron Ekblad. Panthers working for an insurance goal. Forsling, and it's spun away by Brown. Bobrovsky carefully guides it to the corner. Forsling around the boards to Aaron Ekblad. Up the right-hand side, Matthew Tkachuk will steer it in. And again, the Panthers have scored 4 goals tonight without big offensive showings from guys like Barkov, Reinhart, Ekholm dishing off and a one-timer into the glove of goaltender Sergei Bobrovsky. This is what you said before the series. I mean, Barkov, Reinhart, and Tkachuk have had a relatively tame series, and yet Florida's still found a way to score 7 goals.
Well, part of it is Brad Marchand, right? 2 special teams goals, but that line with Luostarinen and Lundell, I think every time they've been on the ice, they've tilted at 5v5.
They have an argument as being the best line of the entire Stanley Cup playoffs for any team. Face off, left side of Bobrovsky. It's once again the chance involving his first name reverberate throughout the sellout crowd of 18,347. One to the left of Bobrovsky, and it's chipped in by Luostarinen. The Oilers have gone to the whip here with Draisaitl and McDavid on the same line, Corey Perry on their right-hand side. This was a dominant duo in Game 1, and McDavid shakes loose with Perry and Draisaitl. McDavid to the net, a save, Bobrovsky the rebound. McDavid trying to muscle it home, can't do it. It's still loose, Mikula stretched out. Florida nearly scored to make it 5-3, and somehow McDavid unable to finish to tie the game. Marchand breaks loose, to the net, wrist shot, save, Skinner, and then the rebound dislodged by Luostarinen, and that extra whack, and they're going to send Luostarinen, I believe.
No, they're sending the Oilers for the retaliatory slash, I do believe.
Luostarinen with an extra jab. Chris Rooney with a call.
2 Edmonton minor penalty cross-checking.
Bouchard, another cross-checking minor. Perry pleading his case, but this one will go Florida's way.
It's a mammoth kill here for Edmonton at the end of this period.
I think it was the second one, Bob. He would have gotten away with the first one. It was the second one.
And Luostarinen sitting there going, the marbles have to even here. We've been shorthanded 5 times. How did that stay out? Unreal.
just rolling across the blue paint as McDavid tried to power it home. And then Luostarinen with a little extra jab. And we've seen both teams do it throughout tonight's game. And Bouchard gets called for the second cross-check.
Jack, got to get a kill here. Have to get a kill here, Edmonton.
Henrique, Nugent-Hopkins, Nurse, and Kulak. That's your Napa Auto Parts penalty-killing foursome. Nurse trying to get it out off the draw. Seth Jones will hold on to it. Aaron Ekblad comes off the left half board. Saucered across to Tkachuk. On to Seth Jones from the right half boards. Twisted back. Matthew Tkachuk steps up, shoots, and a save made by Skinner. Rebound Ekblad with 1:40 to go in the second period. Edmonton led 3-2 after one. Florida with 2 goals here in the second period, having regained the lead. Adam Henrique with the length of the ice clear. Kulikov tied it off a deflection. Evan Bouchard inadvertently had that puck go in off him, and then Brad Marchand set up by Lundell shorthanded. Florida trying to convert a power play here. Tkachuk to Barkov. Left point, offensive zone, Seth Jones. Down low beneath the face-off circle, got himself in trouble, turned it over. Ekholm races over, but he won't be able to clear. Florida kept it alive on the right half boards, and it's sent across by Verhaeghe to Seth Jones with 1 minute to go in the period. Sam Reinhart banked it off the wall for Jones. Fed across to Barkov. Down low, Tkachuk in front. Tkachuk looking to shoot all the way. Verhaeghe got his stick in the midsection of Janmark, and it's a hook. That'll even it up. 4-on-4 for the remainder of the period, and then Edmonton will get 1:16 of power play time to start the third. 6 power plays for the Oilers, 4 for the Panthers. And now, in a 4-on-4 situation, McDavid and Draisaitl have ample time here at one end of the ice to talk about what they want to accomplish off this face-off.
The only problem for Edmonton is you don't have Bouchard out here.
He's in the box, but you will have him to start the third period on the power play with a fresh sheet of ice. Oilers, remember, already have scored 4-on-4. Now, Bouchard scored that goal, but Edmonton has been a very good 4-on-4 team this season, 7-1, including the regular season. Off the draw, Forsling will escape. Draisaitl in hot pursuit. Forsling shrugs him off, and left to right comes up ice. He'll hit the Edmonton line with a wrist shot that's blistered wide. Rebound off the boards taken by Brad Marchand. He waits, he dishes cross. One-timer Forsling and a save. Skinner, who was squared up for that one with 26 seconds to go in this middle frame, which once again has been controlled by Florida. We saw the same thing on Wednesday, and then the Oilers roared back in the third and overtime, and except for about a 3-minute sequence at the beginning of overtime, the Oilers were far and away the better team.
Well, part of Edmonton's problem is Florida's taken over the face-offs, Jack.
Face-off to Skinner's right. And we're going to drop that puck again. Anton Lundell has set up Marchand for the go-ahead goal, paired with Luostarinen in this 4-on-4 alignment against McDavid and Draisaitl. The two entered the night a combined plus 22 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And off the face-off, another win for Florida. Forsling to Nico Mikkola. Put it behind the net. Lundell along the end boards, grappling for puck possession with John Klingberg. Finally dislodged, still reaching, and Klingberg comes away. 5 seconds, big hit. Klingberg took a high hit, and he didn't like it, and came right back into the face of Luostarinen at the horn. Klingberg, another shot. He better be careful. I think John Klingberg, perhaps fortunate not to get a roughing call there late in the period. And Edmonton will start the third on a power play. The final couple seconds, Bouchard came out of the box to join the fray. But it will be a 4-3 Florida lead. And for the second time in as many games, the Oilers will have to rally in the third to win it. Now, they did in the first game against Florida, trailing 3-2. They won it, and they actually have a winning record when trailing after 2 periods in this Stanley Cup playoff run. Having said that, Bob, We talked about it ad nauseum Wednesday night. Florida had won 30 in a row in closing out leads after 2. The Panthers are going to have that opportunity, but it all starts with an Edmonton power play for the first minute 12 of the third. How do you see it moving forward?
Well, Edmonton's got to do some things better. I mean, and they got to figure out when they've got the long change in a period, they have had significant problems on hard rims by the Florida Panthers. And the Panthers are going right to where the puck's going to end up. The Oilers have got to do a better job managing that. But you have a power play to work with. You got to respond after giving up that short-handed goal against. Simplify. They are playing a hard press. This is as assertive of a PK as we've seen. And the way to beat them, they will give up a low 2-on-1. But they're taking away the time and space up high and a little bit on the flanks. So one thing we're going to have to see here, Oilers going to have a real good power play to start the period. And the Oilers got to win more draws. They got to do a better job on the, and they're not dump-ins, they're hard rims. There's a big difference. Sometimes we've seen teams soft chip, soft dump pucks into Stuart Skinner because he's not the greatest puck handler. These are specific hard rims. They're putting them in great spots and coming away with puck possession. And then the Oilers get knocked on their ass when they're going to basically field the puck. So they got to come. I think they're going to have to work on this in practice, Jack, in terms of how to make little chips past the Florida forecheckers. So the thing is, they've got 2 forecheckers coming. The first one drills the defender on those hard rims, and the second one's there to support. Oilers
going right to the half wall to try to seal those pucks.
And it has been a big difference in this series.
Edmonton, the one difference on Wednesday night is the Oilers were badly outplayed in the second period, but Stuart Skinner was fantastic, and Sergei Bobrovsky gave the Oilers a soft one. Here tonight in the second period, Florida has something to show for that second period.
And Bobrovsky made 3 unreal saves, 2 off Bouchard, 1 off McDavid.
And the 2 on Bouchard were in the first 3 or 4 minutes of the second period.
Jack, I got to say it, like, you got a 5-on-3 for 30 seconds. It's the third time the Oilers have had 5-on-3s. They keep losing draws. They can't get set up. They can't get into the net. But their power play has tended to score in the playoffs when it's mattered, and it's going to matter here early in the third.
Certainly mattered in Game 1 when they got the opportunity. Leon Draisaitl buried the game winner. He's got a goal again tonight, his 10th of the playoffs. That's been offset by yet another goal from Sam Bennett, his league-leading 13th of the Stanley Cup playoffs. That's more than half his total from the regular season. And when it's all said and done, after 40 minutes, it's Florida 4, Edmonton 3. Third period in about 15 minutes' time, but on deck, we'll have Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown. We're live from the 8th floor of Rogers Place in downtown Edmonton, our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. It's been another tremendous tilt, and Florida takes a 4-3 lead heading to the final 20. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey and Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
Tired of skyrocketing energy bills? Switch to clean, affordable power with Horizon Solar. Whether you want to cut costs, go green, or increase your home's value, Horizon Solar has you covered with tailored solar energy solutions. With current government incentives, there's never been a better time to make the switch. Own your power, control your bills, live sustainably. For your free assessment, call Horizon Solar today or visit horizonsolar.com to get started. Horizon Solar, where going green makes sense.
It's our YEG with 880 Chad.
There's something for everyone at the Alberta Circus Arts Festival, June 19th through the 22nd. Learn to juggle, walk on stilts, or take in shows from across the globe. Enter now at 880ched.com for your chance to win. Then, whether you're a hardcore gamer or a virtual noob, GameCon has something for every enthusiast. Get the joysticks out June 13th to 15th for a full weekend of fun. Enter at 880ched for a free play now.
For details on these and more events, visit 880ched.com. At the intermission, brought to you by Hand of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
McDavid dancing behind the net, shovels it out to Ekholm. Dishes off. Bouchard a blast and a save made by Bobrovsky.
Sergei Bobrovsky made some big stops, but you know what? It was all mostly down on the other end. But that's our highlight zone brought to you by Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, and right next door to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winner's Zone. Welcome to the second intermission. After 40 minutes of play, the Florida Panthers now with the lead, 4-3, after a rather dominant second period.
Well, it's funny, Bryn. It's almost a replay of what we saw in Game 1. In Game 1, I thought the first period was both teams played well. I thought the Oilers were a little bit better. They didn't have the lead, but I thought they outplayed Florida slightly. Same thing tonight. I thought both teams were very good in the first period. I thought the Oilers were slightly better, and tonight they were rewarded for that with the lead. The second period of Game 1 was dominant by the Panthers. Dominant by the Panthers. And Stuart Skinner kept the Oilers in it, and Bobrovsky let in a weak goal. Tonight, second period, dominant again by the Florida Panthers as they were all over the Oilers. Skinner made a number of big saves. The difference, though, is Bobrovsky made 2 or 3 big saves. There weren't a lot of looks on Bobrovsky, but there was Connor McDavid came in all by himself. Bouchard all by himself twice.
Yes.
And Bobrovsky made those saves. Same as in game number 1, the Florida Panthers have a 1-goal lead going into the third period with the Oilers on the power play. Here we are, game 2. Panthers up by 1, Oilers on the power play. So the similarities are very, there's a lot of them. You just hope they continue with the way that game 1 went, and the Oilers find a way to come back in this hockey game. Their power play is going to have to be better, Bryn, to start the third period than it was in the second period. Florida is very aggressive. If there is a bobble or a bad pass, you're in trouble. Game number 1, overtime goal was 4 great passes, and it broke down an aggressive power play. In the shorthanded goal that we saw Marchand score in this period on the power play, the Oilers were couldn't make 2 passes, and the Panthers were incredibly aggressive. And Florida actually had 2 or 3 good chances that were thwarted before the eventual Marchand breakaway. So the Oilers' power play, which we've seen time and time again in big moments, come up with big goals. Well, they're going to have fresh sheet of ice to start the third period in about a minute 12 of power play time.
Okay, your take on what happened that period there, because Florida did a great job before checking, rimmed it around the wall. But what's your spin on what you saw there, and how the Oilers changed that?
Well, I mean, Florida's good. They're the Stanley Cup champions. This is their third year in the finals. There will be moments in this game, and Chris Knobloch talked about it after the game 1. The players talked about it. There will be moments where the Florida Panthers are the better team. What you try to do is you try to weather those moments. You try to survive. In that period, the Oilers didn't survive it because the Florida Panthers were able to score 2 and take the lead. Now, the Oilers will have their moments. And when they get their moments, when they're the better team, they've got to capitalize. It starts with a power play, but whether they score in the power play or not, or they just got to continue in the third period. Florida will have learned some things from game 1. They were not good in game 1 in the third period. So you would imagine, would be better. But the Oilers, it's a heavyweight fight. If you watch 2 boxers, 2 great boxers go at it, there will be rounds where one boxer is dominant and the other one's just hanging on. Then the next round, after a reset, the opposite boxer comes out. And that's what we're seeing in this, so far, 6 periods of hockey because of the overtime, that each team is throwing its best. And when you have that time where you are the better team, you got to capitalize. The Panthers did.
Right.
Now it's the Oilers' turn in the third period to turn the page.
The 5-on-3 that the Oilers had there for about 30 seconds had some pretty good chances, but they couldn't put anything away. And then you have Bobrovsky make some big saves. It just seemed like it tipped things a little bit.
The 5-on-3 in the first period.
Yes, right towards the end there.
Yes, there's a chance for the Oilers to extend their lead. And then when it's a 2-goal cushion, it allows for that one mistake. And the Oilers had a couple big mistakes in that second period, and they didn't have the 2-goal cushion because they weren't able to capitalize on the 5-on-3. The Oilers power play has not been good enough tonight.
Right.
But they have an opportunity.
Still time.
To just, and this is what's so great about star players or players at this level is they can forget what went wrong. And now let's do what's right. This power play knows how to score goals. They know how to make 3 good passes in a row, and they're going to try in this third period to get to that. The only part that sucks about starting a power play at the beginning of a period is you don't get the face-off in the offensive zone.
Right.
So the Oilers are really, really, really good at winning face-offs on power plays. So they always seem to start with the puck. And right now, the 2-minute of a power play, they've got control of the puck at the 1:58 mark. Here they have, if you don't win the face-off, it gets iced down, and now you're already gone. 25 seconds off your power play is gone. Even if you win the face-off at center ice, you're losing a good 10 to 12 seconds minimum to get it set up. So that's the only bad part about starting a period with a power play. But this is Stanley Cup Finals. This power play has been so powerful for the Oilers for the last number of years. Here's another big moment for them. We saw in Game 1 on a big moment. They scored in overtime. Here's a big moment here to start the third.
Shots on goal through 40 minutes of play favoring Florida 24-23. 4-3 Florida leading after 40 minutes of play. Rob, thanks. We'll talk to you at the conclusion of the next period. It's kind of the way we're going to word it now. We'll take a timeout and come back with more. At the Intermission is brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Four Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Today you can score at A&W. Enjoy a juicy grass-fed beef mama burger and fries for only $5. Available in-store or on the A&W mobile app at participating locations in Oil Country. This fantastic deal is available all day today at A&W.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know, Alberta's a special place. From the Rockies to the Plains, it's a land of hard work and big dreams. If you're going to tackle it all, you need a truck that can keep up. That's why I can't say enough about my Ford F-150. It's more than a truck. It's a partner. Rugged toughness, serious capability, and smart features that make your life easier, like available Pro Power onboard. The Ford F-150. Get yours today at your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
Do you have tickets to an upcoming event at Rogers Place that you can't attend? Donate your tickets to the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation Seats for Kids program, presented by Eagle Builders. Seats for Kids provides unused game tickets for charities, allowing children and families to enjoy hockey at Rogers Place. And for many, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To be a part of the Seats for Kids program presented by Eagle Builders, please email edmonton@kidsupfront.com. That's edmonton@kidsupfront.com.
Today you can score at A&W. Enjoy a juicy grass-fed beef mama burger and fries for only $5. Available in-store or on the A&W mobile app at participating locations in Oil Country. This fantastic deal is available all day today at A&W.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. 2 people have been charged with setting wildfires in Saskatchewan. Premier Scott Moe says one is charged in relation to a blaze around La Ronge, which has forced 7,000 people out of their homes. The Alberta government says progress is being made on wildfires here, thanks to Alberta teams and crews from Canada and the U.S. However, several out-of-control wildfires continue to burn. Alberta government scientists have published a study saying old coal mines are leaking chemicals and poisoning fish downstream. The report says any new mining in the Rocky Mountains by coal companies could lead to the population collapse of species in Crow's Nest Lake. The province has issued an advisory in response to the study, asking people to limit their consumption of fish from the lake due to high levels of selenium. And the city of Edmonton is advising residents to be safe on the water this year with a mandatory life jacket bylaw in place for people on all types of vessels. Police say their marine units will be out ensuring boaters are being safe. News on demand at 880ched.com.
Do your tires feel like hockey pucks on the road? Perhaps it's time for a new set of Atturo tires. No matter what you drive, Atturo has the right fit for you, including the all-new Trail Blade HT and AZ810 premium all-weather tires for your pickup, car, SUV, or crossover. You can rest assured that Atturo tires will get you through all 4 seasons. Available at Action Car and Truck, Point S, and tire shops everywhere. Find a dealer near you at atturo.com.
Did you hear what happened to Rick while he was building his fence?
Yeah, he hit a natural gas line. They had to evacuate his entire neighborhood at dinner time, too. I bet he didn't make any new friends that day.
It cost him a ton to get the line repaired. I wonder why he didn't get his underground utilities marked.
Don't be that person. If you're digging on your property, request a locate for natural gas lines. It's free and can prevent serious injury or financial loss. And you won't upset the neighbors. Visit clickbeforeyoudig.com. A safety message brought to you by ATCO.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game.
but they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oilers fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Taking a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. The CFL season has started. There's one game tonight. The Montreal Alouettes at home late in the fourth quarter with a 25-10 lead on the Toronto Argonauts. Edmonton Elks will kick things off tomorrow night. They're in Vancouver to take on the Lions. Our countdown to kickoff gets going at 6:30, and then the play-by-play action with Morley Scott and Dave Campbell comes your way at 8 o'clock right here on 880 CHED. That's tomorrow night. It's the Elks and the Lions from Vancouver, British Columbia. That's your out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. The third period is coming up next. At the intermission is brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Proudly headquartered in oil country, Capital Power is delivering reliable and affordable power today while building clean power systems for tomorrow, creating the balanced energy solutions communities across Alberta and North America can depend on. Visit capitalpower.com to learn how they are powering change by changing power. Be part of their energy and join Capital Power as we all cheer on our Edmonton Oilers on their quest to win it all.
Over the last decade, the world of work has changed dramatically. It's a change that can cause a disconnect between a company and its employees. But a partnership with Aon can help by making decisions that create a more flexible, engaged, and resilient workforce. Aon's experience and expertise, global understanding, and advanced analytics ensure that every client is better informed and better advised so that they can make better decisions. Whatever the next decade brings, Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Chemco is more than just a trusted local name. Chemco has been building industry across Canada for more than 60 years. From engineering through to commissioning, construction, maintenance, and beyond, Chemco's multidiscipline approach stands firmly on the belief that Chemco cares. It's not just what they do, it's how they do it. Visit Chemco.com and discover how they can support your project today. Chemco, proud fans of the Edmonton Oilers, serving and supporting communities across Canada for over 60 years.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
A power play-filled night in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final has taken absolutely nothing away from this game. High quality, Florida 4 and Edmonton 3. As we go to the third period, the Oilers will try to do what 30 previous playoff opponents could not do for a second consecutive game, and that's beat Florida when trailing after 2. The Oilers did it in Game 1, rallying with a game-tying goal by Matthias Ekholm and the game winner from Leon Draisaitl in OT. They trail 4-3 tonight as Brad Marchand's shorthanded goal, his 9th in 22 Stanley Cup Final games. That's a most among active players, has put Florida on top. But Edmonton will be on the power play, remember, as we begin this third period. McDavid, Draisaitl, who will take the face-off. Corey Perry, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, and Evan Bouchard. Oilers coming left to right, looking to hold serve at home and take a 2-0 series lead to Sunrise, Florida, site of Monday's Game 3. The Panthers win the face-off, and it's hammered in by Aaron Ekblad. Bob and I will have Game 3 live coverage. Puck drop at 6:20 Mountain Time on Monday night. Here's McDavid, jitterbugging his way into the offensive zone. Nugent-Hopkins to Bouchard with a goal and 2 assists tonight already. Takes a pass from Draisaitl. One touches it across to McDavid. Pressure from Nosek, and Florida really, as Bob talked about, hard pressure on the puck. But Draisaitl, a spin move, creates for McDavid. Left circle, cross ice, and that was tipped. Good read, and an excellent tip by Luo Storina. Regained by Draisaitl. Nugent Hopkins off the right half boards. Bouchard with 25 seconds left on the Atco power play. McDavid, no shot against Ekblad. A second time. Peers in, shoots off the pads of Bobrovsky. Rebound Nosek, put it on the half wall. McDavid belted by Nosek, but kept it alive for Bouchard. McDavid left circle down low. Perry a backhander, and he sifted it up over top. Came off the glass. Bouchard to Draisaitl. Cross ice, open man, chopped wide. And that will do it. A hard hit on Corey Perry by Nosek. McDavid had it punched away by Luostarinen. And all of a sudden, Florida with a chance. Verhaeghe against a tiring Bouchard. Hard to the net. Verhaeghe, and Bouchard interfered with him just enough to disrupt, and no shot. Mikkola takes one, and that deflected wide of Stuart Skinner. Rebound, Evander Kane up the left-hand side for Connor Brown. At his own blue line, he'll look for Darnell Nurse. The Oilers are 1 for 6 on the power play tonight with a shorthanded goal against. And right now, that's the difference in the game. Kulak guilty of icing as he needed to get another stride to center, and he didn't. So with 18-16 left in regulation, you've got Panthers 4, Oilers 3.
So a lot of top pressure from the Florida Panthers on the Oilers power play, taking away Bouchard's shot, but also trying to attack the flanks where Draisaitl and McDavid are.
And they still have the poise to get their sticks in lanes, because when McDavid curled away, it looked like there was an opening, and it never materialized. Schmidt defending Connor Brown off the rush, down the left-hand side off the draw. Schmidt able to peel it out of there for Matthew Tkachuk. Again, it's been a quiet series thus far offensively for Tkachuk. Sam Reinhart is banged up. And, of course, their captain, Alexander Barkov. Adam Henrique puts it up the left-hand side, tipped away by Tkachuk. This is the 305th game that Sam Reinhart and Gustav Forsling have played for Florida over the last 3 years. 305 out of 310. It's the fourth most ever in the history of the league over a 3-year period. Mike Keane has the record. And if this series goes 6 games, Forsling and Reinhart, provided they stay in the lineup, will be the new co-owners. Gadjevich might have gotten away with knocking the stick out of the hands of Klingberg as Edmonton pushes back to center, and Florida funnels it right back in. Fourth line out for Paul Maurice, the head coach of the Panthers. Up the right-hand side, Vasily Podkolzin. He'll dump it behind. Maurice, 82 and 73 lifetime in his career. Won that long-awaited Stanley Cup last year. Panthers come away with it. Lundell had it and lobbed it inside the Oiler line. Chris Knobloch's 28 and 14, the third best winning percentage among coaches in the history of the Stanley Cup playoffs who've coached at least 25 games. He trails Sather and Toe Blake, 12 cups combined. A dump in for Florida. A wrist shot by Marchand, guided to the corner by Skinner and outside the zone. Taken by Florida's Aaron Ekblad. Sam Reinhart up to Luostarinen as the sellout crowd urging the hosts on. Edmonton is 7-1 at home in the playoffs. Florida's 8-3 on the road. Barkov in the corner. Stripped by Kasperi Kapanen, who forces it back to center.
Right now they're taking all the time and space away from the Oilers.
And a lot of play between the blue lines right now. Draisaitl sent it across for McDavid. They're on the same line. McDavid is shot off the rush, and that was deflected wide. Jabbed away from Nurse and soccered out of the zone by Sasha Barkov. Kulak on a reset for Edmonton.
That's a win for Florida. That shift.
Well, any shift where McDavid and Draisaitl don't convert what usually is a vast percentage of the quality scoring chances we're on the ice together, it is indeed a win for Florida and melts the game further. Puck play with a high stick with 4.5 gone by in the third period. It's against Florida, and the faceoff will come out to the neutral zone with the Panthers still leading by a count of 4-3. 20 Edmonton Oilers have scored a goal at one point in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Which of the 20 can come up with the equalizer? That's what many in the crowd wonder right now.
Fourth line on the ice for Florida. The Oilers get Nugent Hopkins and Kane out with Frederick.
Kane has a goal tonight. Nugent Hopkins wins the face-off. He's had a quiet series to this point. Nurse up the middle for Frederick, knocked off his stick. Nate Schmidt will snap it back in. Collected by Klingberg in his own zone as Boqvist moves in. Gadjevich, a huge hit on Klingberg. Nugent Hopkins answered with one of his own. Short side offering by Nosek, but that clattered off the corner boards and all the way inside the Florida blue line.
0 shots, first 5 minutes of this period for Edmonton.
And the Panthers don't have a shot on goal either, but of course they have the lead. So what you're really saying is the neutral zone has been where the action is in this third period. 5 minutes without a shot for either hockey club. Actually, Edmonton's been credited with one.
All right.
But your point is still valid. We haven't seen a lot of high-quality chances here in this third period. Luostarinen engaged with Woolman. And you have to be careful here. 10 power plays already have been awarded in this game. 6 for Edmonton, 4 for Florida.
I don't think either coaching staff would be particularly enthused with the officiating in this game. It's been a chippy, dirty affair. But the Panthers forecheck in the second period, they drilled the oil. And they probably deserve to be up, Jack, by a goal in this game. They've done a great job in the PK. They got the shorthanded goal.
Henrique wins the faceoff from Lundell. Slammed down the middle. Bobrovsky thought there should have been icing. None was called. Nico Mikkola up the right-hand side. Bobrovsky, lifetime in the Stanley Cup final. A record of 5-8. Here's Victor Arvidsson. Flips it in. That's grabbed by Aaron Ekblad. Tried to clear it. Connor Brown. Mikkola and Jones trapped in the corner. Luostarinen tried to bump it out of the zone. Mikkola will have a secondary option to clear, and he does with a twisting backhander up to Luostarinen, who will bang it behind Stuart Skinner. And it's been a quiet 6 minutes. This is what Florida would love. Low event hockey. Anything but in the first period. Draisaitl and McDavid back on the ice. McDavid trying to beat Carter Verhaeghe. Hits the trailer. Bouchard a shot. And a save made. Sergei Bobrovsky. Boy, Bouchard has a goal and 2 assists tonight, but Bobrovsky has made 3 difficult saves one-on-one against Evan Bouchard, and that was another.
Yeah, McDavid got the zone entry. There was a bit of a flyby, and give credit, Bobrovsky tracked that puck late and came up to save Bouchard almost.
They're shooting glove side all day long, and Bobrovsky has been equal to the task. That was another shot glove side by Evan Bouchard, and you astutely point out he had a bit of help there with a couple of screens. Forsling flings it back the other way off the draw. Took a big hop, and they're going to wave off icing. Ekholm will take control behind his own net, pursued by Verhaeghe. Up the left-hand side, Corey Perry. They'll shoot it in, and they're going to wave off icing there. McDavid tried to shovel it in front, clipped the side of the net. Perry kept it alive for his captain, and McDavid angles one out to Evan Bouchard. Across to Matthias Ekholm. Wrist shot, and that disappeared into the sweater of Ekblad, and Florida makes certain of a clear. Remember, it was Ekholm with a third-period game-tying goal on Wednesday. Reinhart backhands it in, and he'll change. Ekholm a reset. Edmonton completes a line change as well. Nearly 7 minutes gone in the third period. The Oilers staggering their way through the neutral zone. Evander Kane still in possession of the puck as he shovels it in. Nate Schmidt got himself in trouble. Mishandled, then was checked by Kane, but Tkachuk there with secondary support, and Kulikov nudged it just far enough to center. Nurse will shoot it right back in for Edmonton. Batted out of midair by Rodriguez on a clear from Schmidt. And once again, Nurse launches it right back in. Both teams want to make changes. Schmidt across, and he'll get it back. Lead pass on target for Rodriguez. Looking for Nosek. Closing quickly is Kasperi Kapanen. Gadjevich muscles it inside the Oiler line. Klingberg up to Nurse. Lead pass right-hand side. But Colson tripped up, and Bobrovsky on a pass that came off the boards found Ekblad with the outlet to Jesper Boqvist. Racing in, gives Florida a little speed on this fourth line. Drops it for Nosek. Trapped by Janmark. Quick shot from the corner. That sailed wide. Rebound Mikkola smacks it down low. Seth Jones rolls over the boards. Keeps Kapanen hemmed in for now, but Janmark will break free of traffic and dish off to Jake Wallman. He'll snap it in from center around the boards and picked up in one motion McDavid. Back on the ice for Edmonton. Perry fills the lane. The drop pass Draisaitl gives it up. Wallman loads and fires, and that shot deflects up and out of play. Mikkola got himself in the lane with 11:40 to go in the third period. It's airtight in terms of room to be had in this Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. And as we've moved along in this game, further shrink-wrapped. Florida 4, Edmonton 3, 11:40 to play in what is shaping up as a classic Stanley Cup Final Game 2. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty. Tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
Our people, our team. It's what business owners almost always say is their most important resource. But strong businesses don't just find great people. They make sure their teams stay healthy, engaged, and performing at their best. A benefits plan from Alberta Blue Cross is more than just drug and dental. They support the whole person with flexible coverage levels that fit the size and circumstance of your business. Find a plan that gets results at ab.bluecross.ca.
Legacy Heating and Cooling jingle auditions take one for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Are you ready, guys?
We were born ready.
Heck yes, Nuge. Drop the beat.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
We freaking killed it, Nuge.
That's what I'm talking about, Zachary Martin Hyman.
Nice guys. We're going to sell a lot of air conditioners.
Hey, doesn't Legacy offer no payments and no interest for a year on those?
Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nuge.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
All games, all seasons.
You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
11:40 to go in the third. Bob, Florida trying to kind of conjure up its own version of a boa constrictor, trying to squeeze what has been a high-energy game and choke it right down to the bare essentials. Barkov against McDavid, and off the face-off, Perry to the net, drag move, then reverses, centers, and a save, Bobrovsky. With Draisaitl and McDavid on the doorstep, it was McDavid who was stopped. Carter Verhaeghe the other way. Corey Perry with a beautiful dish, known as a finisher, but that, of course, was turned on its head when he helped set up the game winner on Wednesday night, and that was another perfectly executed play. Draisaitl splits defenders to the net, denied by Bobrovsky. Draisaitl kind of bumped it ahead to himself. From the corner, McDavid tried to hit Ekholm, and that pass eluded him. Florida quick change with 11 minutes to play. And McDavid and Draisaitl reluctantly will follow suit. Victor Arvidsson on to Connor Brown. Streaks in right-hand side. Hammered by Mikkola. Seth Jones, check finish by Adam Henrique, but he took the hit to make the play, and here comes Sam Bennett, who, dare I say it, Bob, has been a little quiet in the last period and a half for the first time in this series. Edmonton clears back to center, slashed back in by Nate Schmidt. Darnell Nurse on the puck for the Oilers. Kulak swung it off the glass, streaking over. Lundell off balance. And Brown is able to wedge it in for Edmonton. Florida moving right to left in the third. That's a lead pass that Luos Storinen did not make a touch on, and I don't think it would have mattered anyways. Icing all the way against the Panthers, who have split 52 shots on net evenly with the Edmonton Oilers. Florida led 1-0 early. Draisaitl scored early in Game 1. Bennett tonight early in Game 2 on the power play. Kane and Bouchard answered, and it was 2-1 Edmonton. Jones tied it. Draisaitl answered on the power play. 3-2 Oilers after one, but Kulikov at even strength and Marchand shorthanded in the second bring us to the current 4-3 margin for the Panthers. Face off right of Bobrovsky. Florida able to come up with it, and chipping and charging will be Eetu Luostarinen. Finished his check on Klingberg. Wallman skates away. Pass hit Nugent Hopkins in the heel, and Nosek will try to answer. Wrist shot off the rush and a save Skinner. And Nosek, the smart play, skated right at the Edmonton goaltender. Teams have been doing that throughout the 6 periods that have been played. And Skinner forced to freeze it. We'll have an ozone draw for Florida when we come back. 9:53 to play in the third. Panthers 4, Edmonton 3. This is Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final, live from sold-out Rogers Place in downtown Edmonton. The Oilers Radio Network.
At Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, they recommend pairing locally distilled spirits and their ice-cold beer selection with... And Oilers win! Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, proud partners and fans of the Edmonton Oilers. Please enjoy responsibly.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, and breathtaking views. Experience resort-like amenities including a full-time concierge, yoga and fitness studios, golf simulator, plus indoor and outdoor lounges for you to live your best life. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
When it comes to your new home, nothing should stop you from getting exactly what you want. Coventry Homes puts your needs front and center. They won't deke past your questions about customization, and making changes won't get you sent to the penalty box. With their customizable designs and flexible options, your game-changing home is within reach. Score big with flexibility. By Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
At Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, they recommend pairing locally distilled spirits and their ice-cold beer selection with... And Oilers win! Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, proud partners and fans of the Edmonton Oilers. Please enjoy responsibly.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Florida trying to even this series at a game apiece, get the split they wanted on the road. Going home for games 3 and 4 in Sunrise next Monday and Thursday night right here on the Oilers Radio Network at 620. It's Jack and Bob live from our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth off the draw in the Oilers zone. A clear by Darnell Nurse is cut off by Sam Bennett. 9:45 to play. Florida evens the series. The Panthers will seize home ice advantage in this series. Here's Henrique. Beautiful move to his backhand. A save off the rush. Rebound, and Bobrovsky got a piece of that. And a clear up to Evan Rodriguez with Brett Kulak back. And Kulak was able to easily shrug off Rodriguez and send it over to Darnell Nurse for a hard rim up the left-hand side. This should be icing against Edmonton, and that's the call with 9:16 remaining in the third. Bobrovsky stoning Adam Henrique. Edmonton's 5th shot of this third period. They'll need at least 5 more, in my estimation, to have a realistic shot at tying this one up as Florida trying to shift into lockdown mode.
They've loaded up their line here, Jack, and Oilers got to get the puck out here.
Barkov won the faceoff. Panthers work the perimeter. Verhaeghe out in front. A quick shot short side. Testing Skinner, who makes the save. Stuart Skinner over the last 3 years, this is what he does. He may give up 3 or 4, but he usually gives his club a shot. Doesn't allow the opponent to pull away. Verhaeghe will deliver a soft chip back into the Oilers zone. Podkolzin up the middle of the ice. Connor McDavid back out with Perry and Draisaitl. Those 3 reunited in the second period. Draisaitl a steal on Verhaeghe. Puck maintenance a premium for both clubs. An ill-advised turnover could swing the game decidedly in the other direction. High flip Forsling. Batted down by Ekholm and rifled in by Anton Lundell. Marchand, who gave the Panthers a lead with a shorthanded goal in the second period, here with a giveaway. And Edmonton's got a 3-on-2. Draisaitl to McDavid, left wing across. Perry's open, shoots, and a blocked shot. Forsling went belly down to get a piece of that cross ice, smacked at him in there by Draisaitl. What hand-eye? Panthers with a chance to clear. Luostarinen, harassed by McDavid, forces it back to the Edmonton line. Ekholm sent it off the boards. Draisaitl through Forsling, centering pass. Perry had his pocket picked at the last second and was wrestled down by Luostarinen. The Panthers launch back to center. Bouchard will keep the pressure on. And a very late, was it offside, Bob? Very late on McDavid. And then Bennett and Bouchard came together. Bouchard went down in a heap, and that time it was Edmonton trying to bait Florida into a call. And Jake Wallman has been around this stuff all series long. 7:47 remaining in the third. Florida 4, Edmonton 3. Some kind of block from Gustav Forsling. A couple of slashes. Bouchard caught Bennett on the outside of the left knee.
Not much happening there.
Bennett answered in kind.
Regular season, that would have been coincidental liners.
Yes. I think Bennett got a little bit healthier of a chunk of Bouchard.
What a surprise.
Nugent Hopkins against Sam Bennett. Shots are dead even at 28 aside. Florida 4, Edmonton 3. Bennett wins the faceoff. 7:45 remain in the hockey game. Bennett checked at center by Klingberg and lofted back in for Kane. His shot deflected behind the net. Connor Brown trying to hunt that one down. Florida able to escape. Nate Schmidt sends a high floater. Tkachuk skates into it, sends it around the boards. Didn't realize he had Bennett with him. Bennett able to make a play on the right half boards, and Florida wants a change. Jake Wallman under control for Edmonton. John Klingberg right-hand side. Chipped in softly by Evander Kane. First on the puck, Kane trying to create space for Brown. Wrapped it around the boards, Nurse. Florida's fourth line out here with 7 minutes to play in a 4-3 game for the Panthers. Nosek, a hard check on Nugent Hopkins. Each team has had two separate leads. Kulak, a shot, and that was blocked. Up top by Gadjevich. Nosek to Gadjevich, and it's nudged out for Boqvist. They'll try to get around Darnell Nurse. Nothing doing. Boqvist stymied by Nurse, and Kulak with a clear. Forsling off to Sam Reinhart. Tried to chip it past Brett Kulak, but got triple teamed, and Kulak knocked it down and weaved his way through the neutral zone. Ekblad got a healthy chunk of Kulak. Crowd wanted interference. Forsling rammed it off the right-hand glass back to center. Henrique for the Oilers to Evan Bouchard, who has a goal and 2 assists tonight. Henrique tried a shot from the half wall, and that was throttled by Forsling and nudged out safely to Verhaeghe, who took a healthy pop from Kapanen. Poke check by Ekblad, frees it up for Rister Indy from Sam Reinhart. Kapanen pulls it free off the half boards with 5:55 left in the third period. Florida 4, Edmonton 3. Crowd ratcheting it up once again as McDavid and Draisaitl along. It's McDavid to Matthias Ekholm. Puck dislodged from his stick, and likewise on Draisaitl. Bouchard up the middle, and Lundell broke it up intended for Corey Perry. Then a backhand flip eventually finds Luostarinen. He'll dump it in. Skinner nearly gave it away and did so. Anton Lundell pumped it around the boards for Seth Jones. Down low to Matthew Tkachuk. Top of the right circle. Guides one to Lundell. Heads for the net. Shot Lundell. Saves Skinner. Rebound Nico Mikkola. Behind the net Tkachuk. Stepping up Rodriguez. Unable to seal it off. Perry launches it ahead for Draisaitl. Intercepted by Mikkola. Matthew Tkachuk shovels it down low. An example of Mikkola not losing sight of where Leon Draisaitl was.
100%.
That was a heads-up play. Panthers force a giveaway. It's Reinhart, centering pass off the pads of Skinner. Loose, digging after it, and Draisaitl finally peels away from Evan Rodriguez and avoids a check from Reinhart. Gets it up through center. Nugent Hopkins will chip and charge in. Bobrovsky elects to keep the puck moving. Kulikov to Rodriguez, who's going to be guilty of icing here. 4.5 minutes to go as the whistle sounds. And the Panthers still leading the Edmonton Oilers 4-3. Now, McDavid and Draisaitl just finished a lengthy shift. I don't think they're coming on here, even with icing against Florida.
We saw a little bit greater desperation from Florida. Dominant second period, and they are showing why they, what was their record? 31-0 when leading after 2. They've showed it here in the third. This has been a clinic from them.
Long way to go, though. 4.5 minutes remaining. Barkov against Evander Kane, who came up with a key face-off win for Frederick. Wallman across Klingberg, drag move, looks for a lane, and now forced to back off by Sam Reinhart. Klingberg walks that line, dishes off to Wallman left point, send it down low, out in front for Bobrovsky, a kick save, rebound loose and available for just a moment. Janmark could not put it home, but Colson trying to rake it out of the corner, and now we'll have a whistle as Nate Schmidt was caught in a compromising position in the corner with the puck lodged underneath his prostrate form. 4:09 to go in the third. It's Florida 4, Edmonton 3. We'll be back with what shapes up to be a fabulous finish. It's Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final, and it's right here on the Oilers Radio Network.
Oilers playoff ticket giveaways are on at the Canadian Brewhouse. Plus $1 off tankards of Molson Canadian and Coors Light during every game. The Canadian Brewhouse. Our house is your house.
End of the Row Flooring Centers is not only Canadian owned and operated, but we've been your go-to flooring center since 1986. The reason is simple. We make your flooring project easier. Rather than a tiny sample, upload a photo of your room at endoftheroll.com and instantly see what your dream flooring looks like in your house. Thousands of styles just clicks away. End of the Roll Flooring Centers. We've been flooring Canadians for 4 decades. Visit endoftheroll.com.
12870 St. Albert Trail and now open at 580 Parsons Road Southwest.
When was the last time your electricity and natural gas provider made you feel like this? Low rates, no strings attached, year-round perks, and local energy experts who always have your back with Encore by EPCOR. Find that carefree energy feeling at encore.epcor.com/carefree.
Customers are free to purchase natural gas or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822 toll-free.
Patio season is on at the Canadian Brewhouse. Grab your crew, sip something cold, and hang out on the best patio in town. The Canadian Brewhouse. Our house is your house.
All games, all season.
You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
4 minutes, 9 seconds remain, third period. Ekholm, Bouchard, the D pairing. McDavid, Draisaitl, Perry. As the Oilers press for the equalizer. 4-3 Florida. Stuart Skinner still between the pipes. I expect another couple of shifts before the Oilers select to pull their goaltender. Florida trying to even this best-of-7 Stanley Cup final at a game apiece and seize home ice advantage in the process. Oilers trying to hold serve at home and head to Sunrise with theoretically an opportunity to close it out. Off the draw, Draisaitl to Connor McDavid. Poke checked off his stick. Winds up on the plexi. Slashed at by Forsling. Does not get it out. And McDavid won a battle. And steers back to Bouchard, who holds the line with a shot to save Bobrovsky. Rebound available. And snatched away by Barkov. Here comes Forsling, who dumps it in for Florida. Picked up by Ekholm. He'll backhand it over to Bouchard. Launches one up the left-hand side. Puck rolls dead. No icing. Ekblad sent it off the glass. Back to center. That hopped over the stick of Ekholm with 3.5 minutes left in regulation. Florida trailed 2-1 and 3-2 in this game. Now leads 4-3. Bouchard to Kane. Centering pass. Brown, a shot stopped by Sergei Bobrovsky. Wide open in the slot off the rush. Florida continues to have problems defending off the rush, but now a tip by Lundell. Frees it up for Luo Starinen. And the Panthers bang it down low. Bobrovsky comes up with a crucial stop on Connor Brown, who has 5 playoff goals to his credit. Kulak likely guilty of icing here with 2:59 to play. The shots are even at 30 apiece, and Connor Brown came with an eyelash of tying the game.
Oh, great touch pass there from Evander Kane.
And again, glove side, and Bobrovsky fought it off. He hasn't been perfect on that glove tonight, but he's made a couple of key stops.
And this is a key sequence here. 3 minutes left in the game. Edmonton's got to regain the puck. get their big dogs back out there.
Bennett against Nugent Hopkins won the face-off. Schmidt, did he hold the zone? He did. Kulak tries again to clear. Evander Kane will. But it's tossed back in by Matthew Tkachuk from center, and we're down to 2:45 remaining. Hard rim by Nurse. Arvidsson was buried. There's not going to be icing here. Bobrovsky unhappy. Makes certain that Gustav Forsling knew it was no icing, and then Bennett didn't get a touch on an outlet. And that's just an unforced error against the Florida Panthers, and you're likely going to see Stuart Skinner come off the ice here with 2.5 minutes left in regulation, and Florida leading Edmonton 4-3. McDavid and Draisaitl are on with Perry, Walman, and Bouchard, and now Skinner will come to the bench. And that means the extra attacker is going to be Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
Bennett's at about 35% in the playoffs. Draisaitl's at 52%.
Walman and Bouchard, two guys who could shoot the puck, Bob.
Yep.
Draw won by Draisaitl. Walman snaps it across to Bouchard. Net is empty. 6-on-5. 2:25 to play. Florida up 4-3. McDavid. Bouchard shoots! And that was deflected and wound up out of play with 2:21 remaining in the third. A lot of time left here, Bob. I think Edmonton will keep that timeout in its pocket for now.
That was perfectly executed. Bouchard walked right down Main Street, and they got a good block.
Sergei Bobrovsky stopped Connor Brown moments ago. The net is empty. Florida trying to seal it and head back home with home ice advantage. And a 1-1 tie in the series. Oilers won the opener 4-3 in overtime, looking to create overtime again. Off the draw, it comes free. An attempted clear by Verhaeghe. Did he put too much on it? No. It rolls dead at the half wall in the Edmonton zone. Walman up to Nugent-Hopkins. Here come the Edmonton Oilers against the champions. Looking to tie it up. McDavid around Barkov. Flashing in left side around Jones. Pulls up at the corner. Back to Walman. Across to Bouchard in the high slot. Minute 55 to go. Oilers down a goal. McDavid back to Walman left point. Bouchard high slot just inside the line. Top of the right circle. Draisaitl crossing to Bouchard. McDavid in front. Deflected away by a tired Mikkola who needs to come off. There's no icing. Mikkola just jabbed at it and sent it inside the Edmonton line. Draisaitl with 1:30 to play. Hustles it up. Deflected pass threw off the timing. And McDavid and the rest of the Oilers offside. That subtle deflection and defending their own blue line results in an offside against the Oilers, and the Panthers will welcome a neutral zone faceoff. Now, do you think about a timeout
100%.
because your guys have been out there for 90 seconds?
And Skinner's going back in too here.
Is that buying some time, though?
Yes, absolutely it is. And now a timeout.
So 1:31 to go in the third period. The shots are 30 apiece. Florida still leads 4-3, and they've led ever since Brad Marchand scored with 8 minutes to play in the second period on a shorthanded goal set up by Anton Lundell. Regardless of how the faceoff turns out, Bob, do you expect the Oilers to try to shoot from the point and outnumber the Panthers down low?
You got to create chaos. I thought they were too deselective in the last sequence.
Florida, having seen a 3-1 lead disappear in Game 1, which evaporated into a 4-3 overtime loss for the Panthers.
If Edmonton wins the draw, obviously.
Skinner straight to the bench. Right now, Skinner is on the ice above the circles, or right on the hash marks. So Edmonton has McDavid, Draisaitl, Nugent-Hopkins, Ekholm, and Bouchard. Skinner at the hash marks. Barkov against Draisaitl, neutral zone face-off with 1:31 to play. Puck sitting there, kicked over to McDavid. Ekholm will swing it around the boards. Corey Perry has come on as the extra attacker. The puck does not leave the zone. Perry kept it in. Draisaitl down low, double team, loose in the corner. Panthers digging, trying to carve it free. Barkov went down, sent back to the point for Bouchard. Across, he'll get it back. Bouchard drag move around Luostarinen to the corner. McDavid, he waits. Back to Bouchard. Minute to go. McDavid left circle. Cross ice. One-timer. Save Bobrovsky on Draisaitl. Hard rim off the glass. That's out of play. Face off in the offensive zone upcoming. Bobrovsky. 2 massive stops on Connor Brown off the rush and Draisaitl in his office deep in the right circle.
What a look and what a save by Sergei Bobrovsky. Oh, almost identical to the goal that Leon got called back on against Toronto in here back on February 1st.
Draisaitl against Barkov. And Coleman Bouchard, the point man. Perry hugging the right half boards. McDavid and Nugent Hopkins in the slot. It's loose, and McDavid picks it up to Bouchard. Ekholm, Bouchard, cross ice pass tipped high up on the plexi. Florida will try to pin it there. McDavid shovels it back to Ekholm. 40 seconds. Bouchard between circles. McDavid left side. Shot blocked. Rebound tossed. Flubbed. Second opportunity. Panthers bank it off the wall. Could be icing, and it will be. With 30.5 seconds to go, the Panthers unable to get a change here. Still 4-3 Florida. The Panthers angled it off the boards, but they're not home free. A half minute remains. Edmonton already having taken its timeout.
Florida at 53% in the face-off circle, Jack.
Crucial draw here. It'll be Draisaitl and Barkov one more time. McDavid and Perry stacking the paint. Mikkola working the ice in the blue paint. Wollman is back on the ice to join Bouchard, giving Edmonton a second cannon from the point. And Draisaitl and Barkov will have to reload. Face off to the right of Sergei Bobrovsky. 4-3 Florida. Here's the finish. McDavid and Perry trying to bust inside the circle. The puck is finally dropped. It rolls loose. McDavid kept it alive. Bouchard under pressure. Got it through Mikkola. Down low in the corner. Panthers can't clear. Wollman shot. Save. Bobrovsky. Rebound. Score! Corey Perry has tied the game. 18 seconds to go. And we are tied.
Can you believe that? To deploy Jake Wollman, a long-range bomber. And Corey Perry has scored his 8th goal of the playoffs at age 40, and we are tied.
The draw. Evander Kane shoots wide. Deafening in here. Connor Brown on the right half boards. The Oilers refuse to go quietly into the night. They forced overtime at Rogers Place. Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final will require extra time. 4-4.
Look at Marchand trying to take Bouchard off the ice here.
Corey Perry, at age 40, finds a loose puck in the slot and tucks it inside the left goalpost. Jake Wollman reinserted into the game after Ekholm and Bouchard had taken the prior shift. 6-on-5. Wollman gets it through, and Perry able to smack home the rebound. What a series. Two teams back and forth, each team having led on 2 separate occasions tonight. And we'll need overtime to settle game 2 as we did in game 1. Give McDavid a second assist on the scoring play. And what a series, and we're only in game 2.
Well, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins was fencing in front of the net. He was tied up by Mikkola, and the Oilers found a way to get the loose puck. And Corey Perry Hashmark's in. He's still an elite player in this league, and what a playoff he has had. And as a result, we are headed to overtime, where nobody goes home until somebody scores.
4-4, Florida, Edmonton. Panthers scored first. Oilers took leads of 2-1 and 3-2 in the first. Panthers got a pair in the second, including Marchand's shorthanded goal, and that held up 4-3 for Florida all the way down the stretch until 1942, when Corey Perry able to extract overtime by burying a rebound from Wallman and McDavid. 1942, time of the goal. We head to overtime. Oh, it's only game 2.
RNH was the net front. I know they announced McDavid in front. I'm thinking RNH may have gotten a piece on that, Jack, and because Wallman's listed as the second assist right now, so that leads me to believe that RNH fencing in front of the goal may have got an assist on the game tire.
And if so, that'd be his first point of the series. We are tied at 4. The Oilers outshot the Panthers 9-5 in that third period. Florida played as well as you could possibly play down the stretch, but took an icing with a half minute to go to give the Oilers a glimmer of hope. And as we've seen throughout the Stanley Cup playoffs, and certainly Quinton Byfield found out, well, you can't give this team a second chance. Otherwise, you've got to go win it in overtime. And the Oilers are a perfect 4-0 in Stanley Cup overtime playoff games this season. We'll find out whether Florida can break that streak and even the series, or whether the Oilers will send the Panthers back to Sunrise with 2 disheartening losses. 4-4 through 60. Overtime a dozen minutes away. Next up, Bryn and Rob. This is Four Dealers NHL Hockey and the Stanley Cup Playoffs. The Oilers Radio Network.
Tired of skyrocketing energy bills? Switch to clean, affordable power with Horizon Solar. Whether you want to cut costs, go green, or increase your home's value, Horizon Solar has you covered with tailored solar energy solutions. With current government incentives, there's never been a better time to make the switch. Own your power, control your bills, live sustainably. For your free assessment, call Horizon Solar today or visit horizonsolar.com to get started. Horizon Solar, where going green makes sense.
It's our YEG with 880 Chad.
There's something for everyone at the Alberta Circus Arts Festival, June 19th through the 22nd. Learn to juggle, walk on stilts, or take in shows from across the globe. Enter now at 880ched.com for your chance to win. Then, whether you're a hardcore gamer or a virtual noob, GameCon has something for every enthusiast. Get the joysticks out June 13th to 15th for a full weekend of fun. Enter at 880ched for a free play now.
For details on these and more events, visit 880ched.com. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
McDavid and Perry trying to bust inside the circle. The puck is finally dropped. It rolls loose. McDavid kept it alive. Bouchard under pressure. Got it through Mikkola. Down low in the corner. Panthers can't clear. Wallman shot. Save. Bobrovsky. Rebound. Score! Corey Perry has tied the game. 18 seconds to go. And we are tied.
And that's our Highlight Zone, brought to you by Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, and right next door to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Welcome to another intermission, Rob Brown. Here we go again.
Well, it's so funny how these games have just mirrored each other.
I know.
We talked at the end of the second period how everything had been the same through the first 40 minutes. Well, again, just like in the last game, the Oilers unable to score in a power play to start the period. But as the game moves on, they get a couple good chances, finally find the back of the net, and again, we go into overtime. So let's just hope that the mirror is 100% complete and the Oilers find a way to win this one in overtime. But
how disheartening is that got to be for Florida here, because they played really well in the second, played really well in the third.
It'll be disheartening. I mean, you look up at the clock, you're 30 seconds away from tying up the series.
Right.
So you're sitting in that dressing room right now just thinking, what, we get the puck out one more time. We had the puck near the blue line. I had the guy stick tied. I just didn't have it tied up enough. So, yeah, it is certainly disheartening. Whereas the Oilers dressing room, this is our game now. We've got this game. Let's put a stranglehold on this series. But before this series started, we talked about the fact these are the two best teams playing great hockey, and we hope that these two teams show us what they're capable of doing and entertain us. I mean, we've now had 7 periods of hockey, and there hasn't been a moment of disappointment with the way that these two teams have played. The physicality, the skill level, the intensity, the tension in the crowd, the exhilaration of the crowd. I don't know what else this series is going to throw at us as analysts or us as fans, but this has been as good as 7 periods of hockey that I have seen in a number of years. And again, we are a long way from over. So here's hoping that in the next little while at night's end, we'll be celebrating the second overtime victory for the Edmonton Oilers.
We were laughing during the commercial break because early in the season, we heard, why would they go and sign Corey Perry? Why would they sign Corey Perry? Well, all he's done is step up at the biggest times. And here again, another one here at 1942 of the third period.
And I'm not sure that was the expectation even from the Oilers brass. I think they felt that he had incredible leadership in the dressing room. He's a guy that can mentor young players. He's a veteran presence that nothing is too big for him. I'm guessing, and I could be wrong, but I'm guessing the offensive output over the season was probably a little more than the Oilers expected.
Sure.
And now he's got 8 in the playoffs, which is, I'm thinking, is that not second for the Oilers on the for this team in the playoffs? I think
they're all big ones, that's
I think
sure.
Leon Draisaitl is the only Oiler with more goals than him in the playoffs. I mean, this is Corey Perry, 40 years old. Only Leon Draisaitl, who's could be the MVP of the National Hockey League this year, has more goals than him, and none bigger than that for the Oilers this year. What a moment for Corey Perry, what a moment for the 18,000 plus that are here tonight.
Bob and I were talking to him a couple weeks ago, and we didn't even want to bring up the age thing because Bob would be almost old enough to be his dad. I could be old enough to be his dad, but what a season he's had. What a great playoffs he's had. Let's get out of this as fast as we can right now because we're going to take a bit of a break, and then we're going to come back. We'll get everybody all set to go for the first overtime. We are seeing one hell of a hockey game tonight. It's been absolutely fabulous. At the intermission is brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Do you have tickets to an upcoming event at Rogers Place that you can't attend? Donate your tickets to the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation Seats for Kids program, presented by Eagle Builders. Seats for Kids provides unused game tickets for charities, allowing children and families to enjoy hockey at Rogers Place. And for many, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To be a part of the Seats for Kids program presented by Eagle Builders, please email edmonton@kidsupfront.com. That's edmonton@kidsupfront.com.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. The defense lawyer for David Michael Moss says his client should be in a psychiatric hospital, not prison, with Moss now appealing his life sentence for second-degree murder in the brutal stabbing death of a 7-year-old girl 5 years ago. Moss admitted to killing Bella Rose DeRosier, but during his original trial argued he was not criminally responsible, with his lawyer saying the trial judge did not properly consider what led to the attack, arguing the judge erred when considering expert evidence on his client's psychosis. The city says the intersection of Stony Plain Road and 124th Street is slated to open earlier than planned on Monday as Marigold continues its accelerated Valley Line West LRT construction. And Constable Daniel Woodall was honored today in a ceremony at the school bearing his name 10 years after he was killed on the job by a shooter in West Edmonton. The school presented its inaugural Legacy Award to a grade 6 student who exemplifies Woodall's core values of safety, diversity, community, and belonging. News on demand at 880ched.com.
Did you hear what happened to Rick while he was building his fence?
Yeah, he hit a natural gas line. They had to evacuate his entire neighborhood. At dinner time, too. I bet he didn't make any new friends that day.
It cost him a ton to get the line repaired. I wonder why he didn't get his underground utilities marked.
Don't be that person. If you're digging on your property, request a locate for natural gas lines. It's free and can prevent serious injury or financial loss. And you won't upset the neighbors. Visit clickbeforeyoudig.com. A safety message brought to you by ATCO.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
McDavid and Perry trying to bust inside the circle. The puck is finally dropped. It rolls loose. McDavid kept it alive. Bouchard under pressure. Got it through Mikkola. Down low in the corner. Panthers can't clear. Wallman shot. Save. Bobrovsky. Rebound. Score! Corey Perry has tied the game. 18 seconds to go. And we are tied.
And we are going to overtime. Before we do, let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. We were just talking earlier about the fact that now the CFL season is lapping over with the conclusion of the Stanley Cup final. Well, we had one game tonight. Montreal 28-10 over the Toronto Argonauts. That's a final from down east. As for the Edmonton Elks, they'll take on the Lions in British Columbia in Vancouver tomorrow night. Our countdown to kickoff here on 880 CHED gets going at 6:30. It's the Elks and the BC Lions at 8 o'clock right here on 880 CHED. That once again going tomorrow night. Morley Scott with the play-by-play, Dave Campbell with the color, and our countdown to kickoff obviously with Courtney and with Blake at 6:30. Well, it's been very exciting, very, very exciting hockey game, and there's more to come. Overtime is on the way. We are tied at 4. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Hang in there. As we said, overtime is up next. At the intermission is brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your 4 dealers, NHL hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Proudly headquartered in oil country, Capital Power is delivering reliable and affordable power today while building clean power systems for tomorrow, creating the balanced energy solutions communities across Alberta and North America can depend on. Visit capitalpower.com to learn how they are powering change by changing power. Be part of their energy and join Capital Power as we all cheer on our Edmonton Oilers on their quest to win it all.
Over the last decade, the world of work has changed dramatically. It's a change that can cause a disconnect between a company and its employees. But a partnership with Aon can help by making decisions that create a more flexible, engaged, and resilient workforce. Aon's experience and expertise, global understanding, and advanced analytics ensure that every client is better informed and better advised so that they can make better decisions. Whatever the next decade brings, Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Chemco is more than just a trusted local name. Chemco has been building industry across Canada for more than 60 years. From engineering through to commissioning, construction, maintenance, and beyond, Chemco's multidiscipline approach stands firmly on the belief that Chemco cares. It's not just what they do, it's how they do it. Visit Chemco.com and discover how they can support your project today. Chemco, proud fans of the Edmonton Oilers, serving and supporting communities across Canada for over 60 years.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
The Oilers' playoff fortunes this year may have turned in Game 4 of the LA series when Evan Bouchard scored the second of his 2 third-period goals with 29 seconds remaining. Tonight, here in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final, a month and a half later, Corey Perry waits until 17.8 were on the clock before he buries a rebound of a Jake Wallman shot. And the Oilers have forged a 4-4 tie through 60 minutes, and we will decide this one in overtime. The Game 1 winner in the Stanley Cup Final has gone on to win 14 of the 18 games that were decided in that overtime. And, of course, in 2014, you had L.A. and the Rangers start the first 2 games of the Stanley Cup Final with an overtime. And L.A. ended up winning that series on yet another overtime game winner by Alec Martinez. So,
did they split the first 2, or did like it. Both game 1 and
I knew you'd ask me that, and I can't.
I'm sorry, Jack.
So, thank you for putting me on the spot.
Well, I didn't know
4-4.
I did not know it.
We head to the final. We head to the overtime session. I mean, what's Florida thinking right now, Bob? Is there a degree?
They played good. They're thinking they're fine. That's what they're thinking. And it's there for both teams to go get.
Edmonton, Florida will begin the overtime. It's a long change, and that's something we saw in the first couple minutes where the Panthers on Wednesday night threatened Stuart Skinner, were repelled a couple times, and then Nosek threw one over the glass for a delay of game, and Draisaitl capitalized with an overtime winner in the final half minute. That was Wednesday night. Now we begin overtime here in Game 2.
I looked it up. Williams and Brown scored in the opening.
So LA won
both
3 of the 4. 3 of the 4 victories in that Stanley Cup final game in OT.
Against the man that's working the TNT broadcast tonight.
Face-off win for Alexander Barkov, and it's wristed down deep, and off a deflection it'll come right back into the Florida end and handled by Bobrovsky. The Oilers will keep McDavid, Draisaitl, and Perry together for the first shift of this overtime in Game 2. The crowd roaring, a flip ahead, battle for the puck, and Aaron Ekblad comes away with it for Florida. Sent fishtailing in by Carter Verhaeghe. Stuart Skinner with Barkov bearing down on him. And now Evan Bouchard reversing it left side for Leon Draisaitl. Crowd in an absolute frenzy after Perry had tied the game. Bouchard up the gut for McDavid. All of a sudden, 3-on-2. McDavid challenging Mikkola. Tried to slide it through. Deflected. Draisaitl snapshot. Save made by Sergei Bobrovsky. And here come the Panthers. Draisaitl needs a change. Wristed into the waiting glove of Skinner by Tkachuk. And it's a reset for Brett Kulak. So opening minute. And Draisaitl snapped one into a crowd, and Bobrovsky was able to make the save, and Florida clears the rebound. Nugent Hopkins and Kane out there. Lundell defending Evander Kane. Trent Frederick, the third member of this line, and he takes the puck from Seth Jones, who was slow to react. Kane waves it around the boards for Darnell Nurse. Crowd in an uproar. You can hear them behind me. Luo Skarinen against Connor Brown, who nearly tied the game before Perry did. Kulak back behind the net. Mishandled. This time by Kulikov, and a soft wedge shot is kneecapped in by Brad Marchand, who now wants a change for Florida. Nurse up to Connor Brown, building speed through the neutral zone. He'll attack left wing with a backhand floater that lands in the midsection of Sergei Bobrovsky, who stopped 42 shots on Wednesday night but couldn't hold the lead. Florida saw a 3-1 advantage evaporate into a 4-3 overtime loss. And now tonight, seconds away from tying the series and seizing home ice advantage, Florida stunned again, this time on a Corey Perry equalizer. Here's Henrique. Lining up for the face-off. And the captain, Barkov, unable to get it cleared. A shot by Woolman. Big hop off the boards out in front and taken by Nate Schmidt. He'll send it up the right-hand boards for Sam Reinhart. Shoveled in by Verhaeghe. Skinner to handle. Quick to the corner. Reversed by Klingberg over to Jake Woolman, who got the assist on the game-tying goal at 19:42 of the third period. We've played 2 minutes here in overtime. Tied at 4. Oilers attacking right to left. Complete change now. Woolman, having allowed it to materialize, up to Janmark. He's stifled at center. Panthers tried to muscle it in, and it was sent back the other way by Janmark. Mikkola out to Sam Bennett. A giveaway at center. Kasperi Kapanen walks in and shovels behind the net for Janmark. Won't be able to make the play. Sam Bennett scampers back to center for Florida. Lost the puck. Mikkola followed it up. Kapanen able to settle it down for Edmonton and send it over to Brett Kulak. He'll race it through the neutral zone. A high flip into the opposite corner. Mikkola. Kulak trying to follow it up. Brad Marchand able to escape with puck possession. Ahead for Evan Rodriguez. Right circle shot through the slot untouched. And now Corey Perry off to Connor McDavid. He's got Forsling. McDavid to the net. One hands it wide. Rebound taken by Rodriguez up the right-hand side. Draisaitl wants icing, and he'll get it. With 3.5 gone by in overtime. And Edmonton, a 4-4 tie with the Florida Panthers, and an O-zone draw coming up with their top players on the ice.
Connor McDavid, world-class speed. Gustav Forsling, plus 166 in the regular season with Florida. Defended that as well as anybody can.
Forsling picked up on waivers from Chicago. Draisaitl wins the faceoff. Bouchard gets it back and fires, and that was a blocked shot. Marchand has the rebound and sends it up to Rodriguez. He'll hit the red line and fire it off the corner glass, and that'll allow the Panthers to get fresh troops on the ice for a neutral zone faceoff with 16:26 to play in the overtime. Remember, Edmonton's a perfect 4-0. If you're thinking about overtime heroes, well, Perry and Verhaeghe each have 5. The only 2 players in the history of the game with more are Rocket Richard with 6 and Joe Sakic 8 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. But then again, you've got Draisaitl, who, if he would score the overtime winner, that would set a new league record for most in a single playoff campaign, as he already has 3. A steal by Sam Reinhart, and from center ice, he'll dump it in. Draisaitl had 1 against LA, 1 against Vegas, and then the game 1 winner the other night. Bouchard a steal, up to Draisaitl, lumbers through the neutral zone, sets it free for Connor Brown, hammered against the boards. Draisaitl and McDavid operating in the offensive zone, broken up. Reinhart will dump it in from the red line, and a bouncing puck. Skinner one-hands it over to Jake Wallman, and the Oilers have puck possession one more time. Wallman with McDavid in front of him. Directs a pass to Draisaitl, left wing. Draisaitl a shot to save Bobrovsky. And he will hug that to his chest with 15:42 to go in overtime. Of course, Leon Draisaitl had never scored a playoff OT winner before this year, but he's got 3.
And he tried to squeeze one through there on Bobrovsky, and he fought it off.
That's in the Gretzky anecdotal shot category.
Right.
You got to shoot it if you're going to score. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Is that the line?
Yep. I usually butcher that, Jack.
Here's Kane off the draw, collected by Seth Jones, launching up to Matthew Tkachuk, who went down to one knee and can't do anything with the puck. Klingberg shovels it off the boards. Florida at some point is going to need some contributions from guys they've relied on for this last 3-year stretch of going to the Stanley Cup final.
That should have been icing.
Skinner knocked it down. They waved it off immediately. Wallman up the right-hand side, and they'll wave off this one as well as Bobrovsky comes over to hand it off to Seth Jones. Up to Evan Rodriguez. Ambles out of his own zone. Swept in by Nosek. Florida gets its 4th line out here as Gadjevich with pressure in the offensive zone. Evander Kane launches down the right-hand side. That's smacked down at center. Nurse rifles a pass looking for Kane. Double teamed. It was loose for a moment. Grabbed by Henrique and sent dangerously through the slot. Boqvist first on the puck for Florida, and the Panthers may have numbers here. Shoveled toward the net. Skinner guides it to the corner. Boqvist will leave it behind the net, and Florida will get a quick change.
Oilers need a change as well at their forwards. Kane's tired. Stationary breakout here. Florida.
Kane comes off.
Yeah.
Darnell Nurse with the puck in his own end. Firing one up the right-hand side. Ekblad booted it back the other way. Lundell to Brad Marchand. Slide step around Nurse to the middle. Lundell could not get it to his forehand for a potential release. Kulak bumped it over to Nurse. Off to Victor Arvidsson, and he'll wedge one back through the middle. Smacked down by Lundell. Taken away by Janmark. Poke check by Luostarinen. Nurse was there defending his own blue line. Oilers with a puck. Kulak from center. Shot it in off of a linesman. That hurt Devin Berg. Might have caught him in the right elbow. Here come the Panthers the other way. Barkov has had a quiet series offensively. Takes it behind the net. Backhands it out. One-timer flubbed by Carter Verhaeghe. He of the 5 overtime winners in his career. Bouchard through the middle. Janmark wide open right-hand side. Here comes Corey Perry. A drive and a save. Bobrovsky. Rebound McDavid. Freed up for Ekholm. He'll shovel it just wide of the net, and Draisaitl's on it against Niko Mikkola. Draisaitl, the overtime hero on Wednesday night. Barkov, the outlet for Seth Jones, and here come the Panthers left to right. Snapped in by Jones. Rescued from purgatory in Chicago earlier this year. Ekholm up the boards, knocked down by Bennett. Forked away the first time from McDavid. He got it back against Tkachuk, and then it was driven back through center. And Kasperi Kapanen. Better be careful with Bennett all over him. Bouchard launches one at the left-hand side that'll turn into an icing call with 12:51 left in overtime, and the score remains deadlocked 4-all. The shots on goal in this overtime session, 6-4 Edmonton.
Well, this is a massive draw for Adam Henrique back in the Oilers D-zone. He's a good face-off.
It's a massive game. I mean,
yes, it is.
Florida will be demoralized if they don't win tonight. Nate Schmidt, I'm not saying the series is over, but it'll take every ounce of their championship medal to shrug it off. Here's Adam Henrique against Dmitry Kulikov. Whistled in by Podkolzin. Nate Schmidt with assists on the 2 Florida goals tonight in the first period. Up to Evan Rodriguez. He's hogtied at center. Snatched away and driven back in by Podkolzin, and he'll follow up. Bobrovsky failed to clear. Podkolzin down low to Kasperi Kapanen, who breaks loose from behind the net, shadowed by Bennett. Put it back into the corner. Matthew Tkachuk trying to jam it out for the Panthers. Here's a rip job and on net. Vasily Podkolzin, whose younger brother Mikhail, watching him play in the NHL for the first time, saw that bid for an overtime winner disappear into Bobrovsky's glove. 12:09 left in overtime. Mikhail is 14, also with his parents. Sorry, Bob, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we got an extra day on these travel days. This means you can run your top guys more.
Barkov against Evander Kane. Kane will take the face-off. Nugent Hopkins and Frederick complete the line. Klingberg and Wallman, the D pairing for Edmonton. Face-off to the right of Sergei Bobrovsky. Overtime, 8 minutes in, 4-all. Edmonton got the tying goal with 18 seconds left. Puck rimmed around the boards off the draw. Barkov to Carter Verhaeghe. Nudged ahead for Ekblad and lifted back to center. It's Klingberg looking right-hand side. Bearing down on him is Reinhart. He'll dump it in. Ekblad after it. Frederick, a punishing hit. He absorbs it. And now it's played back to Klingberg for a slapper, and that was clubbed wide. Rebound, Sam Reinhart. Breaks free of traffic. Reinhart from center ice. He'll work it around the boards, picked up by Verhaeghe. Left for Barkov. He got blasted by Frederick and coughed up the puck. Klingberg with Verhaeghe on him. Verhaeghe took it away. Centering pass. Backhander. What a save, Skinner. Rebound stays out. I don't believe it. It was on the goal line and hit the far post, and the Panthers, by a whisker, need to play on.
Wow. Jake Wallman goes back and gives the tap to Stuart Skinner because he just bailed him right out.
Verhaeghe centered, and somehow that puck went through Skinner and stayed out.
And how about Klingberg with the presence of mind on the sticks? It was Klingberg that got stripped.
That was Brad Marchand who put it 5-hole on Skinner. And if Skinner's right skate makes contact with the puck, it's in the net.
And if it gets misplayed, it's in the net off the stick. And Klingberg had the presence of mind.
Tug it right off the goal line and the post. He had to deal with the post. Off the draw.
Oh, wow.
Hammered short side by Luostarinen, and Skinner was hugging that post. Lundell tried to force it back in front. Marchand creates off-balance shot, and that deflected off Luostarinen. Florida digging in here. Marchand could not hold the zone. Kane was able to power it back to center. Marchand, who's already scored in this game, up to Seth Jones. Lundell, wrist shot, saves Skinner. And he'll freeze it with 10:46 left in overtime. And a face-off will come to his left. Brad Marchand tucked it underneath the stretched out Stuart Skinner, but it stayed out. And you wonder, when things like that happen, is it finally your year? Edmonton, a trip to the conference final in 22, not ready. A close series, but ultimately swept by Colorado 3 of the 4 games, basically 1-goal games. 23, losing to the eventual Stanley Cup champion Vegas Golden Knights in 6 after having a lead in Game 5 with a chance to go home up 3-2. And last year, a 7-game loss to Florida. The Oilers win the face-off in their own zone. Mattias Ekholm swept in toward Arvidsson by Adam Henrique, who scored some big OT winners in his career. One that put the Devils in the Stanley Cup final. Ekholm shoots it back in after a Florida clear. Forsling to Sam Bennett, and he'll loft one toward Tkachuk, and that was batted down. Henrique will kick it back for Mattias Ekholm. Took a shot from Ekblad and got it in deep. Forsling, right side, Evan Rodriguez. From center ice, he'll shoot it around the boards. That's going to be picked up by Brett Kulak. Dances behind the net. Long toss for Perry. Sent in deep, Mikkola defending against Podkolzin. One-handed free. Seth Jones didn't get it out, and Nurse wired one wide. Here's Kulak behind the net for Podkolzin. Edmonton searching for victory. McDavid, Nurse, back down low. Here's Corey Perry surveying, centering. McDavid trapped in the left corner. Heads back behind the net. Nearly collided with his own man, Corey Perry. Nurse.
Broken stick.
5-on-4.5. Nurse's shot, and that stayed out somehow. Bobrovsky slides back into position. Barkov double team, can't clear. Mikkola no stick to help him out. Barkov again up the left side, and Verhaeghe to Seth Jones down the middle of the ice. Open man, Reinhart shoots and a save. Rebound, pinballed right back into Skinner. Jones was in the slot. Reinhart with maybe his best chance of the entire series. And Skinner got a piece, and then it was deflected right back into him, I believe, off the shoulder of Jones. Will sweep the ice with 9 minutes left in overtime. And the game tied at 4. This is Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. And what a final it's been to this point. We're live at Rogers Place with Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Atlas Immunization Services.
Where do I go for travel immunizations for all ages, including infants? Easy. Atlas Immunization Services.
Preparing you for a safe and healthy journey.
There's nothing like playoff energy. You can see it inside the arena and at the outdoor watch parties. It's electric, and keeping that energy can seem impossible. The experts at Sunview Windows and Doors can help you reduce heat loss up to 30%. Keep more of your energy with help from Sunview Windows and Doors. As a small Edmonton-based business, Sunview specializes in renovation, using only products and materials they'd use in their own homes. See the difference with a free estimate at sunview-windows.com.
When life throws you a load, you need a trailer that can take it. Edmonton Trailer is stocked up and ready to help you haul anything from gravel to freight. Whether you're in the oil field, hauling construction materials, logs, or egg goods, Edmonton Trailer has you covered. Find your perfect trailer online at edmontontrailer.com or swing by one of their 3 locations for sales, service, parts, rentals, and financing. When you're in it for the long haul, edmontontrailer.com.
Atlas Immunization Services.
Where do I go for travel immunizations for all ages, including infants? Easy. Atlas Immunization Services.
Preparing you for a safe and healthy journey.
All games, all season.
You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
4-4 tie. Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers won the first one in overtime 4-3. We're halfway through the first overtime here in Game 2. First time in 11 years, the first 2 games of the Stanley Cup Final had required an extra session, and the Oilers looking to win both and take a 2-0 seriously, and otherwise Florida has tied it and has taken home ice advantage away. Kulak up the right-hand side. Connor Brown forces it back across the Florida blue line. Panthers were within 18 seconds of victory before Corey Perry tied it late in the third, 6-on-5. Forsling shoots it in for Florida. Kachuk could not knock it down. Ekblad kept it alive. High slot tipped away from Rodriguez and jammed through the skates of Ekblad. Kachuk is there with secondary support, but it's promptly turned back over, and Kulak a reset for the Edmonton Oilers. Puck change possession about 4 times there. Kulak will give it up. Nurse long on net. Bobrovsky handles, gives it up. Rodriguez up the right-hand side. I don't think Marchand touched that puck. It's icing against Florida. 8:16 to go in OT. Marchand missing narrowly in his bid to be an overtime hero. Tucked one 5-hole on Skinner, only to see it slide through the blue paint and kiss the far post. Marchand does have 4 overtime winning goals in the playoffs. Matthew Tkachuk with 3. Draisaitl wins the faceoff. Back to Ekholm. Loads up. Slap pass to Bouchard. Now it's McDavid. He's got Forsling on him. McDavid to Bouchard. Snapshot. Dribbled free. Loose and unable to get a shot on net was Perry. Draisaitl against Barkov. Took a hit. Wow. And coming over to make the play is Anton Lundell. He'll bump it behind the Oiler defense as Florida wants a change. Hard rim up the boards, and that escapes both Luostarinen and Mikkola, who settles it down at the Florida line. Jones. Now a chance for Florida. Cross ice, Luostarinen looking for Lundell. Flicked it behind the net. Ekholm was there. Mikkola did not step up, and as a result, the Oilers will get a clear. McDavid to Leon Draisaitl, trying to get through Mikkola. Forced him out wide, blasted him into the corner. Frederick put it around the boards for Klingberg. A shot, a save, Bobrovsky. Rebound, Frederick. Edmonton looking for the win. Frederick, Klingberg, a shot, and that stayed out. Rebound, Luostarinen slid it back behind his own net. Mikkola advanced through to Seth Jones. A high toss over the head, and that's going to be icing. A late call coming, but ultimately a correct one with 7:02 left in the overtime. 4-4. Mikkola has to come back on for the Panthers, and what an opportunity here for Edmonton.
Vander Kane taking a bunch of draws here for the Oilers, Jack.
And you've got Florida's 4th line out there. Nosek will take the draw. Kane on this side has been taking faceoffs. And on this one, we're going to do it again. 18,347. Trying to penetrate the cranium of battle-tested goaltender Sergei Bobrovsky. Kane and Nosek one more time. And Nosek with a clean face-off win. Jones, a reverse pivot, threw it up the right-hand side. Woolman from his own blue line. Frederick tried to get it in deep, could not do it. Panthers will get a change here as Gadjevich will drive it behind the Oiler net. And Florida with some fresh troops. High toss. Woolman took a big hit. That was settled by Nate Schmidt and shoveled up the right-hand side. Kane knocked it down. Schmidt had it, lost it, still battling. Woolman will shoot it in from center. Big hop off the boards. Kulikov against the fleet Kasperi Kapanen. Verhaeghe back behind his own net. A miscommunication with Nate Schmidt. Sam Reinhart took a hip check from Janmark, and Nurse was able to capitalize, holding on to it, but only momentarily. Kulikov up to Verhaeghe, and he'll drive it in deep. Sam Reinhart, who had a good chance at overtime behind the net. Verhaeghe pinching in is Kulikov to try to hold the zone. Verhaeghe has it jabbed free by Kulak, and it's swept back to center. Aaron Ekblad will wrist it down deep from the red line. Batted down by Stuart Skinner and left for Darnell Nurse. Vasily Podkolzin with the outlet pass from the left wing. He'll dump it in. 5:45 left in overtime. Forsling in his own zone for Florida. Lob up the middle, and Tkachuk unable to come up with it. Victor Arvidsson pushed it back toward the Florida blue line. Ekblad through the wickets of Bennett, no icing. Skinner leaves it for Bouchard up the right-hand side, off the boards. Brown, one touch to the oncoming Henrique. Back to Connor Brown. Fires, kick save, Bobrovsky. Rebound, Jesper Boqvist. He can skate from the left side. He'll jam it in deep, and Florida floods into the offensive zone. Sam Bennett, who opened the scoring seemingly 6 hours ago. First overtime, but we've had so many twists and turns of this one. Tied at 4. Oilers muscle it back in. Seth Jones off to Nico Mikkola. As we go inside, 5 minutes to play in the first overtime. Mikkola shovels it in deep. Skinner did not handle it cleanly, let it go through instead to Klingberg. Now McDavid building speed with Draisaitl on his right. Dishes off, Draisaitl hits the trailer. Wallman off balance, turned it over. And Florida's going to have a breakaway to win it. It's Reinhart in on Skinner, shoots and misses the net. Rebound, loading up, Lundell. A missed net by Sam Reinhart on a breakaway to win it. Wallman will flip it in. Nate Schmidt off to Reinhart, who could not put it away. Now an icing call coming against Verhaeghe. And Florida looks a little discouraged. Sam Reinhart, who has 96 goals the last 2 years, missed the net on a breakaway with a chance to win it.
Oilers forced a pass through to Jake Wallman. They had a 3-on-2 themselves. Wallman jumped up, activated, and Reinhart tried to rip one high to the blocker side on Stuart Skinner. Wow.
Face off to Bobrovsky's right-hand side. Frederick off the draw. The Panthers come up with it. Chipped on by Verhaeghe. As this game moves along, you just get the feeling. Oh, here's Kane beating Ekblad to the net, drag move, and a poke check by Forsling at the last moment. What a play to wait Kane out. Now Forsling heading for the Edmonton net, only to be cut off, and the lead pass for Kane is an errant one, and that's an icing call against Edmonton. And Florida, with the last-second goal by Corey Perry, the missed breakaway from Sam Reinhart, still has just enough in the tank, does Gustav Forsling, to break that one up.
Huge draw here, Nugent Hopkins against Bennett.
This game moves along. It just seems more important for Florida. Face-off win. Mikkola to Matthew Tkachuk. Sam Bennett, as the Panthers try to deal with the disappointment of being overtime in the first place. Evan Rodriguez squeezed off the puck by Nugent Hopkins. Bennett can't catch up to it on the cycle. Frederick will reverse it over to Kulak, who pounds it off the boards. Tkachuk kept it alive. Mikkola down low to Evan Rodriguez. Looked inside, nothing there. Mikkola shoots, and that pinballed a backhander. Rodriguez behind Skinner, but through the blue paint untouched. And Evander Kane wedged it safely back to the Florida line. Tkachuk up the middle, spilled in by Luo Sturinen. Played to the corner by Skinner, held in by Lundell. 3 minutes left in overtime. It's Darnell Nurse up the right-hand side, and that will be an icing call against the Oilers with 2:52 to play in overtime. The shots are 45-38 for the game. 13-8 Oilers here in the first overtime. But the best chance, no question, Sam Reinhart on a breakaway, and he did not hit the net.
Probably the two best chances have been Florida's.
And both for Reinhart, because Skinner made a good save on him earlier in this overtime.
Henrique needs to tie up here. Oilers need to crash it and support him off the draw.
Barkov out there with Verhaeghe and Sam Reinhart. Henrique on the draw. And Barkov won it. Left for Schmidt. His shot does not make its way through. Henrique backhands it down the ice. And we're going to have icing again with 2:41 left in overtime. Any field partner, they're gonna double check this.
I thought this may have gotten a piece of the Florida player. We might have a draw at center.
What's your take on, as this game moves along, do you feel it becoming any more important to one team or the other?
No, I don't, because What term have you used all game in terms of what Edmonton needs to do? Hold serve. They got to get a win here. Oh, look at that. They did give Florida. So now the Oilers got to get Henrique
That's
back.
an icing call.
Yep.
So, having said that, the deliberation gave the Oilers a chance to get some rest. And Adam Henrique, once again, will be matched up against Sasha Barkov in the face-off circle to the right of Stuart Skinner. Skinner, 34 saves. Bobrovsky, 41.
Now they're going right now. Hebert is talking to the league. Is there a possibility this face-off still might come outside?
I'm not sure that's something that can be reviewed upstairs.
So what are they possibly looking at? Or are they looking to see who Edmonton had on the ice? That's what they're looking at.
Yeah.
They got the sheet out right now.
And Chris Rooney is going to walk it over to Chris Knobloch. Now, again, the net result here is whoever's on the ice is getting a lot of extra rest here. So Darnell Nurse is going to come back on. I mean, by the time you get the different guys on the ice, it's really academic. Because this deliberation is in excess of a minute. So now Florida with another ozone draws. The Panthers so close to winning game 2 less than an hour ago. Henrique wins the faceoff cleanly for Barkov, and Nurse carries the puck up ice. Oilers looking to win on back-to-back nights against Florida when trailing entering the third period. They did it Wednesday. Verhaeghe flips it in, and that's a late icing call against Florida as Kulak had inside position on Nate Schmidt. And now, with plenty of rest as a result of the earlier deliberations, you've got McDavid and Draisaitl coming on against a tired Florida bunch who was thinking about winning moments ago and now has to think about defending. And fighting off the momentum generated by another late third period comeback. Draisaitl wins the faceoff. McDavid to Bouchard. Wrist shot! And that's wide of Bobrovsky. Might have caught a piece of his blocker. Here's Perry. Shoveled down low for Draisaitl. Looking for McDavid. He's cut off by Kulikov. Perry tried to give it back to McDavid. Kulikov and Schmidt, the third pair on for Florida. The Panthers will break out, though. Kulikov to Sam Reinhart. He'll wind it along. And now Florida will look for a change. In the meanwhile, Barkov continues to dig behind the net. Verhaeghe a one-timer, and Tkachuk stumbled. He stumbled and never got the shot away. Draisaitl up the right-hand side. Here's Corey Perry. Tkachuk has had a tough series to this point. Forsling. Draisaitl around. Kulak. Draisaitl coming off the right half boards. Here's an opening for Kulak. Draisaitl wants a change. Kulak will keep it himself, a backhander. And a dangerous one in on net. Tkachuk will clear up the left-hand side. Sam Bennett triple-teamed. Can't get to the puck. Wallman does. Off balance. Lost the handle momentarily and then got bailed out by Podkolzin. Left ahead for Arvidsson, but Forsling able to pick that one off, and he shoots it on net from beyond the blue line. Skinner will knock it down for Wallman as we enter the final minute of overtime. Tied at 4. Seth Jones picks up an Edmonton dump in, and what is this?
Offside.
Against the Oilers. Okay. Yep. Arvidsson backed his way in. Good call by you on the right-hand side. It looked like a pedestrian dump in, but in fact, it was offside. And because the puck was released from beyond the red, they dropped the puck there.
Look at this.
Kasperi Kapanen will take the face-off against Anton Lundell. 58 seconds left in overtime. Tied at 4. Lundell wins the draw. Serving it up is Mikula for Skinner to play it. Matthias Ekholm up the left-hand side and out. Seth Jones pushes it right back in. Ekholm hard up the boards. That's going to be an icing call against the Oilers. And now with 40 seconds to go, maybe Florida feels an advantageous matchup might be forthcoming.
Well, we saw Edmonton get a power play as a result of a couple hard forechecking shifts, and that time they put some duress under Matthias Ekholm, and now a huge D-zone draw for Nugent-Hopkins against Barkov. And Barkov's really good at this. He's a 57% face-off man.
Barkov won the face-off. Mikula went wide with it, interestingly enough. Put it behind the net for Barkov. Sasha Barkov held in check offensively in this series. Does not have a point in either of the first two games. Puts it behind the net for Sam Reinhart, who missed the net on a breakaway earlier in overtime. Backhanded along the boards for Hagee. Seth Jones, a shot, and that was a missed tip by Reinhart in the high slot. It was there, and now the Oilers will break out. Maybe a late developing 2-on-2. Frederick to Nugent-Hopkins over the line, looking for a trailer. Still looking, serving it up. Nurse, backhander save, Bobrovsky. And we will require double overtime in Game 2. Still tied at 4. Shots on goal in the first overtime for Edmonton 14 and Florida 9. But I don't think anyone in the Sunshine State is thinking about that. They're still thinking about that Sam Reinhart breakaway.
Yeah.
He got 98 goals on Sam Reinhart's stick over the last two regular seasons, and he misses the net against Stuart Skinner.
They have changed the assist now on the game-tying goal by Corey Perry in the final 17 seconds of this game. It's back to Connor McDavid.
So thank you for that pressing news. Woolman with his third assist of the series. McDavid with his third assist of the series. It's a 4-4 tie. I mean, Bob, in that overtime, both teams obviously had decent looks. What do you make of the fact that, again, Florida had the best look of overtime. Sam Reinhart misses the net. Is there anything you pull out of that first overtime carrying forward into the second OT? Do you expect the Oilers to potentially tinker with some new combinations, or once you've moved McDavid and Draisaitl together, you ride them out for the rest of the game?
I think so. I'm just looking at the minutes here, right? Seth Jones is at 32, 29:45 for Aaron Ekblad, and Gustav Forsling, Jack, is at 29:28. So Bouchard leads the Oilers at 31:23. The Oilers' next two highest skaters, McDavid's at 31:41, and Draisaitl's already at 29 minutes. Now here's, again, the catch and why it's relevant.
Well, you got the 2 days
We
off.
got the 2 days, so you can ride the whip here with Edmonton's top guys.
Well, what's Barkov at? Sasha Barkov to this point in the game is at 27 minutes. So
and what about Reinhart? Reinhart was over 20 minutes per game when he's played.
26.
He's up to 28 there. 28:07. So, I mean, both teams riding their top guys. I would say that Florida's top-end players have probably had the better looks here in the first overtime
They haven't produced.
And
Leon Draisaitl's got a goal and an assist. McDavid has 3 points. At some point, for Florida to have a chance to win this series, they're going to need something offensively from Barkov, Tkachuk, or Reinhart, and they've got nothing.
Yeah, well, Edmonton's just got to do a little bit better job managing the puck. But, I mean,
Are you most worried when the Lundelis line is on the ice?
I'm worried when Brad Marchand's out there because I'm worried when any one of their top three lines out there. They're all good. This is a one-bounce game at this point. Either somebody's going to make a mistake or there's going to be a deflection, ricochet, whatever the case. The Oilers were probably lucky not to have a couple pucks deflect in the net off them. Let's go see what happens here in the second overtime period. 4-4
in OT. Bryn and Rob are next. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. Our live coverage of Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final from Rogers Place, the Oilers Radio Network.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, and breathtaking views. Experience resort-like amenities including a full-time concierge, yoga and fitness studios, golf simulator, plus indoor and outdoor lounges for you to live your best life. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
When it comes to your new home, nothing should stop you from getting exactly what you want. Coventry Homes puts your needs front and center. They won't deke past your questions about customization, and making changes won't get you sent to the penalty box. With their customizable designs and flexible options, your game-changing home is within reach. Score big with flexibility by Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Picked up by Verhaeghe, left for Barkov. He got blasted by Frederick and coughed up the puck. Klingberg with Verhaeghe on it. Verhaeghe took it away, centering pass. Back here, what a save, Skinner! Rebound stays out! I don't believe it! It was on the goal line and hit the far post, and the Panthers, by a whisker, need to play on.
And that's our highlight zone from the first intermission period, brought to you by Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, and right next door to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Welcome to another intermission with Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown. 4-4 after one overtime session. And that didn't disappoint either.
No, it didn't. Sometimes when an overtime goes into a second overtime, it's because nothing happened in the first overtime. That was not the case in this one. Florida, you've talked a little bit over the past 2 days about the Florida Panthers forecheck, and tonight we've seen a lot more of it. It's become more of a troublesome for the Oilers defense. In overtime, the Marchand play that we just heard right there was a forecheck. Klingberg had full control of the puck. Forecheck took the puck off and goes right out in front to Marchand, and he gets 2 whacks at it. Both teams had grade A scoring chances. I would think Florida probably had the 3 biggest.
Yes.
They had the rebound that rolled across the goal line, stopped on the post.
Wallman.
They had the one where it came through the crease untouched. It was a wide open net. Skinner had no idea where it was, and it just went through. If it hits anyone, it's in the net. And obviously the big one, Reinhardt on a breakaway. So those are 3 big ones that Florida was unable to capitalize on. And then the other end, Evander Kane, great toe drag, about to fire it, and just at the last second, the puck gets touched by the stick of the Panther and pushes it off. Leon and Connor had good looks. Bouchard had a couple from the point. This has been a highly entertaining, never a dull moment, 4 periods of hockey tonight, and there's 2 things I'm thankful for. 1, that we get to see another period of hockey, and 2, probably more importantly, that this game started at 6 and not 8.
I was just going to say
because we'd be well past my bedtime right now if this was an 8 o'clock game start. So it's entertaining, fun, tense, everything you want. And here's what happens in one of these games, Bryn. Both teams are going to be exhausted after this.
Yes.
But the exhaustion will only affect the team that loses. I've been in these situations, long overtimes. You just see me, the body you're drained if you're the team that put everything into it and you can't find a win at the end of the night. Whereas the other team, you feel light. It's like, you know what, I played 38 minutes, felt like I played 5.
Let's fly home right now.
So this is an important for a lot of reasons, but I think more important for the Florida Panthers than it is for the Oilers, and here's why. The Florida Panthers in both games had leads going into the third period. They'd gone 32-0 without losing a lead. Both games they had leads going into the third period, and if they don't come out of this with a 1-1 split at least, they'll be going home wondering what went wrong. So this, to me, important, obviously, both teams, but Florida, they got to win it, because that flight home will be absolutely horrific for them, thinking what we just wasted in the 2 games in Edmonton. On the other hand, Edmonton wins this, a stranglehold on the series.
Okay. Well, we have a second overtime coming up. We're going to take a break right now, though. At the Intermission is brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Do you have tickets to an upcoming event at Rogers Place that you can't attend? Donate your tickets to the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation Seats for Kids program, presented by Eagle Builders. Seats for Kids provides unused game tickets for charities, allowing children and families to enjoy hockey at Rogers Place. And for many, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To be a part of the Seats for Kids program presented by Eagle Builders, please email edmonton@kidsupfront.com. That's edmonton@kidsupfront.com.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. 2 people have been charged with setting wildfires in Saskatchewan. Premier Scott Moe says one is charged in relation to a blaze around La Ronge, which has forced 7,000 people out of their homes. The Alberta government says progress is being made on wildfires here, thanks to Alberta teams and crews from Canada and the U.S. However, several out-of-control wildfires continue to burn. Alberta government scientists have published a study saying old coal mines are leaking chemicals and poisoning fish downstream. The report says any new mining in the Rocky Mountains by coal companies could lead to the population collapse of species in Crow's Nest Lake. The province has issued an advisory in response to the study, asking people to limit their consumption of fish from the lake due to high levels of selenium. And the city of Edmonton is advising residents to be safe on the water this year with a mandatory life jacket bylaw in place for people on all types of vessels. Police say their marine units will be out ensuring boaters are being safe. News on demand at 880ched.com.
Did you hear what happened to Rick while he was building his fence?
Yeah, he hit a natural gas line. They had to evacuate his entire neighborhood at dinner time, too. I bet he didn't make any new friends that day.
It cost him a ton to get the line repaired. I wonder why he didn't get his underground utilities marked.
Don't be that person. If you're digging on your property, request a locate for natural gas lines. It's free and can prevent serious injury or financial loss. And you won't upset the neighbors. Visit clickbeforeyoudig.com. A safety message brought to you by ATCO.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Bryn Griffiths back at Rogers Place. We're settling in, getting ready for a second overtime. We are tied at 4 in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. We got a little football slop over now as the CFL season has started. We had one game tonight. It was in Montreal, where the Alouettes just took it to the Toronto Argonauts, 28-10. If you're wondering what's up with the Elks, they'll open up their season tomorrow night in Vancouver against the BC Lions. Our countdown to kickoff on 880 Ched gets going at 6:30, and it's the Elks and the BC Lions from under the dome at 8 o'clock. Morley Scott, Dave Campbell, the entire crew, they'll be ready to go on 880 Ched tomorrow night, the Elks and the Lions. Reason why we've gone to overtime, Corey Perry scored at 19:42 of the third period. The assist going to Jake Wallman and Connor McDavid. That's how close this was. That's how close this game is. It's been a tremendous hockey game. First period was anybody's hockey matchup. Second period was pretty much all Florida. And then the Oilers came on, as they've done so often in the postseason. They come on to tie it up in the dying seconds just to send it to an extra period. We've gone through one overtime. We're about ready to go through a second one. Guys are getting ready to call the action. We're going to give them a little extra time to talk about it and set the table, so we're going to bail right now. But we can tell you one thing. We're going into period number 5. This is going to be a lot of fun. 4-4, the Panthers and the Oilers. Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. At the intermission is brought to you by the End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. As I said, overtime 2 on the way. This is your Ford Dealers NHL hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Proudly headquartered in oil country, Capital Power is delivering reliable and affordable power today while building clean power systems for tomorrow, creating the balanced energy solutions communities across Alberta and North America can depend on. Visit capitalpower.com to learn how they are powering change by changing power. Be part of their energy and join Capital Power as we all cheer on our Edmonton Oilers on their quest to win it all.
Over the last decade, the world of work has changed dramatically. It's a change that can cause a disconnect between a company and its employees. But a partnership with Aon can help by making decisions that create a more flexible, engaged, and resilient workforce. Aon's experience and expertise, global understanding, and advanced analytics ensure that every client is better informed and better advised so that they can make better decisions. Whatever the next decade brings, Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Chemco is more than just a trusted local name. Chemco has been building industry across Canada for more than 60 years. From engineering through to commissioning, construction, maintenance, and beyond, Chemco's multidiscipline approach stands firmly on the belief that Chemco cares. It's not just what they do, it's how they do it. Visit Chemco.com and discover how they can support your project today. Chemco, proud fans of the Edmonton Oilers, serving and supporting communities across Canada for over 60 years.
All games, all season.
You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
4-4, and we march on to a second overtime. The Edmonton Oilers in the Stanley Cup final, of course, have won their last two overtime games. Fernando Pisani, Game 5 at Raleigh, North Carolina back in 2006, and Leon Draisaitl on Wednesday night. Those are your last two Edmonton overtime winners. 87 is the third overtime win for the Oilers in a Stanley Cup final against Philadelphia.
Yari Curry.
And Yari Curry owns an Oiler record that many people would think would belong to Wayne Gretzky. Most multi-goal games in the history of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Curry with 18. Leon Draisaitl had his 11th on Wednesday night.
Well,
and if he scores here in overtime, he'll break an NHL record, and he'd make it 2 in a row and give the Oilers a 2-0 lead in a series that shifts to Florida next Monday and Thursday. We'll have the games right here for you on the Oilers Radio Network. The Panthers are looking to add a 5th game and erase one of those if-necessary parentheses. If they win, then the series is tied at a game apiece, and Florida has taken home ice advantage.
Gary Curry, as you know, had 3 hat-tricks in one series and the highest scoring playoff series in NHL history.
Chicago 85?
Yeah, it was wild.
So McDavid, Draisaitl, and Corey Perry, who tied this game with 18 seconds left in regulation, will begin the second overtime. Ekholm and Bouchard defensively. The Barkov line out for Florida and a face-off win for Connor McDavid. Ripped in deep by Evan Bouchard, and we're underway. This is double overtime in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. Oilers won Game 1 in OT on Wednesday night. Lead pass for Hagee. Did he get a touch on it? No. And just every error magnified when you get to this stage where two teams are playing on the margins. Florida led 3-1 in Game 1, couldn't hold it. Led 3-2 for nearly half the second period and almost all the third and couldn't hold it. Draisaitl lining up against Barkov, face-off right of Sergei Bobrovsky.
Draisaitl is 19-14 in this game. Barkov's 21-18.
And Barkov wins this face-off. Aaron Ekblad, as Bob mentioned, 32 minutes through 4 periods. Up to Sam Reinhart. This is basically period 5. Sudden death, overtime hockey in the Stanley Cup Final. You got to have a pulse to enjoy this one. Here's McDavid. Pickpocket and a breakout pass for Leon Draisaitl, looking for victory, and a poke check by Forsling will force him to the corner. A wrap-up. Ekblad got the horse collar on McDavid. You'd almost have to assassinate someone to get a call at this point, or flip the puck over the glass, which Nosek did on Wednesday night, and that led to the Draisaitl OT winner, or he might still be playing. Here's Kulak, up the gut, one-touch Dawn, played by Mikkola up the left-hand side. Trying to barrel through his Luo Starinen. His centering pass canceled out. Mikkola, that escaped the line, and a drive from the point will be whistled for an offside, and a face-off on the dot immediately outside the Edmonton Blue. 4-4 in OT.
Oilers certainly rotating everybody through, to say the least.
So are the Panthers. We saw their fourth line out in the first overtime. Here's Lundell matched up against Adam Henrique. Puck rolls free. Jones will shoot it in. Here's John Klingberg up the left-hand side. Woolman. That was cut off. Seth Jones. He'll spin, put it in the corner. Woolman takes it away. Tried an outlet pass intended for Connor Brown, and the puck was played with a high stick by Lundell, and we'll have a neutral zone face-off as a result. The Oilers 4-0 in overtime this year in the Stanley Cup playoffs. You go back to last year, and of course, they took Game 1 of the West Final in Dallas in overtime, on their way to winning that series in 6 games.
Set up from Evan Bouchard to Connor McDavid.
Beautiful high slot tip. Here's John Klingberg off the draw. In from the right-hand side, Adam Henrique. In the corner, the Oilers working offensive zone. Brown, Kulikov doesn't have his stick, and the Oilers will look to take advantage. Arvidsson out to the point. Woolman to Klingberg to the high slot, and it just bounced over the backhand of Connor Brown. And Matthew Tkachuk with an outlet pass on target, fired in deep for Florida's Evan Rodriguez. Big hit on Klingberg. Forsling, a shot from the blue line that was blocked. And the Oilers will break out. Klingberg reeled in, got it back, and then dislodged from the puck in the high slot. Panthers, Gustav Forsling will shoot it in. Around the boards, Nosek. Double teamed along the end boards. Nosek run into the corner. Gadjevich, fourth line out for Florida. Tried an interior pass to Boquist that was broken up. Evander Kane trying to muscle his way in, and a late offside call whistled against Edmonton with 17:23 left to play in the second overtime, and we're still tied at 4.
Boquist did a great job reeling in the Edmonton Oilers. Vander Kane. Frederick looked like he toe-picked a bit, and they are checking his skate down at the Oilers bench.
Barkov. Neutral zone face-off. Kapanen will take it. Nugent-Hopkins obviously not feeling it tonight in the face-off circle. We've seen Kane and Kapanen fill in for him. Here's Verhaeghe. Soft toss toward the net, and laying the leather to that will be Stuart Skinner. Barkov hovering close by, and Reinhart just testing the waters. Probably just wants to get his rangefinder going. He was stopped by Skinner in the first overtime, but also missed the net on a breakaway that could have won it for the Panthers.
Kapanen's going to stay out here with McDavid and Draisaitl, D-zone draw.
Reinhardt's going to take the face-off for Florida. Barkov and Verhaeghe still out there, and Reinhardt went cleanly. Held in by Seth Jones. Shoveled down low. Verhaeghe to Barkov. Mishandled the puck. And it's been a tough series offensively for him. The Oilers dig and eventually chisel it back through the middle. Seth Jones trying to jam it up the left-hand side. Barkov put it around the boards. Florida wants a change. No pressure here for Edmonton's Matthias Ekholm to deal with. Whoa. You've got McDavid and Draisaitl out there. Ekholm up the left-hand side looking for Kapanen. One-handed it toward Evan Bouchard. Forsling takes over for Florida. Head to Luostarinen, on to Lundell. Can't do anything offensively as Kapanen ties him up, put it behind the net, turned over by Nurse, and a quick shot stopped by Skinner against Marchand, who nearly won it in the first overtime. Marchand trying to plow his way through McDavid. Draisaitl and Luostarinen also engaged. Nurse comes over to pry it loose and put it behind the net for Brett Kulak. Looks up ice. Kulak around Luostarinen, weaving his way to the right-hand side for Vasily Podkolzin. Podkolzin to Nurse a shot, and that a painful block by Aaron Ekblad. Maybe the left wrist. He is in significant pain as he comes to the bench. Arvidsson trying to catch Florida to change. Center pass. Wrist shot. And Podkolzin had it deflected up into the mesh in his bid to win it in front of his brother. And now Forsling is shaken up, but he appears to be okay. Ekblad, though, is in agony on the Florida bench. He took a shot, I believe, off the left wrist. He is not leaving the bench just yet, but obviously this would be massively significant.
Well,
again, the deeper you go into the playoffs, it becomes about attrition as much as anything.
I mean, the Oilers don't have a guy that scored 54
Zach Hyman
last year.
Face off and flipped up the left-hand side by Kulikov, and that'll be an icing call against the Panthers, and we'll do it again. Ekblad, as far as I can tell, Bob, is going to try to grind this out.
Yeah, he's still on the bench.
Evan Rodriguez. Off the face-off here to the right of Bobrovsky. Matched up with Draisaitl, McDavid, and Perry as wingers. Rodriguez on a strong side won the face-off. Nate Schmidt protecting. Played up the left-hand side, and it's Verhaeghe. His pass was tipped into the waiting arms of Evan Bouchard. Tried to hit Perry, and Verhaeghe disrupted that. Played it back for Dmitry Kulikov.
Paul Maurice will take that all day. Up against the McDavid line, they got the puck out of the zone.
Kulikov up the left-hand side. Rodriguez got his stick on it. Stuart Skinner up the right-hand side. Here's Corey Perry. Leon Draisaitl at the red. Hits McDavid, and a late offside call as that pass was a bit errant. 5 minutes gone by in this second overtime. And the Edmonton Oilers have yet to test Sergei Bobrovsky here in the second OT. Skinner, most notably, the stop on Brad Marchand after the turnover.
Well, Edmonton's had some high slot looks, but they have sold out in front of pucks.
4-4, we're in overtime. Bouchard with a goal and 2 assists. Connor McDavid, a playmaker with 3 assists. Corey Perry, the game-tying goal with 18 seconds on the clock. Off the face-off, Mikkola ambles his way to center, and the Panthers flood in. A turnover rolled in front, and the Oilers come away with it. Victor Arvidsson put it behind Seth Jones. He'll streak in left-hand side. Mikkola back. Arvidsson waits and backhands it down low. Brown and Henrique waiting. It's Henrique twirling it back for Klingberg. Open as Jake Wallman. He can really shoot it. Put it conservatively down low, and it hopped over the stick of Connor Brown. Here's a lead pass, misfired. Barkov to Reinhart. And again, Florida's top players not able to connect. Nate Schmidt behind the net. Kulikov, Luo Storinen. He mishandled an outlet pass. Nurse over to Kulak, and the crowd sensing an opportunity here for the Oilers. Looking to take a 2-0 series lead. Arvidsson, soft chip ahead for Trent Frederick. He'll wind it around. Evander Kane, who scored earlier in this game, in on the forecheck and takes possession for Edmonton. Frederick in the mix. Puck comes free. Marchand digs it out of the corner. Luo Storinen. Second effort, manages to get it in deep. Lundell will try to follow up. Kulak turned it over. Ekblad is back and now tries to center. Aaron Ekblad, boy, he went off and it looked painful, but he's back out there and the puck is underneath him, and Evander Kane not letting up. Eventually rakes it free. Trent Frederick put it back behind for Brett Kulak, and another line change coming for the Oilers with 6.5 minutes having elapsed in the second overtime. We are tied at 4. Kulak up the right-hand side, put Colson. Waving at it is Forsling. Tracking it down is Aaron Ekblad, again behind his own net. Forsling to Carter Verhaeghe, and the Panthers break out. Lead pass, looking to skate into it, but it's going to be offside. I think Nosek was the guilty party, left wing. Gadjevich was trying to catch up to it on the right-hand side. 13:08 left in the second overtime, and we remain in a 4-4 deadlock.
It's clear in game one that Edmonton seemed to be the fresher team as the game wore on, and you got to give Florida credit. They've had a good start to the second overtime period.
Oilers don't have a shot yet in 7 minutes. Sam Bennett off the face-off, leaves it for Mikkola, and it's a Florida reset, right to left. Skinner handles the dump in, up the boards, Wallman. Sam Bennett looking to shovel it down low. Podkolzin streaks down the left-hand side. He'll challenge Jones. Podkolzin centers. What a save, Bobrovsky! As Kapanen looked to deflect it home. Kapanen, who hit the post in overtime the other night, robbed by Bobrovsky, who had not seen a shot in probably 40 minutes of real time. And the first one he has to stare down is Kapanen from point-blank range.
Well, those are the guys that can skate further down for Edmonton. They got pace and tempo in their game, and just a great play by Podkolzin. And Kapanen, he deflected it, fought for his positioning, and Bobrovsky fought it off in goal.
Tell you what, Podkolzin has been good in the overtime. You wonder whether he has one in store. Here's Draisaitl out there with McDavid and Perry. Face-off win for Florida. Bouchard boots it back down low, but Barkov is able to take it and give it up. And Reinhart will snap it around the boards for Hagee. Drills Bouchard. Draisaitl in close quarters. Reinhart comes over. Looking to dig that puck free as Ekblad. He does. Wallman is there. Ekblad keeps it in a second time. Verhaeghe fires a cross-seam pass that's going to be picked up and cleared by Corey Perry, who again had the late-game heroics, scoring on a rebound with 17.8 on the clock to force overtime. Now Perry looking for the game winner. Gives it up for Leon Draisaitl. Shadowed by Forsling. One-timer at home, and he missed the net high glove. And now here come the Panthers. Lundell to Marchand. A breakaway. Marchand denied. Score! It slithers through the legs of Skinner, who made the initial save, and Marchand able to poke it home. And it's Florida who survives. 5-4 in double overtime.
Well, Brad Marchand has always speculated for offensive opportunities. He's got great gamesmanship and knows how to read the play. That's why he's going to be a Hall of Fame player. And unfortunately, the Oilers got a bit of it on the backtrack from Ekholm. So he raced back across to converge, and Marchand was able to poke it through Stuart Skinner. We have a tie series.
And in doing so, he scores his 5th career overtime winner. Brad Marchand, his second of the game, comes at 8:05 of double overtime and wins it for Florida. Skinner had it, and I think this time it did go off his skate as he struggled to freeze it, Bob. And it ends up going through the wickets and into the back of the net.
You almost wonder whether or not Ekholm was backtracking there. Did he change the angle? It was Draisaitl.
And Skinner went for the poke check and had it initially, and Marchand just forced it through. And the Florida Panthers have evened the series 5-4 in double overtime. And that is, for me, a bigger win for Florida because of the nature of the Edmonton comeback and the sense of, had the Panthers gone home 0-2, Bob, they'd feel they played 2 pretty good games and had nothing to show for it. I think from an Oilers standpoint, it's 1-1. You've won on the road throughout this latest stretch. You've won 6 of 7. You've been almost as good on the road as you have been at home. What are your takeaways from Game 2?
Well, it's interesting because Florida's 4-3, but just you got to give